Hey, listen, it's not what it looks like. Yes, it's OnlyFans, but built for horses. This is not just a platform related to sharing posts, but it's also an entire e-commerce store where you can buy and sell products, which are powered by Stripe payments. And plus, there is an admin dashboard where you can see the total revenue, sales, subscriptions, and recent transactions. We are gonna get to all these, but first, let's take a moment and go through this beautiful landing page that we have. First, we have a hero section that tells what our platform is all about, and this horse wants you to subscribe to the platform ASAP. Let's scroll to see today's highlight, which is an embedded high quality video, and we can see the preview as we move forward with our mouse. And below that, we have a beautiful image gallery that showcases our farm. And when we hover over the images, there is this awesome zoom effect where it follows your mouse as you move. And we're gonna build the zoom effect from scratch, and you're gonna see actually how easy it is. And next, there is the feature section with these animated images. We provide expert horse care tips, riding techniques, and daily farm life footages. Now let's showcase our testimonials and tell our users why they should choose us. Now that they have fallen in love with our platform, let's show them our pricing plans, which are monthly and annually. Finally, let's showcase the team behind this platform. And as you can tell from the footer, this project will be built by you, and the source code will be available on your GitHub account at the end of this tutorial. So that was the landing page. Let's log in and talk about posts. By default, posts are premium, and that means users need to subscribe to the platform to be able to get access to the content. Now, there are two subscription plans that we support: monthly and annually. We will integrate Stripe subscriptions, and once the user pays, we will send an email that says, "Thanks for trusting us and welcome to our platform." And we will show them when their subscription started and when it's going to end. On top of these subscriptions, there will be a billing portal where users can manage their subscriptions, such as upgrading their plans, changing their payment methods, or just canceling their subscriptions. But who is going to create these exclusive posts? Well, it's going to be the admin, which is you in this case. In the admin dashboard, there will be a content section where you can upload images and videos with a description. If you mark it as public, everyone can see it. But if you don't, it would be premium by default. Now let's talk about the products. In the homepage, there will be a recommended products section where users can buy products. And on top of it, there will be a dedicated merch page where users can see all the products we have in our store. After the user selects the size, they will be redirected to the Stripe checkout page. And once they pay, we will redirect them to the purchase success page where they can see the order details, and we're gonna send an email that says, "Thanks for your purchase." And as an admin, you will be able to create new products and archive them if you really want to. Archived products won't be visible to users, they can only see the live products. And before you even ask, yes, it's going to be completely responsive, and it will include dark and light mode. Now you might be asking, how long is it gonna take to implement authentication? Well, it's going to take just 2 minutes thanks to Kinde, which is the sponsor of this video. Without Kinde, it would take hours to implement authentication, but with Kinde, it takes just 2 minutes. There will be a link in the description where you can sign up so that we could implement authentication later in the video. And when it comes to the tech stack, we will be using React, Next.js app router, TypeScript, Prisma, Tailwind CSS, ShadCN UI, Postgres, Stripe, React Email, and Recent. As you can tell, it's super complex and fun to build. And at the end of this video, you can really take this project and make it your own software as a service because it already has subscriptions and one-time payments implemented. The source code will be in the description. It is completely free, and in return, I would ask for a subscription to the channel. Other than that, thanks for watching, and let's get into it. Okay, so let's get started. The very first thing I have done is to create an empty folder on my desktop. I called it as only horse, and then I just open it up on my VS Code. So I'm gonna open up a new terminal and then just create a Next application. For this, I'll just say npx create-next-app at latest. And I'm gonna put that at the end so that it's gonna install it under the current folder, which is only horse, right? And here it's going to ask us a couple of different questions where we would like to go with TypeScript, ESLint to just have some restrictions so that we could write a little bit more quality code. And we would like to use Tailwind CSS. And here it is just preference to use source directory or not. So I'm going to use it, and please, you should also choose yes so that we could have the exact same code base. So you go ahead with yes, and we would like to use the app router, which is the recommended and the latest one. So it's almost the new standard for Next.js. And we don't really want to update the import alias. And this is something that I will explain if you don't know what that is. So just say no for this, and it's going to install all the dependencies and dev dependencies that we would need. Then we can just, once we get that, we can just see the end result and initialize the ShadCN. And while this is being installed, let's actually take a look at it. And by the way, this is the demo application that I just have it open so that we could reference it. So while we are building, so we're going to see what we are building as we go through. And the first thing I'd like to just check is ShadCN. So if you just search for it, you're going to get to this first link, and this is going to be our component library that we would like to use. I think they just set the new standard for this UI design where they have this modern, beautiful components that we could use. And there are a bunch of different examples that we could copy the code and paste it. And they also have a bunch of different components. So we're going to use a lot of these, and as we go through this tutorial, you're going to get really familiar with all of them. Sorry. So let's go ahead and first install it. Under the installations, Next.js. So we already created our application. We would like to run the CLI to initialize it. And I'm going to copy this. So by the way, let's just see what is the end result that we just got. So it just got this ready at this URL. I'm going to control click to it, and it should open up the localhost so that we could really see the boilerplate that we got from Next.js. So it's going to take a bit time to load in the first time this happens because of this under .next folder. It needs to just create it, compile it, but there we go. This is the end result that we are getting from Next.js. But what we're going to do is to actually create a new terminal and then just pass this ShadCN CLI where we can initialize it. And it's going to ask us a couple of different questions, and let's just go them one by one. So the first question is, which style would you like to use? Before we answer that, here you can see under the themes, if you can just maybe zoom in a little bit, under the customize, you could see the default style is this one. Take a look at the font, and if you go with the New York, it's going to update a little bit. I think at this point, New York looks cool. I'm gonna go with New York. Just feel free to the one that you would like to have. And then it asks us for the base color. Now we can use zinc, which is this one. You can choose the slate, stone, gray, and neutral. Again, I'm gonna go with slate, but I would, like, you could just select any of them. If you want to have the same result with me, then choose slate. Okay, with that, we also want to use CSS variables. It's going to do a couple of different things now. First, it's going to create the components.json file, which allows us to just let the ShadCN know where is our components and utils are located. Then it's going to install the dependencies that it would need. If we go under the source, it would also create this lib folder that has the utils.cs, utils.ts, which has this function, and we're going to be using that excessively throughout this application. Okay, so we got the ShadCN. Now what we can do is actually go under the app. We have the page. I'm gonna first just delete everything here. And by the way, if you refresh, we're gonna see all the styles are gone because ShadCN just overwrite that. So I'm gonna say main. Here I'll say h1 hello world. Okay, this is the just application that we have currently in the homepage. Now what we're going to do is under the homepage, both have the auth screen and the home screen. This is how OnlyFans actually does that, and I wanted to use it the exact same methodology. Basically, we're not going to create any page called login or sign up or auth, anything like that, but instead we're going to have just homepage that is going to handle both the authentication screen, and when we log in, we will still be in the homepage. and let's see how we can do this. For now, I'm just gonna say const user, I'll just say false, and obviously we're going to make this to be dynamic, that is coming from our authentication provider, which is gonna be kind. But for now, let's make it to be hard-coded. I'll say if we have the user, then show the home screen, which is a component that we'll create in a second, but otherwise we'll say show the auth screen. And again, a component that we'll create. And where are we create this component? It's going to be under the components, and it's going to be under the home. So here, let me just open this up. We'll have, let's say, home dash screen, and under the home, we will have auth dash screen as well. So first, we're going to build the auth screen, and I'll say auth screen.tsx, and I'm using this extension. Probably everyone knows this, but just in case some of you don't. So ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. If you install this, this is going to give you a couple of different snippets that you could use. Things like RFCE, RFC, just RFC or RFCE, but the one that I'll go with is this one, which gives us a functional component. If you save, this is our auth screen, and let's create the entry point for the home screen as well. Okay, with this, now we can import these components. Since user is false, we're gonna see this page, and if it was true, then we would see here. Currently, we're gonna see the auth screen. Now, in the auth screen, we would like to build this hero section first. And now, if you realize our theme is blue, right? Like every place, we just have some kind of blue color. And it's because I have gone ahead and customized this theme in this application. And this is what we're going to build. So I'm going to click to this blue theme, which is coming from ShadCN, and it's going to give us this primary blue color for everything. Even if we go into the light mode, we would still have that blue. So you can really choose any color, but I'll go with this one. And I'm going to copy the code, right? So we are going to paste this into our CSS file. Under the global.css, let's first save this to get this formatting. Then I will delete just this entirely, okay? Not the last one, but I'll just paste it up here. Now, if we save, we're going to see that our theme is actually changing. Currently, we cannot see, but trust me, it just changed. Let's go and test it out. If I say class name, text, primary, we can just see now we have these, we have this blue color as our primary color. So just by doing this, we can change our entire theme. And now in the auth screen, the very first thing we'd like to have is going to be hero section, where we build this. So this image, this left-hand side, there is another image on the background, this logo. So we're going to be using a couple of different assets. Go ahead in the GitHub repo, we're going to find all the videos, images that you would need for this project. That's what I'm going to do as well. I will first just delete this public folder entirely, and I will go into the GitHub repo and get those files and put it under the public folder. Okay, now I have just pasted here. You can see we have the public folder, which has this featured images. It's about 15 different horse images that we're going to use in that. So how do we call this? Masonry grid. Okay, we're going to use these 15 images, and let's see what else we have. Let me just first close all these. We have 3 different GIFs that we'll be using. Then we have shirts or t-shirts that we're going to use, and I'm going to show you how you can design these by yourself. And then we have one video that we're going to put in the homepage, again the highlighted video. Then we have a bunch of different images. We are never going to be using this OnlyFans logo, but I just prepared for those of you guys that want to use it. We're going to be using this one primarily. Then we have a placeholder for user. Then we have this logo, which is an SVG that we'll be using. And to be able to preview an image, I'm using this extension called Preview SVG. I believe it is this one. So SVG Preview, just go ahead and install it if you would like to preview your SVGs on the fly. Then we have this noise SVG. This is something that we'll use as well. And a bunch of horse images. I think we're going to be using this one only, but if you want to use these, I just install them for you so you can just really use it. And when we send the emails, we're also going to be using this. So yeah, again, we're not going to use this OnlyFans logo, but just in case you would like to use it after the tutorial, I just put them. Anyways, so that was a lot of talk. Let's go under the home, the auth screen where we have this component. And this is where actually we're going to build the hero section. First, I'm going to go ahead and just say hero section.tsx, and I am putting it under the auth screen because this is the only place that will be using this component. So I just saved this file, and before we write anything else, I just want to show you a couple of different issues that we currently have with the ESLint. If you try to say it is a hero section, let's say something like that, and here we have not an issue, but it is just a warning coming from ESLint, and I think this is really weird. It just tells you escape this code with one of these values. If you copy this and paste it like this, you can escape it, but otherwise it is really annoying, and it looks like if we have an error in this file, which is not correct. And the other thing, so we're going to fix this in a second, and maybe let's just do it immediately. Here it says React no unescaped entities. I'm going to go here and put a comma, rules, and I'll say React / no unescaped entities, and I'll just say off. So here now we don't really have that warning. So that was the first thing that I wanted to fix. The other thing is whenever we use the normal image HTML element, we get this warning. It tells us you should use next image, which is fine, which is the optimized version, but it is always lazy loaded. And this is something that I don't really want to have in all of my images. So I'm going to go ahead and just say add next no image element and turn that off. So I'll say add next / next no image, wait, was it like that? Okay, no image dash element, and I'll say off. Now I can actually use it without any warnings. So these were the two things that I wanted to fix before we do anything else. Now we can close this file and then just build this hero section. So here for now, I'll just say hero and save. Under the auth screen, what we're going to do is to actually delete this content, and here I'm going to say this is going to be flex and flex column so that everything we put here would be in the vertical direction. So first, let's say we're going to have the hero section, then let's say we'll have the, I don't know, today's highlight. So whatever we put here, they're going to be in the vertical direction like this. So because it is flex column. So here we have hero section, today's highlight, you know, the grid that we have. So you got the point. And here I'm going to first import the hero section, and it is time to build it. I'm going to kill my left-hand side with Control B. So just shrink that, and here I'm going to put this to left and this to right, and it's time to build this component. Now this hero section is going to have a class name where I will say this would be flex and height will be the entire screen. We can just say height screen, which is going to give us the like 100 VH. And I'll say width is going to be full so that it can fill up the space. Then we'll have a div, and again this is going to have a couple of different classes such as flex1, let's say flex. And why do we have this flex1 is because we're going to have two different children. So this is going to take the, let's say 50%, and this would also take the 50%. If we had something like maybe flex2, so this would be, let's say, twice as big as this one. I'm not sure if flex2 would work in Tailwind, so it doesn't. So maybe you would do something like this and it would work. Now let me just say this is the right hand side and this is the left hand side. Let's save under the hero section. So there we go. Now right is as twice as big to the left one. It's because we say this is flex 3, this is flex 1. If you say this is going to be 3, the same thing would happen really. But here, since we put flex 1 to both of them, it means they're going to have the same width. And this is really what we have in the demo application. So this is the 50% of the width and this is the 50% as well. Okay, let's go ahead and build it. First, I'm gonna just delete this content and come up to here where we have the flex one, and I'll say this should also be flex so that we could have the flex children inside. I'll say overflow is going to be hidden. Background of this special color that I have just tested out and liked it. So I'll say 0, 0 and B1. I'm sorry, B0 as well. F0, A6. Okay, this is the color that we'll like to use. I'll say relative because we'll be using position absolute inside, and justify to be centered, items centered, and z index of 10, as well as another class that, but for now let's just skip that. So here we'll have an image with the source of, let's say, first we'd like to go under the public folder and we'll say of-logo.svg. Let's take a look under the public. We have this SVG that we'll be using to just put it in the background, just like here. It is this one that we're using. And we're going to use this logo as well as this horse image. Okay, just keep that in mind. Now this is going to have, let's say, only horse logo, right? And we're going to give a couple of different classes to this one, such as absolute, we'll say dash left or minus left, dash 1 divided by 4, opacity of 15. So we'll say bottom minus 52, right? And we'll say larger screens and above. This could scale, let's say scale 150. Then X large, this is gonna scale 105. And normally in like smaller screens, this would have like as twice as big. And make sure you just put this dash here, and we're gonna give a little bit space to have this kind of like formatting, or maybe a little bit space. So I'll say pointer events is gonna be none and select none so that we can't really select the image. Okay, just like this is gonna be our class name for the image. And below this image, we're gonna have one more div, right? This is gonna have, let's say, class name, flex, column, gap of 2, padding x of 4, and as this screen gets larger, we will just increment the margin left. It's gonna be 40 pixels, not pixels, but that would be unit, right? Let's hover over it. It's actually 160 pixels. Then what else are we gonna get is text would be centered, medium and above. That text would be start. So let's say text start, and font would be semi-bold, which is gonna have an image that is coming from next image, and we're gonna give the source to be our logo. So it is only horse.png. This is gonna take the alt. I'll just say only horse logo, just like this. And width, we're just gonna give the width and height it has. So 769, and we will give the height as well. Let's go ahead and just say height, just like this, and height is gonna be 182. So if you take a look at it from this only horse PNG, so these are the dimensions that we're using. Okay, under the image, I think we're gonna have a couple of different classes, such as margin top of 20, width is gonna be 420 pixels. This is how you would put some dynamic values with the square brackets. Then z index of 0, so it is at the top of the others. And we'll say pointer is going to be events of none, and select none so that users cannot select the image when they hover over it. And let's save what we're gonna see for now. So okay, we are just making some progress. Let's just zoom out a little bit. So this is the normal how do you say, like normal zoom level, 100%. We have the logo. Now we would like to put these text below it. And by the way, we are in the light mode here, and this is the dark mode. That's why it looks a little bit different, but we're gonna just fix it. Now below the image, what are we gonna have is a p tag that says, hey, it's not what it looks like. Let's go ahead and build it. I'll just scroll a little bit and give a different class name. So this one, text, I'll say would be 2x large, and medium screens and above, we're gonna just make the text a little bit larger to 3x large, and we'll say text balance, and I'll explain what that does. It's a really important class that you should know about. So I'll say, hey, it's and we would like to put a span because we're going to say not, and we're going to give different classes to this one. Let's say class name, background, stone of 800, just the black kind of color, and padding x of 2, font dash bold, text of white. Let's go ahead and select it. This is always going to be the white color. Doesn't really matter if it is like the light mode or dark mode. Then we'll say what it looks like and put a period at the end, and I'll just put another p. I'll say class name, again text 2x large, medium and above, text 3x large, and let's say margin bottom of 32, leading snug, and you would use leading to just update the align height, and we're gonna go with snug at this point. And again, text balance, really important. I'll explain this in a second. Then we'll say build for, again, a span. This is gonna be kind of similar idea. Background sky of 400 or maybe 500. Font is going to be bold, and let's see, we're gonna have padding x of 2 and text of white. And we're gonna put horses text inside, and we'll just say not. Let's make it to uppercase. Span, let's open this up. That should be lowercase. I'll say others. If I can type. Okay, I finally could type that down. So I'll say class name, background red 500, padding x of 2, font bold, and let's say lastly text of white. Okay, so I'm gonna save and let's see the output, what we're gonna get. Okay, it's the almost exact same thing with this one, just because this is in the dark mode, this is not, it just looks a little bit different. Now, why do we put the text balance as a class name? It's because like this would always be balanced, so we have at most like 3 words at this line, and it just balances itself with this one as well. So this doesn't go really long, and we just have 1 word here. If I delete that, so text balance, I'm gonna remove both of these just to see what's going to be difference. So do you see how it is not balanced? So user would read all of this and then just take a look at it here for 1 word. This is something I think really important to just keep in mind. It just change it a lot. So long story short, text balance, just make your text to be balanced so that it doesn't look too off. With this now we have handled the left hand side. The only thing we are missing is going to be these buttons, which we'll do. But first let's build the right hand side. So I'm just gonna put after this p, I'll say auth buttons goes here, and we're gonna do this in a second. But first let's just handle the right hand side, which is gonna have this flex of 1. Okay, we'll say relative class, and we'll say overflow should be hidden. So overflow hidden, justified to be centered, items centered, hidden, MD of flex, medium screens and above, that would be flex, but otherwise this is going to be hidden. This is what basically it says. On smaller screens, we are not going to see this horse image because this is where it is going to be coming, right? This is going to be self-closed, which is a next image. We'll say source. This is going to be under the public folder where we have horse-1.png. And I'll just say alt is going to be, let's say, horse, just like this. Then we're going to say fill, which is going to fill up the parent space. And to be able to make this work, you need to give the relative class to the parent. And I'll say class name. I'll just scroll a little bit, object, cover, and I'm gonna have what? Opacity of 90. And this would just change the, shining a little bit so it doesn't really look too off on the screen. And pointer events none, select none, and I'm just gonna say height is going to be full. Let's see the output we have. Maybe at this point we should refresh. Okay, there we go. So this is the image that we have. Now the only thing that we are missing is the auth buttons, as well as this, I'm not sure if you can see from the camera, but this noisy, what we call grainy background. Okay, for this I have prepared an image. So it is going to be this one, which is SVG, and we're going to create a class and use it. So under the app we have the globals.css. let's go at the very bottom and we're gonna add that class. I'm gonna call it as a background noise, and we'll just use that SVG as the background image. So here I'm just gonna go ahead and add only one style, which is background image. I'll say URL, go under the public folder where we have the noise.svg, just like this. And we're gonna take this class, right? We would like to use it under the hero section. Here I said we're gonna have one more class, and it was this one. Let's save, and in our demo application we should get the exact same, this noisy thing that we call. And it looks a bit weird from this one because, as I said, this is the dark mode and this is the light mode, but we're gonna make that look the same. And here we can see we are still in the light mode, but this color is still white and not black because we have added those text white classes. And now it is time to actually add those auth buttons and implement the maybe authentication. That's what I'm going to do. Under the hero section, we're gonna put the auth buttons here. I'll just say auth buttons, and this is the component that we'll create next. And for this, we're gonna go again under the auth screen because this is the only place that we'll be using these buttons. I'll say tsx and get the code for now, save, import it, and it should work now. We should be able to see something like auth buttons. There we go. Now for this, we're gonna be using kind. And maybe before we implement the logic, let's build the UI first. I'll just say this is gonna be a div with a couple of classes such as flex, gap of 3, flex of 1, so that it would just take the entire space. Medium screens and above, that would be flex row, and smaller screens, it would be flex column, so that they are in the vertical direction on mobile. And we'll be using a button, but this is not going to be a button like this from HTML. Like it's not going to be the normal button, but instead we'll be using a component from ShadCN. And this is how you would install any package. Oops, I'll just kill my left hand side. We'll say npx ShadCN-UI add latest and add. So this is always going to be the command prefix, then you would use the component name. So here we'd like to install the button. What it's going to do is going to go under the components folder, and it's going to create a UI folder, and inside is going to put the button component that you can really just see. You can change the variants, size, default variants, and just add anything that you would like to. So this makes it really to be, how do we call it? Like it's going to be reusable. And here, that's what we're going to say. We'll say you would like to get the button, and make sure you never get the from Radix UI, but under the components, you're getting that. Okay, we got the button, and I'll say this is just going to say sign up, and I will maybe duplicate this, selecting it, and just say login. And let's give the classes. So this is just gonna take flex, the width of full, maybe, oops, also this one. Width is going to be full. Now I'm gonna say this is going to take also the variant of outline so that they are not exactly the same. Okay, there we go. Now here we can see this, how do we call, like this blue is not the same as this one. This I think looks a little bit better, and it just matches with the blue that we have. That's why I'm gonna go ahead into the globals.css and change the primary color. Okay, so this is the primary color. I'm just gonna comment this out, and maybe I'll just say this was the default coming from ShadCN or ShadUI, and I'm gonna put mine below, which is going to be this one. Okay, this is the color that I came up with, and I'm gonna change the same thing or do the same thing for the dark mode as well. Comment this out and put mine, oops, like this. Okay, again, this was the default from ShadUI. Now if we save, hopefully it should change, and this is the color now we would like to have, just like in this one. So now when we click to this login button, it should take us actually to the authentication page, right? And this is what we're going to do. So we have the Google and email and password, if we don't have an account, we can go to the sign up page and put our information as well. So first, I'll just go to the actual demo application and I'll go into my Kind account. Now for this Kind authentication, there will be a link in the description. If you go with this, I would really appreciate it, and they would know that you're actually coming from my video and they could see the traffic and maybe sponsor me for the next video so that we could really build more tutorials like this in the future. I appreciate it if you go with the link, but if you don't really want to go with that, you can just type kind.com and get to this page. So I'll just go ahead and say start for free, and this is going to ask me to register, which I already have an account, but at this Google, how do you say, like at this Google window, I might not have. So I'll just say maybe only horse prod, because I already have one previously called only horse. That's why I'm just gonna say production, and I'll say Europe, which is the closest one to me, and I'll say next. It says okay, it cannot take these, so I'll just say only horse prod and all like without any spaces. Let's say next. This is gonna take a little bit of time, but it should take us to the dashboard where we can get our credentials. Okay, I'll just say I start a project from scratch and I want to go with Next.js. And here I'd like to add the Google authentication as well. Just feel free to use any of these. Here you can see it is really generous, gives you all these options, but I think these two are just fine for an application like this. Let's keep it simple and go with it. So we would like to connect to our Next.js code base. Let's say connect. They're gonna say first, just get this, import it. I'm gonna paste that to here so that it installs, and let's see what we're gonna do. So they say create a .env.local file. Now I'm gonna copy this, and instead of creating .env.local, what I'll be doing is to create the just .env. And the reason is we're going to be using Prisma later in the video, and it wants you to have .env and not .env.local. So that's just the only reason. And before I do anything else, this is my kind of like convention. If I just put .env, then I just had to go to the git ignore and then just add .env automatically just before I do anything else, so that I don't forget to kind of like commit this to GitHub, you know? So I'm gonna paste everything that I just got. We don't have a page called dashboard, so after user login, it's gonna redirect it to the dashboard, but I'm gonna just delete that so that it would take the user to the homepage. Other than this, everything is just things that we would like to expect. And here it says the last thing that you need is to create an API endpoint. Under the source, make sure you're under the app directory. Let me just zoom in, sorry about that. So app, API, and what I'm going to do actually just copy this entire route, and I'm going to go under the app. Okay, source, app, and click to new file. Okay, not folder, because if you paste a route like this, it's going to create the file and all the folders you would need. Okay, this is kind of like a pro tip. And not JS, that would be TS, because we're using TypeScript. And I'm going to copy the content, then just paste it, and I'll save. Now what this file does is basically it's going to create all the endpoints you would need, such as let's say API, auth, login, sign up, logout, you know, setup, everything for you. It's going to handle it. This is what it does, and this is really something we could appreciate. Without this, we need to do like bunch of hours of setup for the authentication, but here we just create this kind auth endpoint, which is dynamic. That's why it is this under the square brackets, and it's just going to handle everything for us. So get your .env variables, create the route, and there you go, you're good to go. Now let's test it out. I'll zoom out a little bit. Here it says get the login link and register link from these components. Okay, I'm gonna copy this first and let's test it out. We can close these files, and I'm gonna wrap this first. Let's import that. Okay, and I'm gonna wrap the button, let's say register link, just like this. If we wrap this, now this should take us to the sign up page, and I'm gonna do the same thing for this one. I'll say login link, and wrap this, and let's test it out. Now first we have this issue which is kind of getting small, and the only fix that we can do, or the only thing that we need, is just to say flex1 so that it would take the entire space. So I'll say, oops, class name of flex-1, it would give me the entire space. Now I can click to this, which is going to have a loading state, and let's fix it. Because if I just clicked that, here it loads, but we need to show some kind of spinner to user, or maybe disable the button. That's what I'm going to do at first. Here, to be able to use loading state, obviously we need to import useState, which is going to make this component to be used client. If you don't really add this, then this file is going to crash. So from the useState, we're going to take, let's say, loading and set loading. useState initially is going to be false, but when we click to this, I'll say on click, what do we want to do is just set the loading state, say set loading to be true. And I'm going to do the same thing, copy this, paste it up here, and while it is the loading state, we can just make these buttons to be disabled. So I'll say this would be disabled while the loading is true. Copy this, same thing to this one, and when you add the disable property to the button, you're going to see it's going to take this kind of like muted background. So now they are disabled, you can't really click it. But there we go. Now we have the create one page, which is register, and the login page. I'm going to go ahead and first sign up with my Google account. And you could also use your email as well. But there we go. Since I have only one Google account in this Chrome tab, it just logged me in immediately. And let's just make sure if we have the user, I'll go into the where it was, the page. So here we say user is dynamic. I'm sorry, it is hard-coded, but let's just make it dynamic. So I'll say get kind server session, which is gonna give us, let's say, const. This would return an object. That's why I'm gonna destructure it, and I'll say get user. And there are a bunch of other things such as access token, get flag, claim. There are things like is authenticated, but first I'll just get the, let's say, get user, just like this. And I'll just say user await get user. And to be able to use await, let's make it an async function. So there we go. Now user is here. I'll say console log the user. So since user is true, now we're gonna see the home screen and not the auth screen. So let's just double check that, and there we go. When I refresh, I have the home screen up here. And let's see the console. We should be able to see the user, where it just has a bunch of different information such as family name, given name, the picture, which is coming from my Google account, and all the other fields that I don't really provide. So yeah, later we're going to actually store them in the database so that we could know which user is which one. But for now, I'm really happy how authentication was easy. For now, we only had to just sign up to Kind with adding this .env variables and create the route, and there we go. This is the only thing that we need. Then we can use the user get in under the server session. We could use the auth buttons and all that. And here, by the way, if you just select your business in the Kind dashboard, you can see the total users that you have and monthly active users. Currently, we just have one user, and let's click to it, see who that is. It is me. It's just been created, and we can suspend the user or delete that, see the activity and the profile as well. And by the way, if you already have a Kind account, so how do you add another business? So you would click to this, say switch business, and let's say add business. Okay, I'll just say only horse prod 2, and so this could be the same, and just choose your I don't know, like the region, and say save. Then it's gonna ask you the question. Let's see, this takes a couple of seconds, but there we go. So this is what we have chosen. I'm gonna click to this, and let's see. Okay, so the exact same step. So I want to start a project from scratch, Next.js, and the exact same setup. I'm not going to do it, but we can just select everything that we have done so far. And now let's go back to the video. And this is going to wrap the hero section. So this section took a lot to just design, even though it was easy, but let's just start a little bit slowly. Then as we go through the course, we could actually speed up the process a little bit. So now we can also try to log out under the, let's see where we are in the home screen, just for testing purposes. I'll say maybe create this logout. I don't know, is it logout link? Yes, it is. I'll say logout. And if we click to this, it should hopefully log us out. Now here it says you need to, I think, we need to label this as use client to be able to use it. So use client. This is that error that tells you because it used React context. So if I say logout, on the left hand side right here, you can see it is going to send a request to API Auth logout. When I click to this, it is going to take a bit time, but there we go. Now user is logged out and we are in the home screen or Auth screen. So that's going to be it for the hero section. And next we'd like to add maybe light and dark mode. And of course, the mode toggler is going to be coming from ShadCN. So first, let's just go to the dark mode to just let our eyes to have a better time. I'll go ahead and just search for something like dark mode. And we're going to go with Next.js. Let's copy this. The very first thing we need to install is, let me just shrink this, open up new terminal. So the very first thing we need to install is Next themes. While this is being installed, let's see what we need to do. We need to create a provider and just get this code. I'm going to go ahead under the source. You could put it under the components, but I think I'll just put under the root. I'll say providers because we're going to have another provider as well. And later in the video, if we have more, we can put them under this folder. And I'll say theme provider.tsx. And maybe there are too much files open at the same time. First, I'll just close all of them. Okay, shrink this, paste it. So this is the very first thing that we need to do. Then it says wrap your root layout with this theme provider. I'm gonna go ahead and maybe just copy all this and make sure you're under the body. Okay, let me just zoom in case you don't see. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead under the layout. And by the way, this layout is going to be called for all of your pages because it is directly under the app folder. So this is the root layout, and this is the place where you'd like to put children, or let's say the components that you want to be global. So later we're going to add the footer under this component as well. So first I will paste what we have just got and make sure you're importing it from the providers, right? Then let's save. Also, there is something that they are doing. Let's copy this, put it under the HTML, and this is gonna just suppress the hydration warnings so that we don't really get those like annoying hydration warnings. This is not too much important for now, so let's paste it. And later in the video, let's say we're gonna put the footer component here, and that means this footer would be in all of our pages in our application, because as I said, this is the root layout. This would be shared amongst all of the pages that you would have under the app folder. Okay, with that, let's see the very last step, which is to add a mode toggle, right? If I click to this, it is in the dark mode. If I click to this, it's gonna go into light, and we have the system. And for my case, it is dark mode by default. I'll go ahead, copy the code, and create a folder or maybe just a file under the components. I think this is gonna be just a like common component that that's why I'll just put it under the root, and I'll say mode toggle.tsx and then just paste it. Let me just zoom out a little bit and kill this left hand side. So first we need to get the drop down menu. Let's see what that is. If you just search for it, drop down menu, you're gonna see it is this menu that we just got, and we would like to install it. Let's say get this command, paste it into our terminal, and as always, it is npx ShadCN UI latest add. So this is always the same. Then you put your drop down menu, and of course, if you're using Yarn or like MP. So how do we call PMPM? Then you can get those from here, or bun even, right? Now this has been installed. Let's test it out. I'm gonna first, for testing purposes, just put it in my page. Maybe up here. Let's just put it in the auth screen, okay? So here I'll just say mode toggle. Hopefully we should be able to see this in the home page. Where is it? Okay, there we go. We got this mode toggler. Currently it's in dark mode. We can go to the light and we can go to the system as well. What I would like to do for now, just be in the dark mode throughout the application. So I think dark mode is better. And for now, we're going to delete this. We're going to put that actually in the sidebar later in the video. Now below the hero section, let's see what we're going to build. We're going to build this today's highlight, and we're going to put this video, which is embedded, and it is high quality. Like it has this optimizations where it put this preview as you hover over it, and you can go to the full screen, pause it, change the like controls and all that jazz. And we're going to be using Cloudinary for this, and this is not sponsored, but I think it's really a great product that we could use. For this, under the hero section, first I'm going to create a div. I'll say class name, and maybe I should zoom in a little bit. Okay, kill the left hand side, and I'll just say margin bottom of 20, margin top of 12, and another div inside, which is going to have the class name of maximum width of 6x large, which is, let's see how many pixels. It's 1152 pixels at max. Okay, then we'll say mx to be auto so that it's being centered, padding x of 4. Then this is gonna have a p with bunch of classes again. So text of 3x large. As the screen gets larger, the text is going to get a little bit larger as well. So we'd like to say tracking tight, which is gonna change the letter spacing and make it a little bit tight. And I'll say margin top of 4, bottom of 8, and I'll say font semi-bold, and text would be centered. Just like this, we're gonna say today's, not like this. I'll just go here and I'll say today's. And now what I want to do here is create a component which is this underlined text, because we're going to be using this in multiple places, and I want to have this as a reusable component. Here we can see this is a different variation. Do we have any place? So not here, but trust me, in the dashboard, in the product page, we're going to use this a lot. That's why I'm going to go under the first components, and I'll say decorators. Okay, I hope I don't have any typos here, but decorators. The first one is underlined text.tsx, and we're gonna have another one, which is going to be this rotated text. And it is also reusable because here we have one above, and here as well, and some other places I think we're gonna use it as well. That's why this is the first thing that I want to do for the underlined text. Now this is going to be a span element, which is going to have a bunch of classes. So let's say class name, and here we want this to be dynamic. And the reason is you're going to see in a second, but first let's get this cn function that we have under the utils. This is something that ShadCN generated for us. So the first thing you pass is always going to be the default classes. So underline offset of, let's say 4, the decoration is going to be dashed, and we'll say decoration sky 400. And these are going to be the default classes that you would have on any underlying text, and you can just really change it, make it dynamic by passing the class name. And this is what we're going to do. So we will take the class name as a prop, and I will just say make the TypeScript a little bit happier. I'll say class name is going to take, and it's going to be type of string, and we're gonna put the children, obviously. So I'm gonna get the children as well, and I'll say children is going to be React node. Just like this, let's import the React node as well. Then we're just going to wrap this with the children. Okay, let's test it out and see what we're gonna get. So today's, let's say, highlight, and I'm going to wrap this with the underlined text component. So I'm going to import it and put this where it says highlight. Okay, just like this. I think it is happy with us. Class name is missing, so let's make this to be obviously optional. Maybe sometimes we don't really want to put any classes. We would like to use the default one. Let's save, and now this should be happy with us. And let's say today's highlight, and below this I'll have a span with an emoji, so you can really search for this. Maybe just get it from the GitHub repo, just like this. And I'll say class name, text of 2x large, medium, text 4x large, and margin left of 1. Let's save and see the output. So now there we go, we got the today's highlight, but this doesn't really look nice, right? Since these G's are a little bit, how do we say, like tall, we can't really see that decorator. That's why we are adding this class name actually. So I'm gonna say class name where we have the like offset, underline, offset. Normally it was 4, but now if I just say 8, this is going to adjust it just like this. But this is not enough, so I'm gonna make it to be, let's say, 12 pixels. So I'll say this is gonna be 12 pixels. And let's see if this is gonna work. And there we go, now it is working. And let's give a bit space here. To be able to do this, we can use the JavaScript space, just like this. And there we go. Now I would like to also make this to be decoration of wavy, okay? So that's what I'm gonna say. Decoration is gonna be wavy, just like this, because by default it is dashed. But since we have just override it, this is the output that we just have. I hope it makes sense. Now you are able to see how we can create reusable components and overwrite them with our class names because of this CN function that we are using. Whatever the children we pass, at this case it is highlight, is going to be put into that component, and it's just being rendered. Then now this is fine, but this should only be in the medium screens and above, okay? And normally I think the underline offset of 8 should be fine for small screens. Okay, just like this should be fine. Now the other thing, maybe below this p tag, we're gonna put the featured post, which is going to be that highlighted video. I will say first div, give the class name of flex of column, and I'll say gap of 10, margin top of 10. And we're gonna put the component, I'll say today's highlight. Okay, we're gonna create this. Actually, let's do it right now. Under the auth screen, maybe I can copy the name so that I could just save my time for 2 seconds and paste it. Let's import this as well. Okay, this is going to be today's highlight component, which is going to be a video. And for this, we're going to use Cloudinary. Let's go ahead and open up our dashboard. So go ahead and sign up for Cloudinary for free. No credit card required, and their free plan is pretty generous, and that's what I'm currently using. So it is pretty fine to use. The very first thing we would like to do is to go under the .env and then just paste this next public Cloudinary cloud name. So make sure you're just typing the exact same with me, no typos, no anything like that. Then go under the programmable media dashboard and get your cloud name. So I'm gonna paste it. Don't try to use mine because I'll just put the restrictions so you don't really can access my media, okay? So I'm gonna save, and the other thing we would like to do is install a package. So oops, not control B up here. Okay, I'll say npm install next-cloudinary and install it. Let's take a look at it. So next Cloudinary, it is this one, so you can get started with it. There are a bunch of components, really helpful. We're going to be using the upload widget later in the video, okay? So we can upload t-shirt images, posts, videos, and we'll be also using the video player, and this is the current one that we're going to use actually. Okay, so they say get this from Next Cloudinary, which is we already installed. I am gonna go into this file. in the first line, just get this, and we also need to get the styles. Okay, I'm gonna copy it and paste it, so make sure you do the same. Then I'm gonna have a couple of different classes, such as width is gonna be full in smaller screens, and medium and above, that would be, you know, I think third or fourth, this is I think how you call it, MX auto. Then what I'm going to do is to actually have the cloud video player. All right, just like this. Then I'm going to give a couple of properties, such as width of, I think I'm going to go with something like 960. Then height of, oops, sorry about this, height is going to be 540. You can leave it like this or put it under a string, it is the same thing. Then let's say class name of rounded empty, so that we can get a little bit border radius. And now we'd like to put the source, which is going to be the public ID for the video that we want to upload. So here I'm gonna go under the, I believe, media library. Okay, just click this, and here I have uploaded a bunch of different images previously in other tutorials. Okay, so if you don't have these, don't worry, you're gonna get these. Cloudinary gives these for testing purposes. And what I am going to do is actually upload this video that I have provided to you. So under the public videos, I will drag and drop this into this upload widget so that I can use it. So let me just drag and drop it just like this. It is going to take a bit time, but hopefully it should upload. Let's wait for it, and you can do the same thing. That's why I actually provide the video. Okay, it's processing, and okay, there we go. Now when we click to this, at this right hand side, this is the public ID that actually we can copy and paste it to the source. And once we do this, we should be able to see it in our UI. So today's highlight is here. It's gonna refresh. Here it says, okay, you need to add the use client because Cloud Video Player is using useref. So let's say use client so that it's being hydrated in the like client. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, there we go. So we got the video. Now, if we don't get this CSS, it is going to look horrible, really. Let's see. It just takes a bit time to refresh, but come on. Maybe I need to refresh it manually. Okay, there you go. So we got almost two different images. It's because one of them is the thumbnail. It has this, let me just click to one of them. So this is the video, this is the thumbnail. And if you like, do you see how it plays? Playback rate, descriptions. I don't know, this looks horrible really. That's why we need to put this CSS styles. And with this now, you should be able to have the exact same output, just like mine. The other thing we would like to add is going to be this grid, which is I called as masonry grid. This is how we call it. It's just not what I've said. This is not just what I'm saying, but basically it is the masonry grid component. I'm gonna create this so that our code look a little bit more clean. I'm gonna get that, and under the auth screen below the today's highlight, I think we're just gonna put it. But first, let's say div is going to have, let's give a bit space from the top, margin top of 24, and I'll give a p tag. This is gonna get a couple of different classes. Let's say text of 2x large and medium screens and above 5x large. Let's center the text. And also here's a quick pro tip that I could give. Now let's say we would like to get this tracking tied class. You don't really need to type this entirely. What you can do is just type a couple of different words in order. So I'll just put T, C, N, G, and maybe T. Okay, let's see what's going to happen. So I'll say, oops, so like tracking tight. And if I just click to control space, I can get these auto highlight, right? I'll say tighter is going to be, and that's what I actually do all the time. So I say underline offset, let's say 4, and it gives me already. And I think this just speed up the process a lot, so I wanted to share for a second. Then we got the font bold, and I'll say meet the stars of our family. Let's say stars of our, not maybe family, but let's say farm. And I'll make this to be uppercase as well. And there we go. Now I want this to be this rotated text. Again, this is going to be a self-made component or standalone. So I'll say rotated text.tsx, and I'll say RAFCE, get the code, and let's just try to build it. This is gonna look a little bit weird, but hopefully it shouldn't be really that hard to build. First, we're gonna wrap everything with a span, and we're gonna give the class name of relative so that we could use absolute, and white space of no wrap. And white space of no wrap. So we're gonna use relative so that the child or the children could have the absolute. I'll say span. Okay, this is the, I think it's gonna be self-closed, so I can delete this part. Oops, this is getting a bit annoying, but let's just close it like this. It's going to have the class name of absolute, background sky of 500, and we'll say minus left of 2. So it's going to take the 8 pixels to the left hand side to the parent, and we'll say minus top of 1, minus bottom of 1, minus right of 2. And as the screen gets larger, we're just going to change this style a little bit. So medium left of 3, just like this, and I'll give a bit space, and I'll say medium. Oops, so just make sure you're under the string. We just put the left minus 3, then we're going to put medium dash let's say top dash 0, and make sure you're putting this minus. I'm sorry, this looks really confusing, but we'll say medium minus bottom dash 0, medium dash, you know what, I'm just gonna go ahead, copy the remaining classes. It's super annoying, but there we go. So nothing too much important, and just get off. So we just have a bunch of classes that gives the absolute positioning, changes it depending on the viewport, okay, so that it is kind of like responsive, and we have this background sky of 500. This is only decorator. The screen readers doesn't need to see this on the screen. That's what I will say area hidden should be true. And this is one of the best practices that you could do as an HTML developer. So just say area hidden should be true for this kind of decorators. And lastly, we'll have the span that would actually hold the children, which is going to be the text, and we'll say class name relative text of neutral, just like this, not 15, no anything like that. And if you hover over this, can we get any classes? No, we can't, so I think we don't need this class, I just realized. And let's say uppercase. I'm gonna go ahead and just say get the children, which is gonna be children of React Node. Okay, just like this component is ready. As I said, this looks absolutely terrible in terms of class name, but it is nothing than a decorator that we just rotated to -1, which is 1 degree, and give the children and uppercase it. Hopefully it makes sense. Let's go ahead and wrap this with that component. I will say rotated text and paste it. Now this should be uppercased, and get that background so it looks awesome, just like this. And let's just make it to be like just shrink the screen, and here it is really responsive. There we can see. So these are the values that I just played around with it, and it just worked out. Or I even might get it from the internet online, right? Okay, but anyways, now we have the rotated text that has this under this p tag. Then we'd like to have the actually masonry grid. That's what we call it, with grid of images. They have spaced out correctly. Let's go into here, and we'll be writing a little bit of JavaScript logic, as well as a bunch of Tailwind CSS classes. First thing I'd like to give to this div is going to be the p of 5, and smaller screens and above, padding is going to be increasing a little bit, just like this. Then we're gonna have one more div, and now make sure we're adding the columns. So in the really smaller screens, it's gonna take the columns of 1, and as the screen gets larger, this is gonna be columns of 2, medium, I think columns of 3, and large, that could be columns of 4, just like this. And let's say gap of 5 as well. The last thing that we need is the insane class that we'll just have. So open up this square brackets, we're gonna have and I'll explain this, just please follow along. So greater div and I think colon, not let's say first dash child, and we're gonna go like outside of the square brackets, and I'll say margin top of 8. So what this going to do is just gonna give margin top of 22 pixels to all children's, but not the first one. This what does this mean basically? And this is gonna be a little bit more clear in a second. Please just follow along. Now we would like to render 15 different images in this grid layout. So what we can do is just say, you know, the bad practice, kind of the boring way of doing things. You would say source is going to be, you know, like the first image dot png, whatever the route is. Then just take this 15 times and update it to be 2, 3, 4. You got the point, which is really annoying and not really cool. Instead, we can make it to be kind of like programmatic or dynamic, right? I'll say, give me 15 array elements. So this is how we can do 15 array elements, and go above the array and just say map, where we'll just take the item that we don't really use it. So I'll just put underscore, which is the convention. If you don't use something, then you can just put underscore. Then we're gonna get the index so that we could use it as a key. We'll have the div, and let's give the key first to get this, get rid of this warning. And I'll say class name of, let's say, relative, overflow hidden, and lastly rounded of medium. Then this will actually take the image component itself, which is going to be self-closed. I'll say first source. Now what is going to be the source? It's actually under the public featured and featured 1 JPEG to all the way up to the 15. Okay, that's what we're gonna say. So this should be dynamic. I'll open up my backticks, and then I'll say slash featured. Now we are under the featured, right? Slash, and we'll just say i+1.jpg. So why it is +1 is because index starts from 0 and our images are starting from 1. So 0 plus 1 is going to be 1.jpg all the way to 15. And now we got the source. What we're gonna get also is going to be the class name, where we can just, I think for now, let's just say cursor is gonna be pointer, and alt, we could say featured, not post, but image, or let's say horse. Then I think we can give the width of 500 and height of 500 as well. Even though it's going to be dynamic, let's just make next image to be happy. Let's save, and we already imported this one. Let's test it out. So, okay, it just crashed. I have a typo, probably featured, and each image starts with, as we remember, with featured, right? That's what I'm gonna do. So under the featured folder, featured 1.jpg, 2.jpg, etc. Okay, let's see. For the first time, it's going to load a bit slow, but in the next time, it should be pretty quick, actually. Okay, there we go. Now, when we hover over this, we can get this cursor pointer, and we have this beautiful, how to say, like the masonry grid. And it is all because of this columns of 4, right, on the larger screens. And as we go smaller, they're going to go all the way down to 1. And this actually do a bit of the logic as well. The first child doesn't get any margin, right? But the other ones always get this margin top of 8, which is 32 pixels. and these are also don't get because they are under the same row, so they are being affected with it. And you can actually just see this if you say inspect. So I'll just zoom in a little bit so that you could see. I'll just select maybe this image, and I can go under the computed, make this a little bit larger, and I can see like the margin top. Where is it? Okay, I think I select the image. Okay, it shouldn't be the image, it should be this div itself. Okay, so this div doesn't have any margin top because it is the first children. But if we select this one, which is this div, I hope this doesn't get any annoying, but oops. Okay, so this is the div right here. You can see we are selecting the second one, and it has the margin top of 32 pixels. Let's select this one. This also has the div of margin top of 32 pixels, but the first one doesn't have. So this is how we can take a look at the computed values. So you can see like the font family, font size, and all that jazz. Okay, this is kind of like magic that really happens, but for those of you guys that want to see the explanation, I'm gonna go ahead and put that at the very bottom of the file. So basically the class applies a margin top of 32 pixels, all direct child div elements, except the first one. And this just ensures that we have this masonry grid layout. If you really want to take a look at the code, maybe pause the video, read this explanation. Here I just generated this with the ChatGPT and made sure this is correct. So yeah, this is really what we're doing. Now the interesting part is to actually have this kind of like zoomed in and like tracking our mouse effect. This is actually easier than you think. We're gonna go ahead and just create a couple of states, and that means this should be a use client component because we're gonna need obviously some like interactivity on the browser. So we'll say const hover index state and set hover index, and this is going to be use state. Initially it could be null, but now this would be actually number later, so we could just put this generic type and say this would be number or null. Initially it's going to be null, and we will need to we're gonna need to keep the mouse position. So I'll say mouse position and setter function. This is going to be x and y of 0 by default, and here if you just hover over this, TypeScript already knows this is going to take the x and y. But if you want to be consistent with the just like above, you can say this is going to take x, which is number, and same for the y, this is number as well. So even if you don't really put this generic, TypeScript knows about it, but if you want to be consistent, that's what I'd like to do for this file. I'm gonna leave it like that. Now, how do we check which image we are hovering? So this is the current hovered image. That's why we created the hover index state, and we need to keep track of the mouse position so that we could really move the image depending on it. So now my mouse is on the top left corner, right bottom corner, and etc. We're gonna go into the div of the image, which is the parent, and we have a couple of different props actually we got from React, which is on mouse enter. So whenever we mouse enter into this div, we will just update the hover index state. So I'll just click to this, and this is gonna tell us, we're gonna tell him to just say set hover index to be the current index. And when the mouse leave, right, when our mouse get out of this view, we'll just say set the hover index to be null. Then the important part is when we move our mouse. So on mouse move, this is the property that we can get. We're gonna just get the event first, then we're gonna call a function called handle mouse move. We're gonna pass the event into it, but also we need to tell React which image that we are hovering on. So we are gonna put the index. So this is gonna make a lot of sense in a second. For now, just please follow along with me. We will say create this function, which is handle mouse move, and we're gonna get the event at first. This is mouse event, which is happening on a div element, right? This is why we've just put this generic, and index is going to be the number, type of number. And now I think I'm just gonna shut off the copilot here. It just gets a little bit annoying. I'll say disable completions. So disable completions for TypeScript as well. Okay, now let's just try to type it, and I'll explain once we complete this function. First, I'll say if the hover index is equal to the current index that we just passed in into this function. And I'd like to just maybe call it as index. Okay, just like that. And if this is the case, we're gonna just do some calculations. I'll say const rect, which stands for rectangular, and I'll say event.target. This is going to be the div element. So I'll say just typecast this with HTML div element, just like this, and wrap it with parentheses. So this is just TypeScript thing that we have just added, and we're gonna call this method called get bounding client rect. Then this is going to now return under the rect. We have things like rect top, right? We have rect bottom, rect left, right, width, and height as well. So width and height. So we're going to be using, I think, a bunch of them. And let's say const x. We'll just first get the, I'm going to open up two different parentheses, e.client x, and we'll say minus, oops, that should be inside, rect dot left, and we're going to divide it with the rect dot width, and finally just multiply it by 100 so that we can get it in the pixels. And again, I'll explain, just please just wait for a second as well. Now we would like to calculate the y position of the mouse. I'll say client y, which is going to be from the top, not the left, and I will draw a diagram in a second, and we'll say height, just like this. And these values are going to be actually the mouse position. So I can say set mouse position, and x is going to be this x value that we just got, and y value is going to be this y value that we just got, right? And since they are the same, I can just shorten it like this and give a little bit space. Okay, now let's try to explain what is going on this file. So I just put the code above and the demo application down here, and let me just try to visualize. So let's say my mouse is standing right here, and what is going to happen in the current implementation? First, we just say get this rect object, which is event.target.bounding client rect. So this is going to give us the left property on the rect, the width, height, and top. So what is this left and top is all about? So since this is the event.target, right, this div element, okay, this parent that you can see here, the left is going to be how far it is from the left hand side of our screen, from the viewport. And this is going to be the top distance. Okay, we got the left and we got the top. Now it's going to also give us the width and height. So let's say this is the width of this element and this is the height of this. Now we got all these values just by getting this rect. Now we need to find the position, x position of the mouse and y position of the mouse as well. We just extract them from these values, and for the x we say rect.width because we need to find the x position. For the y we need to use the height, and finally we just multiply them with 100. So this is getting a little bit messy, but we are doing multiplication with 100 so that we can really get values in percentages, and we're going to use those values to be able to get this like effect. So I know this looks a little bit complicated if you have never used it. This is insane, and please don't get mad at me. This is just a little bit of, you know, just to have some transition, some animation on the screen. If you don't understand it fully, that's fine. This is low implementation detail, but as I said, nothing complex than getting some calculations. The left, top, width, and height, depending on that, move this image as the mouse moves. I hope that makes sense, and maybe you could really take a look at the code after completing this video. For now, let's just continue. So under the image, we need to use this mouse position. We never used it. First, I will say hover state. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I'll say hover scale of, let's say, dash 150. This would make it 1.5 bigger when you scale when you hover over it. I'm sorry. Then what we're gonna say is to give some transition of transform, just like this, and let's give a bit duration of 500. Then we can give the effect, so ease in out. I think that would work. Then that's gonna be it for the classes. When we give this style, actually this is gonna be where we use the dynamic values. So style, open up an object, we will say transform origin, and this should be in backticks because we're gonna be using this mouse position dot x percent space, then same thing for mouse position dot y percent. So hopefully this should work now, where whenever we whenever we move our mouse, we're gonna call this function, do the calculation, set the state with it, and we can really change the transform origin of the image so that we could get this beautiful effect. Okay, just like this. And this is the zoomed image effect, and later we're going to create a component so that it could be reusable, and we're going to use it in multiple places. So in products, obviously that's going to be the main place, but yeah, it's going to be like absolutely reusable. This is the masonry grid. I think this is so far the most complicated component that we have created, but yeah, at least that works. If you're wondering, definitely check out this code after the tutorial. So sorry about that if I couldn't explain it 100%, but this is something complicated. I don't really know how to explain it in a better way. Then we're gonna go and create our features component. So let's say features and just open this up. Let's see what we're gonna get. So this is the component that we would like to build now. So now for each feature, we have this GIF, and this is something that I have already provided. And we have this badges, okay? This, we could maybe put them in an array, and these title and description also in an array. That's what I'm going to do actually. Let me create this features under the auth screen. I'll say features.tsx, and it's getting a bit annoying. Let me just close all these. First, I'll get this function, okay, import it and close all these files. And here is a shortcut. I'll say Control K and W. There we go, all have been closed. I'll go under the features and try to build this component. Now, before we do anything else, as I said, we're gonna store some values in arrays, okay, in an array. For this, you can grab this from the GitHub repo. I will provide this to you. So it doesn't really make any sense to write this from scratch. We have our features with an interface that says each feature is going to have a title, description, and an image. Each image is under the GIFs. So under the public, under the GIFs, GIF 1, 2, and 3. This is what we're doing. And we just got the feature list so that we could use those badges. So all these are called as a badge. This is something that we could see from the documentation. And let's copy this so that we could really import it while writing this component. Okay, just gonna install it. I'll just shrink it, and let's just give our classes. So the very first thing I'm gonna do is, this is gonna be a section, and I'll say class name of container padding y of 24, and as the screen gets a little bit larger, we could increment the padding y and space y of 8, not 9, but 8. Then we'll have an h2 that says many, and we're going to be using underlined text. We'll say many only horse features, and I'll be using an horse icon or emoji. Please feel free to get that from the GitHub repo under this current file that we are in. And I'll give a couple of classes to this h2. Let's say text would be 3x large by default, and larger screens and above, text is gonna go 4x large, and font of bold. And when the medium screens we hit that, text should be, let's say, centered. And if you save, you're gonna see that decorator. Let's see the text. Okay, it's been dashed. This is the default what we have, right? By default, the offset is 4, and this doesn't really look nice. You know why? This letter Y is overlapping it. What we can do is just increment the offset. I'll say class name underline offset and get the 8 maybe. So there we go. This looks a little bit better. Then we would like to put our badges. Under the h2, I'll just have a div with class name of flex wrap, so that when the screen gets smaller, it doesn't look really weird. It's gonna wrap. So justify centered gap of 4. Then we will have the mapping through the features list. So I will just say feature list.map, and I'll get each feature, and for this we would like to return something, and that's going to be a div where we can give the key to be feature itself because it's going to be unique, obviously. Then we got the badge component. Make sure you are importing it from the components, not Redux UI. Okay, components, get that, and we will just put the feature into it. Then I'll say class name text of small, and variant, we could say this is going to be secondary. If we save, let's see what we're gonna get. There we go, we got all these, but I think this should be, you know, rounded full, just like this. Oh, okay, it is already like that. Maybe we are zooming in a little bit. No, it isn't. So I'll say text small, maybe rounded full. Okay, this is what it looks like. Then under the badge, under this, all these div elements. So under this div, right after the badges, we're gonna go ahead and just create another div, which is gonna be grid. So I'll say grid medium, grid columns of 2, right? And as the screen gets larger, we'll say grid columns of 3. Then gap of, I don't know, let's say 8. Then we will say features, if I can type, dot map. I'll give a little bit space, sorry. Then we're gonna get the each feature, right? I'm gonna for now just put that in this like brace curly, just parentheses. I'm sorry, I can't talk for some reason, super annoying. But let's get the card. We need to import the card component. I'm gonna just put arrow key down or arrow key, and I'll say import the card from ShadCN. This is gonna get that, and a card is basically a card component that gives you beautiful borders, rounded corners. So it is really what this all about, right? So it has card header, card content, and footer. We're gonna be using, I think, all of them in this tutorial, but for now, let's get the card from the components. Okay, we're gonna put the key to be the title. So each feature has what? Title, description, and image. There you can see. That's what I'm going to do. I'll say just destructure me the title, let's say description and image. And TypeScript is, you know, kind of intelligent here. He can understand that we have these values because we are giving the props to these features. There we go. Now I'll just put the title, and with some class names, I'll say flex column, and in the card we will have the card header component. So card header imported from the components, which is gonna take the card title. So again, these are everything that I'm just looking at from the documentation when building these applications. So if you wonder this is getting a bit annoying or I don't know, like complex, it's not really. Just taking a look at from the documentation is just all it takes. Then card content, just like this, and we're gonna put the description into here, and maybe I could open up the Copilot to help me out a little bit because I am super slow typer, which sucks, but okay, I'll just put the description in the card content, and lastly we'll have the card footer just like this, which is going to include the image itself. But I want to give the class name of margin top of auto, And in the source, I will say this is gonna take the image, just like this. This image is coming from as a prop, just remember that. And alt, I could just say, I don't know, feature item. And for the class name, I'll say rounded. Width is going to be kind of like the specific value, 250 pixels. Height of 32 large screens and above. We're going to just increment the width a little bit to 300 pixels. And MX is going to be auto to center it, select none, and pointer events none, so that user can't really select it. So I believe with this should be features features component. So this is just working as expected, right? We got our badges, we got, underlying text. And as always, if you really want to change it, what you would do, you already know the drill. You would go just say decoration is going to be wavy, save it, and there we go, it's been updated. But obviously I want to go with the dashed, just to have this kind of mixed. So some places wavy, some places just dashed. But anyways, the next step for us gonna be to add why choose us component. So I'll just take 5 minutes break and come back to the video. Okay, I just come back and let's see how we can build something similar to this one, where it has 2 different rows. When we hover over it, it stops and it just looks really smooth. This feels like a magic, so I'll just go ahead and just say magic UI. Oh, okay, I got a result. Let me just click to it. And I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the components, what they are offering. So this didn't load. Okay, I'll just click to it. Oh, there we go. We have marquee component that just looks the exact same thing to this one. So why do I need to build something like this when somebody already built it for me and written a documentation? So this is exactly how I think when it comes to building applications fast. This is kind of like the mentality I believe we should have if we want to build applications faster. So this is what I'm going to do. And while I was building this application for the first time, I did the exact same thing. Just copied the code from the documentation and pasted it so that I could have this immediately. As if like if I were to build my own application, my own SaaS, I would really do the same thing. Just get the pre-made components so that I don't really waste time on UI. Rather, I can just focus on the, let's say, the logic. How do I implement payments? How do subscribe user to my platform? How do I do the marketing? So that's the reason we're just gonna copy and paste the code and not really think about it too much. So first it says go under the Tailwind config file and add these animations. So I'm gonna copy this and go into my Tailwind config file, which is TS in our case. Let me just find the animations. Okay, animation, just put it, and you can put the comment here and just say magic UI. So maybe you forgot that later, just a note for you. Then under the keyframes, we're gonna take this marquee and marquee vertical. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that. Under the keyframes, I'll just put it here. And again, I'll just say these are coming from Magic UI. Okay, just like this, that was the first step. The other one is to create a marquee.tsx file, which is this code. And I'll go ahead, create it under my components. Let's go here, components, and I'll say magic UI dot, okay, just magic UI. This is the folder name, sorry. And I'll say marquee.tsx and paste the code that I just got. So this is going to be used under the hood in a second. And this is all the installation setup we need to do. We would like to get this one, and they already provided the code for us. I'll copy this and I am gonna create testimonials component under the auth screen because this is the only place that we're using it. So auth, I'm sorry, not auth, it is testimonials.tsx. I'll paste the code and I'll say export default, not marquee demo, but I'll say Control D to select both of them, and I'll say testimonials. Okay, let's save, and we're gonna go into the Auth screen. Below the features, I'll say testimonials, and hopefully this should work just like in the documentation. So there we go. This is the exact same output that we'd like to get. But now these reviews are not really the ones that I'd like to use. So there isn't anything called horse, which is our platform is all about. So in the demo application, we can see the horse care tips are incredible, incredibly helpful, the exclusive footage, etc. So I have prepared all of them for you. We are going to go under the testimonials and replace this reviews. So just go ahead and delete that. This is what I'm going to do. And in the testimonials component, you're going to get the same kind of array from the GitHub repo. This is currently what I am doing. So I just got that. I'm going to paste. We have 6 different reviews. You can change it, maybe like increment it, whatever you do. We got the reviews. And now I would like to give a title so that I can just put why choose us and this description. That's why I'm going to go ahead under this testimonials and just wrap it with a div. So this is going to be the parent div. I'm going to just cut this part for a second and wrap everything with it. Then here I'll say class name, margin top of 12. Then I will give this h1. Maybe at this point I could really copy and paste it because this is something that we have done millions of times at this point. Just h1 that has the how do we say, like font size is updating as screens gets larger. It is being centered, letter spacing is a little bit tighter, and font is bold. And we're using rotated text just like this. And we have a p tag which has this text muted foreground class so that it is a little bit muted. In our application, there we go. This is the exact same output that we have. Now we're going to change this background to look like this in a couple of minutes. But now I hope you're able to see how these kind of pre-made components, these libraries, make the development process super fun and incredibly fast. This is what I generally do as well. So if there is something already built, I don't really try to build it from scratch. Like sometimes, of course, you would like to do like, you wonder how do I build this kind of components. But other than that, if you really want to ship your SaaS fast, then I think you can go with these pre-made libraries. And nowadays, ship fast is kind of the like the new normal. How do we call it? But anyways, we got the magic UI out of the box. Right off the bat, it is working. Now, the other thing, let's see what's going to be. We're gonna build the pricing section. So again, this looks kind of like, not magic, but kind of like a pretty cool component. It gives us this animated background. I'm not really sure if you're able to see it, but I'll refresh. So here you can see like it just gets smooth animation, and while recording it might not be clear, but I definitely can see that. So again, I will provide you a resource that you could use after completing this tutorial as well, which is ShadCN. So I don't know how you read it, how you pronounce it, but basically visit this website, which is ShadCN. So let me just type it if you can't really see that. It is this website. Basically, this is URL. You would go and just say ShadCN pricing page, and I'll just leave it maybe here so that you could use it. So yeah, so what I have done to be able to get this output, I first select the theme. I'm gonna go ahead and choose this one. There we go. This is what I have used, and we can really do a bunch of different things. So here I'll update the banner text, which is save 25% on all plans for a limited time. If we paste that, there we go, it's been updated. And we can put really anything here. Let's say we strive to provide just some random stuff that you could add it. I'm not gonna add for this page. And let's say we would like to add one more option, which is lifetime. And now we can really switch between those. What we can do for this is not free. Let's say this is going to be premium, and this is what we have, and included features as well. Okay, so let's paste it, get access to our exclusive content, and let's get those values, paste those, and it just updates the UI. Now the interesting part is you can copy the code in ShadCN, right? It just gives you, and everything works out of the box with Next.js and ShadCN. This is really something that I liked, and I think I would be using this whenever I need this kind of component. So here we can include the second tier, the third one, which would be the highlighted. In this case, we're gonna go with these two. And now at this point, while you're watching this video, maybe this website is just down, or let's say this is paid, or they just shut it down, it doesn't work. For that reason, you can just copy the code and paste it that I will provide you, so that you and me could have the exact same output just like this one. But if you want to change the theme, if this website is working while you're watching this video, you can definitely just do so and just play around with it, change the text and anything like that. So this is what I'm going to do. First, if we take a look at the code, it gives us the pricing module.css and as well as a component page.tsx. This is what I'm going to do. First, close all these files. Under the source, under the maybe components, I will just put some styles. So I'll say styles, and just they have done in the their website, I'll say pricing.module.css, and I'll go ahead and create under the auth screen, or maybe not in the auth screen, because this is going to be a component that we'll be using in other places as well. That's why I'll just say pricing.tsx. And as I said, this might be changed while you're watching the video. That's why I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste it. So into this component, almost 200 lines of code. So if you want to get this, I will paste it again. Okay, I'll just say starter code for you guys to get started while following along. So just to make sure, this is the code that you would like to get, and I'm gonna go ahead first, so uncomment this. Okay, I know this is super large, but you can copy this and paste it just like me, and I'll do the same thing for the styles. So for this pricing module.css, I will copy it and paste it. So this will I'm never gonna change this file, so you can get that. Okay, we're gonna go here and we need to get these components from ShadUI. I will say npx ShadCN at latest, add not card but label like this. And if you want to import multiple at the same time, then you can just give it a bit space and say the radio group. Okay, I'll say radio dash group component, and let's give it a little bit time so that it would install it. So installing label as well as the radio group is going to handle it. Then let's just take a look at the code, what is going on here. So they have created some interfaces for us for the pricing tier frequency and the pricing tier itself, some frequencies that has the monthly and annually, so that we could really switch between those tabs. Then we have tiers array, which we only have one, but it's fine to just keep it under this array. So price normally is $89 and $999, but we have currently a discount price. That's why this is the discount for the first one, right? Then this is for the second one for the annual plan. Then we have the description, the features, and the CTA, so call to action. And so these are the things, monthly URL and yearly URL. These are the things that we will implement when we come into the Stripe section. So just trust me, I'll just say to-dos, explain this part when we go, let's say when we implement Stripe payments, or let's say subscriptions. Okay, so this is something that I will explain when we come to that part where we're going to create these environment variables for monthly and yearly. This is the test mode and this is the live mode when we go into the production. But for now, please don't worry about this at all. So just leave it like that. We're going to explain this absolutely later in the video. Then this is the check icon that website is generated for us, and we're extracting the monthly URL, yearly URL, the banner text, all that thing from these states that we have created. And lastly, we have a function that would store the Stripe URL to the local storage. But as I said, this is not really important for now. We will explain that later, really later in the video when we come into the subscription part. And yeah, with this, I think let's just save and see the output. I will first go into the auth screen, and below the testimonials, I'll say, give me the, so how do we call it? The pricing component. Let's save. This is just something that we have copied and pasted, but hopefully it should work. It's gonna take a bit time. Let's say, or let's see. This is the video that we're gonna get in a second. Okay. Then we have the pricing section, and background has changed because of that styles, right? And if we click to this, we go this page, we click to this, we go here. And if we click to this, we're gonna go to the auth page. Just take a look at this left-hand side. When I hover over it, it just takes us to the kind login endpoint, right? I'll click to it. So it just takes us to the login page. This is important. Later, we're going to implement the subscriptions, and we'll get to that part. Okay, I hope you are able to see this beauty of this website as well. So it just gives us the styles where we are importing it, and having this generated completely just from a button. We put as much as plans as we want, but I think at this point 2 is just enough, monthly and annually. Then you could add different cards, highlight them, maybe just say like disable. It's gonna say this is sold out. So really great product or platform that you could use later in your projects. Okay, these are the things that I wanted to highlight. And the very last thing we need to do is adding this dedicated crew section, which we can do pretty quickly. This is pretty basic component. I will go into the, again, the auth screen. I'll just say I would like to have another component called team. Let's go ahead and create it. Okay, just like that, I have initialized it. I'd like to import it. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. Sorry. I'll just have the team, import that. Okay, I'm gonna shrink this and go under the team and implement the logic. So there isn't any logic at all, to be honest. This is just markup. And for team list, right, we are gonna have 4 different dedicated crew, right? So Sarah, James, Emily, and Michael. So what we're gonna do is just paste this array. Again, you can grab it from the GitHub repo. So I don't want to type this all from scratch. It's really boring. We just have the team list, 4 different users with this props. So image URL name, position, and description. And let's just type the markup for this very last section. So let's say this is gonna be the section, which is gonna have the class name of container, padding Y of 24, and as the screen gas to small screens and above, the padding Y is going to increase a little bit. So again, this is something that we have done previously. That's why I'm going to just speed up the process a little bit, where we have H2 that says our like dedicated crew, and we're using rotated text with a p tag below it that has text muted foreground that says meet the team that makes our form a special and that kind of jazz. I'll say give me a div that has the class name of grid. So first it's gonna have medium screens and above, grid columns of 2, and larger screens and above, this could have grid cols 4, just like this, gap of 8, but specifically on the y-axis, not pay, but gap y of, I don't know, like 10. Okay, I have typo, but that's fine. So we have gap y of 10. Then we are gonna go ahead, map through our team list. Now for each team member, we can get the index where we don't really need it. So I will close this off and just return this part. Okay, this is how it looks if it gets annoying. So team list.map and call the function get each team member where we can actually destructure it. So we can get the description, image URL, name, and position, and TypeScript helps us at this point. We are gonna return a card for each of them. Okay, I just import the card, and let's make sure it is coming from add components and not Redux UI. Okay, so key, we can give the, I don't know, the name. This would be, I believe, unique. Then bunch of classes. I'll say background muted /50. So change the opacity a little bit. Relative, margin top of 7, flex column, justify to be centered, as well as items to be centered, just like this. And card is gonna have the card header component, just like this. Let's import it from components from ShadUI. It's gonna have an image in it. So this image is going to be this dynamic image URL, wherever this coming from, which is our array, right? I'll say image URL, let's say, I don't know, like let's say person, or let's say team member. Then we're gonna give a bunch of classes to this one, margin Y of 8, flex, justify to be centered, items to be centered, and margin, padding bottom of 2. And for the image, we're gonna make it to be absolutely positioned. I'll say class name. So class name is gonna be absolute. Let's get auto import. So minus top 12 and rounded full, so that it is a circle, just like this, width of 24. Okay, I'm having too much issue by typing, but I'll say aspect would be square. Sorry, I'm just typing really slow, but it's gonna get better as we progress. But anyways, so we got the image. Now it is time to get the card title, just like this. Okay, so you know what, it's getting a little bit too much slow for me. That's why I'm gonna copy and paste and try to explain. We have card title and description, where we have the text center and text primary, where we render the name and position. So below the card header, we're gonna have the card content, which is gonna just basically put the description. So let's import that as well from the components. So there we go. Now let's try to see. We should be able to get the cards for each of them. Okay, so I just had to cut the video here because there were some background noise, so sorry about that. Just know that we were here. We just completed the dedicated crew section, which is the team component. Now it is time to build the footer for this page and just call it a day for this auth screen. This is what I'm going to do, is go under the app, under the components, create this footer.tsx. I am putting it under components is because this is something that we'll be using in all pages. Okay, so what does that mean? It means that we need to go under the layout and put it into this root layout. So below the children, I'll say give me the footer component so that I could really render it in all pages, because this is the root layout that would be so how do we call it, would be implemented to all pages. And with this, now we have the footer, which looks really boring. Let's go ahead and fix it. I'm gonna paste 30 lines of code. You can grab it from the GitHub link. So this is nothing special. It just has your name and your GitHub repo, and this has the border top. So go ahead and get that. You can put your name, link to your Twitter or GitHub account, as well as the source code, and that would be an awesome project for your resume. Now, this is the auth screen that we have built completely. Let's see if this is responsive or not. I will go ahead into this responsive place. And by the way, we have a couple of warnings. These are just coming because we are in the development. We're not going to see that in the production. Okay, so let's test it out. And let's try to go section by section. So if we just shrink this, at some point image will be invisible and this would be looking responsive, right? Up until here, which is one of the smallest fonts. Then let's take a look at the next section, which is this one. So this is always responsive. Okay, there we go. Then this grid is also responsive. So it is now 3 columns. So here it is 4, right? Then here it's going to be 2 and 1. So I'll just go ahead, scroll this to the very bottom. Okay, we got the features. Again, this is responsive up until here. Okay, this is super annoying, but there we go. We have the features being stacked up. And what do we have? The why choose us testimonials, the pricing section where we can switch the plans, and we have the dedicated crew, right? For each card, it is responsive. What is going on here? Okay, and at the very bottom, we have the footer. Next, we're gonna build the homepage and that kind of maybe designing part. Then later, it's gonna be super fun. I know currently it might be a little bit boring because we're just not adding any functionality other than design. So later it's going to be super fun because we're going to add Stripe payments. We're going to use Prisma to connect our database, and which is going to be a Postgres hosted DB. And we're going to use Cloudinary to be able to upload images, videos dynamically, and so much other things. So with that, let's just take a little bit of break and just come back to the video in the next section. Okay, so after a quick break, let's continue building. So what I have done off camera, just close the tabs that we're not using. I just left the demo application, the current one that we are building, and the documentations are just open because we'll be using them. So this is what we have done so far. Let's quickly reiterate. This was the hero section. We even implemented the authentication with kind. So we are missing a one space here, which I'll add in a second. Then we have implemented this embedded video, which is coming from Cloudinary. It is super optimized. We can see the thumbnails as we just forward the video. And we have implemented this beautiful, so to say, masonry grid that has this beautiful animation. Then we have implemented this feature section, which I think it is pretty creative because we are using GIFs. And we have added this marquee component from Magic UI. And lastly, we have added pricing section, which is monthly and annually. And the very last thing we have added was the theme section, and then we added the footer below that. So this is what we have done so far. And as I said, I just want to first fix this small issue that we have under the hero section. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually close everything. It was in the Auth screen, I believe. In the hero section, let's see, it must be which one. And also let me just maybe shrink this left hand side. So it was not others. Let's find it. It must be this one. Not maybe we could just put a space with a JavaScript. So you would open up curly braces and just leave these codes and a space. Let's see if this is gonna fix it or not. And there we go. Now we have just one space. So why didn't I put this space here and not here? So if I just put that, because this is going to take a little bit more space in this container, right? So this is not I want to do. That's why I'll just Control Z to this and just have this space up here. So I will just save this file. Okay, we just added a space here and I'm going to save this. Hopefully this should fix it. There we go. Now one more thing that I have is just a typo. I'll go ahead into the source. Let's see where it was under the components. So I just have double D here. Probably you don't because I might be editing that part and just telling you this is a typo, right? I'll go ahead and just say mode toggle and let's see. I'll just say yes, update the imports. It should update this part even though we are not using it in the Auth screen. So okay. With that, I think we are ready to build the homepage. There is one issue that we're gonna see. So let's first go into the home and home screen. I'll just say, okay, we have the logout button. I'll go ahead and try to first log in. And remember, this is the application that we are currently building. And I'll say just continue with my Google account, which should immediately take me to the page. Now, do you see how we have this problem of the footer takes the entire page? So we need to fix this, and this is the place where it is happening. Is going to be the layout. So I'll just shut this left hand side. So the reason is like we have the children and then the footer below it, but this footer, it just takes the entire space because this footer element doesn't have any specific height. Let's delete the space by the way. And for this, how we can fix it? So I'm gonna delete the children and footer at first. Then I'll say I'd like to have a div that would take the entire screen. I'll say class name height of screen. Then I'll say flex and flex column, so that everything that I put inside would be stacked vertically. Then I'll just put the children first and the footer. Now I'm gonna say, hey children, you're gonna be taking the entire height. So I'm gonna cut this, put it into a div, right? Just like this. And to make this happen, so I'll say you should take the entire space. Since we're using flex, I'll just say flex 1. Okay, so this is gonna basically say, hey, you're taking the entire space because you has the flex 1, and this is gonna take the remaining space. Let's see if this is gonna work or not, and there we go. I'll just zoom out, so we are in the normal level. This is the height of the footer that it should take. Now we have the logout button. If we click that, it should log us out. Let's just test it out, and there we go. Now I'm gonna go ahead and log in, and we're gonna start building the homepage. Now there is one thing that I want to mention is that like in the homepage and in all of the other pages, we have this kind of like base layout. So what does that mean? This is the homepage, okay? This is what we're gonna build. In the base layout, we always have the sidebar on the left, then the content of the page, then this recommended products. Now let's see the other page. Again, this is using the base layout. So always it is gonna have the sidebar on the left, the main content, this is the merge page, then but here we don't really have the recommended products. Okay, so let's see, in the purchase success page, we have the sidebar on the left, the content of the page, and recommended products. Okay, strange. So in the pricing page, we don't again, we don't have this part, but again, sidebar and like the base layout component. And also in the I'll go into the admin dashboard. We have sidebar, we just get the point. We always have the sidebar, children, and then the maybe this optional recommended products. So how are we gonna make this to be this kind of dynamic where user can search or user can decide if it's gonna have the recommended products or not? So that's why we're gonna use this base layout that I have just mentioned. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and under my components, let's first close everything. Under the components, I'll just put the base layout.tsx. So this is gonna be the component where we'll just put that sidebar, the recommended products, and the children. First, I will save, and we're gonna go into the home screen, and I am getting this palette with Control E. So you can get the exact same thing and then just start typing the file name. I'll say home screen. Now we have the logout. This is not what we would like to see. I'll delete the use client probably from here as well. And we will say, I would like this page to be wrapped with base layout. Let's import it and make sure you close that off just like this. Then we can just put something like the, let's say, home screen content. Okay, I'll save this. And let's go here. Let's say this is gonna take the children, which is React node. So let's make TypeScript know about this. I'll say React node. There we go. And here, what I'm going to do is the content of the base layout. I'll say first we'll have the sidebar. Okay, let's give this also a class name of flex so that they are side by side. Maybe we could give a gap of 10 as well. So we'll have the sidebar first. Then let's just make this to be under a p tag. Okay, so we have the sidebar on the left. Then we will have the children, let's say. Then we will have, let's say, suggested products. Okay, I have a typo, but that's not really important. Let's go ahead and test it out. So there we go. Now we are in the home page that has the sidebar, home screen content, and then the suggested products. But as we have seen in some pages, we don't really have the recommended products. So in the home page we have, in the merge don't, in the purchase success we have, and not in these pages. So how are we going to make this to be dynamic? Basically using a prop. I'll just come here and I'll just say render right panel is going to be false. I don't really want to see the right panel. And this is a prop that we are accepting in the base layout. I'll go ahead and paste it. And if this is not being passed, then we could say just render the right panel. Okay, this is the default value that we could give. And I'll say this is going to take the children as well as the render right panel, which is Boolean, either true or false. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this for a second, wrap it with, if we are rendering the right panel, then just show the, let's say, suggested products. Again, I have typo, but that's fine. Let's save. So, okay, since I've just said I don't want to see the right panel, it is false, we don't really get that. But if I delete this, or if I just say true, which is by default, then I'll be able to see these suggested products. This is the like rough idea behind this, and we're gonna be making this look a lot better. We're gonna start with the sidebar and then the page content, whatever that is. So in this case, we're building the homepage. It is gonna have this user profile header, right, with the cover image and user information, then the posts. Then we'll build the recommended products. Okay, so we have the idea how we're gonna build it. So it is time to go and build, I think, the sidebar first. And just before we forget, let's just make this to be optional so that if we don't really pass it, it is gonna be true by default. So here, if I just delete that, I'm not gonna get any TypeScript errors because it is optional. And if I go here and refresh, I should have this already because by default it is true. Okay, let's go under the base layout. Now this base layout could be a place where we could just check for the authenticated users. How can we do this? Let's first just say const. We're going to destructure something. So I'll just open up the object and we'll just say get kind server session. And we're using this function is because we are under a server component, which is by default, every component in Next.js 14 is a server component, unless you put use client at the top. Okay, if you put use client, then this would be hydrated on the client, and that would be client component. So when do you want to use client component, and when do you want to use the, let's say, server component? So basically, you would like to use client components when you need to have some how do you say, like interactions, such as use effect, use state, on click, you know, on submit form submissions, that kind of thing. But when it comes to the server components, it's going to be things like when you would like to communicate with your database, where you'd like to fetch data, and where you'd like to consume your environment variables and that kind of thing. So it's going to be really clear as we progress with this app. So currently all we have done is just building UI, which is, I think, something also important because you are just seeing all the resources that we're using that you could use in your projects later. Okay, with that in mind, so enough talk, let's get the is authenticated from kind, and here is how we can check for it. I'll say if, since this is going to take a bit time, we need to use await. So I'll say await is authenticated, okay? If it is false, so that means if user is not authenticated, and to be able to use await, we need to mark this as async. Okay, so we just say if user is not authenticated, then what we're going to do is just redirect user to the, let's say, homepage. I'll say redirect, and which is coming from not here, so this is false. It should be next navigation. Okay, we'll just say take the user to the homepage. Now currently we are building the homepage, but imagine later if we build the merge page, the purchase success, if user visits any of them, so let's say user go to the merge page, it is gonna take it to the home page, which is the auth screen, so that they can't really see that page. And just to make this explicit, I'll just say return. Okay, let's save. We have a warning. Let's see. It's because we didn't call this function. Okay, now it should be working. So if you now log out and try to visit the home screen, it's going to take you to the actual auth screen. This will make a lot of sense if you can't really see the use of it for now. So I'm gonna say maybe a comment here. Let's say any page that uses this layout, this layout requires, let's say, authentication. Okay, whenever you wrap a component with this base layout, then they can't really see that page if they are not authenticated. I'll just delete all these because we're going to give a couple of classes. First, let's say we could leave the flex and we can just say maximum width of 2x large. This would be on the smaller devices. And as the screen gets larger, we'll say large max width 7x large, which means 1280 pixels. Then I'll just say mx auto so that it would be centered. And let's say relative, I think we would be using some absolute positioning, or maybe fixed, or maybe sticky. Okay, so I'll say give me the sidebar component, which we'll create. Then we'll have the main content. So I'll just put it under a div. This is going to take a couple of classes. So that would be width of full, larger screens and above. Width would be, let's say, third of fifth. I think that's how you pronounce it. Then flex column, border, right. And this is going to be obviously the main content. So what does that mean? This is going to take the children. Then below this, we're going to show the suggested products. I'll say if we are rendering the right panel, if this is true, then we can show what? Suggested products. But since we don't really have that component, I'll just put it as a string. I'll just say suggested products. And oh, there we go. I don't have a typo for the first time. Okay, just like that. And let's create the sidebar component. Again, since this is something that we'll be using all places, I'll just put it under the components sidebar.tsx. Let's just put it like this, save, and import the sidebar into this component. Okay, with this now, hopefully we should be able to build the sidebar. I'll go ahead into that component and let's see how this will look like. And already we can see like we have some kind of like max width. We have the suggested product on the very right hand side. We have the home screen content in sidebar, and home screen content takes the most width because this is how we give the classes, right? It takes a third of the fifth of the page. And now we are going to build the sidebar, and it's going to be relatively smaller than this mid content. So I think this is also going to be async, but for now maybe we could skip that, and I'll just have one variable that says is admin or not, because depending on that we're going to show a dashboard page icon. For now, let's say false, and we would be using that in a couple of minutes. I'll say class name. We're going to have flex. So larger screens and above, the width is going to be 1 divided by 5. Flex would be column so that everything is in the vertical stack direction. Gap of 3, padding x of 2, border of right, sticky, and I'll give lb space so that it is readable, and maybe shut this left hand side. So sticky left left 0, top 0, and we'll say height is going to be screen. So it's going to take the entire height of the screen. Then we're going to have one link that would take us to the update profile page. I'll say href and make sure this link is coming from next link. I'll say href slash update dash profile. We're going to build this page in the incoming sections. So I'll say maximum width is going to be fit. So it is not going to take the entire space, but only whatever the content it has, which is going to be an avatar component. I think we don't have it, so let's go ahead and install it first. I'll open up my new terminal and I'll say npx ShadCN -ui at latest add avatar. So while this is being installed, let's just see how that would look. If I just say avatar, okay, so this is what we have. This is the usage. Basically, you would install it, then you have avatar wrapped with avatar image and avatar fallback. So if this value is false or not found, or maybe image is loading, then this would be rendered on the image. Okay, so avatar, avatar image, and fallback. This is what we're going to do exactly, and done. So avatar has been installed. Let's say avatar and get it from the UI. Make sure not under the Redux, but it should be coming from the UI component or the folder. I'll say class name of margin top of 4. Cursor should be pointer. Then we will have the avatar image. I'll say avatar image, import it as well. That should be self-closed. Okay, I'll say source. We can put the user.image. Okay, for now we don't really have a user, so let's put the user placeholder.png, which we have under the public folder, and then I'll say object cover so that it doesn't look really weird if the aspect ratio didn't match. And as the fallback, let's say avatar fallback, we can get this, and I can just put CN for now. We don't really need to put any classes. Then below the link, we're gonna have a nav component, which is gonna just hold our links. So for the links, we're gonna have two different links, which I will copy and paste. You could either type it or maybe get the from the GitHub repo. So basically, we have two different objects that takes us to the homepage with its link and icon, and we have the other how do we say it? The other link that would take us to the merge page. So this is the icons that we're gonna install, by the way. It should be coming from Lucid React. So I will say, let's go ahead and first import it. I think this is how we can do. So home, for some reason we can't really get it. So let's say npm install lucid-react. Normally this is something that ShadCN gives you when you install it, but maybe they have changed it. I'm not sure. Let's just install it. So once this is completed, we should be able to get those icons. So that would be home. Maybe I'll just go ahead and press Ctrl-Shift-P, reload window. Okay. This is sometimes how you can fix if VS Code doesn't give you any auto suggestions. So it is loading. Let's say home. Okay, it still loads. Say home icon. Okay, now we can get that from Lucid React. I'll get the home, and also the other one was shirt. Here I can see, right? I'll import that one as well. So there we go. We have two different links that we'll be using under this nav. This is what I'm going to do. I'll go into the nav and I'll just map through the sidebar links. First, I'd like to give the class name of flex and flex column and gap of 3. I'll just say sidebar dot links, and it should be uppercase, obviously. So the reason this is completely uppercase is because this is a constant. These values are just hard-coded values in our code base. This is how we can understand it, kind of like the convention. Not kind of, but exactly. It is just an convention that we use. Then we'll just say a link, and let me just give a bit space. This link should be coming from next link. Okay, I'll say key. This is what it asks you to pass. I'll say link dot let's say href. That would be, I think, unique. Then we can give the href. We'll say link dot href. So this is gonna be dynamic. Then we'll have the class name on the link. This is gonna be pretty long. Let me just go here. Class name. So we'll have flex width of 12, large screens and above. Width is gonna be full. Items would be centered, and gap of 2. When we hover over this, we would like to primary. The background should change to primary and foreground. Okay, just like this. And let me just give a bit space so that it's readable. Okay, just like that. And I'll say font would be bold for each item, and hover text primary is going to be, which is going to be the blue color that we have. And when we hover over it, let's say cursor is going to be pointer. I'm not sure if we need it. Probably we don't, because link is already cursor pointered, like right. So I'll say padding x of 2, padding y of 1, rounded, not large, but it's going to be full, and justify is going to be, I think, centered. And when we just get the large screens, justify would be normal. Okay, that was the longest class name I think we have written so far, but okay, that was needed. Then we're gonna go and just say, hey, we would like to render the link icon. So this is how we can say we got the link dot icon, and I can just give the class name. So I'll say width is gonna be 6, height is gonna be 6, and there we go. And below this, we'll just have the div, or maybe that could be p tag, maybe span. That would just say this is gonna be class name of hidden, and larger screens and above, we would say it would be block. And as you can imagine, this is going to take the label of the link. So link.label. Let's save and see what we have built so far. It says home is not defined, but this is not correct because we imported. Let's give it a little bit time for it to reload. Okay, maybe I'll just refresh automatically. Let's see if we have imported. Okay, icon is home. Okay, it is not coming app page, but it should be coming from actually, oops, from Lucid React. Okay, just like this, I'll delete that. And now it should be working. So there we go, we have home, merge, but we can't really see icons for some reason. Let's see, icon, home, and shirt. So link that icon. So we might have some kind of typo at some place. So I just realized we have a typo here. This should be width of full so that we could really see it. Let's refresh. Is it gonna work? If it doesn't, probably we have another typo. Let's see, item center. So for some reason it crashed. Let's see the terminal. Oh, there is like infinite loop. Does it still have? Yep, it has. Let's just kill this. Okay, let's refresh. And there we go. Now it is working. We have the home, the merge. If we click to them, it's gonna take us to the merge page currently. Let's just wait for it. Okay, it is 404 because we didn't build that page. And if we click to this, that would take us to the home page. And we got the image as well. Now below this, we're gonna put the, so what is going on here? I'll just kill my terminal and just restart it again. So this shouldn't really happen. So it just restarted. Let me refresh. And are we gonna get this issue again or not? And it looks like now it is working. We don't really get that infinite loop. Okay, there we go. Now below this, we're gonna put the admin dashboard icon. I think that would be still under the nav. We'll just go here and I'll say if it is admin, then we'll like to render this right hand side, which is gonna be a link. Okay, I'll go here and I'll say this link is gonna have an href as well, which is going to be, let's say, dash secret dashboard secret. Now you could really put it as the dashboard as well, but some users will try to visit this page, so I'll just make it to be secret dash dashboard. Even though we're gonna like protect this page, I think it's better option to just put the secret dashboard as the the link. So I'll say class name, and I think this class name is going to be the exact same we had above. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, then paste it. Oops, and this is the wrong place. Obviously, this should be inside. Okay, I'll say class name and paste it just like this. Then we are gonna have another icon called layout dashboard coming from Lucid React, and class name of width and height of 6. Then it's gonna have a span, the exact same thing, but it's gonna say dashboard, and this would be only visible to the admin. So we'll just say class name of hidden, and larger screens and above, that would be block, so that on mobile screens we only see the icon and not the text. Let's make the admin to be true because currently it is false and we cannot really see it. Let me just say this is true and save. Oops. Okay, now we got the dashboard as well. If we go into the smaller screens, and by the way, let me just zoom in. Okay, just like this. If we hit this, now we don't see the label, but just the icons. Okay, when we click this, it's gonna take us to this secret dashboard as well. Now below this, we're gonna have a drop-down menu. And did we import it already? Let me just check. Under the UI, I think we have a drop-down menu. Okay, so I'll go ahead under the link, under the is admin, but still inside the nav, I'll just say give a little bit space and give me the drop-down menu coming from UI folder. Then this is gonna have a div first, and I think it's gonna be the exact same classes that we had above, right? I will copy this and then put it to this div. I'll say class name and just give that. Okay, paste it. Under this div, we're gonna have drop down menu trigger. So this is what we have used previously. So drop down menu trigger, get this from UI folder, and this is gonna take class name of flex items centered and gap of 2. Then this is gonna take a user icon. Let's get this just like that. And div that is gonna say the settings. Let's say class name of hidden, and larger screens and above that would be block. Okay, and let's be how do we say, like, let's just be consistent and make this to be spin, because that's what we have done above as well. So being consistent, I think it is something to keep in mind. Then below this div, we're gonna actually have the drop down menu content. So at this point, you can really just type it down. I'm gonna paste it. It's about 5 lines, or maybe, let's just be honest, oops, from here to here is just 10 lines. So please feel free to type it. I don't really want to waste time other than explaining. So let me just import all these components. All of these are coming from documentation, and we have done this something similar previously. That's why I just paste that. We got the logout link from Kinde as well. And let's see, what is this? Drop down menu. So we have 2 drop down menus. I'll just delete this one. And okay, this should be working. Let me just scroll up here, maybe zoom out so that you could see the entire drop down menu, just like this. And okay, if you have written everything, let's just test it out. We cannot use it because it says like this logout link should be it's using React context. So this sidebar should be use client, right? For now, let's save it. And I think in the demo page, this is also a client component, but I'm not sure. Let's just make it use client to keep the client happy. Okay, so we have the settings, but if we click to this is going to be a drop-down menu, which would take us to the billing page. That would be Stripe later in the video. And if we click to this should log us out, because we are calling our API endpoint, right? We just say logout link, and Kinde will handle it for us. And with this, I think we have built the sidebar. And by the way, let's try to log in while we are trying to think what we're going to build next. Now, one more thing I think we forgot to add is going to be the mode toggle, and we're going to put it below the drop down menu. I'll just say mode toggle and import this component. So let's see how this is going to look like. So this is what we have done, but I don't really want to see these options. I just want to have light and dark mode next to each other, just like in this diagram. So this is the demo application. That's what we'd like to build as well. I'll go into the mode toggle. First, I don't want to have a drop-down menu. That's why I'm going to delete that. And let's see what we're going to build. We're going to have a div with a couple of classes. I'll say class name of flex wrap, so that it can wrap to the next line if there is not enough space. Gap of 2, padding x of 1, medium screens and above. Let's increment the padding x a bit. Then we will have a button coming from our components folder, right? Where is it? So we already imported that. It is coming from here. Then we're gonna have, let's say, the variant of outline. Then I think we're gonna have the size of icon. This is ShadCN gives you out of the box. And when we click to this, let's say on click, we would like to set theme to be light mode. So this is our light button that you can imagine. So sun icon, let's get that from Lucid React. So we already imported it, I think. Let's go ahead. So there we go. Then I think I'll just duplicate this first. Again, this is gonna be outline icon. This is gonna set the theme to be dark, and we're gonna put the moon icon into it. So one option here, by the way, what you can do, Control-Shift-P, kind of like a pro tip, you could say organize imports, and it's gonna remove the imports that you are not using. Okay, let's save and just test it out. So this is dark mode and this is light mode. Let's go to the dark and continue to building. Maybe before that, let's just test it out if the left hand side, the sidebar is responsive. There we go. So it just looks really cool up until these 300 pixels, which is one of the smallest fonts, right? Okay, when we hit the large, we can see the labels, but otherwise we can't really see. So that was the component we have built for the sidebar. Now it is time to, I think, build the, let's see, now we just rendered the sidebar. It is time to build the children for the homepage. So home screen, And what we're going to have here is the first user profile header, which is going to be, let me show that for a second. Okay, it's going to be this component that we have here with a cover image and the number of likes, videos, and images this user has and published, then subscribe button, avatar, name, and the, let's say, the description or the bio. Let's go ahead and we'll just say, first we would like to see the user profile here. And we need to create this component. Obviously, this is going to be under the home screen because this is the only place that we are using it. I'll say RAFCE, and this component is going to be maybe a little bit short or long. I'm not sure. Let's just see. First, this is going to have the flex and flex of column so that we can see the cover image at the top. So I'll say cover image, which is another component that we will build. But for now, let's just put it like this. Then below that, we're going to have the, like that avatar, the button, the bio, etc. I'll say class name, flex, right? Flex, column, and padding of 4. Let's give a bit space. Maybe first we could build the cover image. I'm going to just put it like this, comment this, and get the cover image under the home screen. Let's put it, let's say TSX, and generate our code and build the component itself. I'll just shut off the left hand side as always, and let me just zoom in one more level. Okay, I'll say class name, this is gonna be height of 44, which is about, let's see, 11 rem, 176 pixel. So I'll say overflow is going to be hidden, and we'll say relative so that we could use absolute inside. Sorry, we'll say image, which is coming from next image, and let's say we would like to give the source of under the featured, and I would like to use the featured, oops, let's say I'm gonna copy this basically, featured dot 10.jpg. So if you wonder which one is that, let's see, featured 10.jpg. I would like to use this as my background. You can use any of these, but I think this one is just my favorite. Okay, I'll put a couple of classes. First, height of full, width of full, object cover, so that it can, you know, just protect the aspect ratio. Select none, pointer events none. Then let's say fill. That's why we have used relative, obviously, so that it could fill the entire parent, and we might use absolute as well. So I'll say alt first. I'll just say horse, or maybe just cover image. Just feel free to change it. Okay, that's gonna be for our image. Now we would like to put some kind of decorator, and I would like to show that first. Let's import the cover image, save it under the home screen. Let's get the user profile as well. Now let's see what we have. We can't really see anything. It's because I think we don't have a content. Nope, there we go. We have actually something on the screen. What I'd like to do is just give some kind of decorator, so like kind of like a gradient from the top. It's gonna make it super cool. Let's just see how we can build it. So this is gonna be a div, but it's gonna be self-closed. So I'll just say div and close that. We're gonna give a couple of classes to this one. Class name of first absolute, right? Then top of 0, left of 0. That's gonna take the entire width and entire height. But this is gonna be gradient. So background gradient to bottom. Let's say to bottom. You can just say to B, and from this color, which is slate 800, to transparent. Okay, just like this, from this color to transparent, and let's see how this is gonna look like. Okay, there we go. I think this is a better option, so it just looks a little bit more smooth than just image. Now, since this is just a decorator, right, screen readers doesn't need to read this or see this. We'll just say area hidden is gonna be true. This is, as I said before, this is just a best practice for accessibility. Then we'll just put one div, which is gonna have a couple of classes, which is gonna be flex, justify between, then it's gonna have items to be centered, and again absolute, top of 0, left of 0, padding x of 2, padding y of 1, z index of 20, so that it is at the top, and width of full. just like this. Now we're gonna put that icons, right? The image, video, and the heart icons. First, I'll just say another div that is gonna have class name of flex items center and gap of 2. Oops, I have a typo, just like this. Then inside we'll have one more div. This is gonna be, let's see, class name of flex column, let's say column. Then it's gonna have the text white. So it doesn't really matter if you are in the dark mode, light mode, we would like to always have the white text because we have that gradient. I'll say this is gonna be p tag, class name of font bold. And for the name, for now, we could just put John Doe, or you can put your name as well, but this is basically gonna be the name of the admin, okay? And I'll go ahead below this, I'll put the div and maybe just save this to get a little bit formatting, okay? Under this div, I'll have a couple of classes. So flex, gap of 2, items should be centered because this div is gonna have what? I think another div. So it's going a lot of divs here, but this is really how we could build it. So class name, flex, items centered again, gap of 1. This is gonna have the image icon. So it is called as image, which is coming from Lucid React, but I am gonna just say, let's first say image. It is coming from, where is it? So to be able to get that, like it is called image icon, but this is not really what I want to use. There is another called image, okay, just like this. And since we have two different images, like the same name, this is gonna crash. What I can do, I'll just say, call this as image icon. Okay, just like this. I hope you get the point. So the names are just crashed. So I just rename this one to be image icon. And this is gonna get a couple of classes, width 4 and height 4 as well. Below this, we'll just say span, the number of like images this user has. Let's say class name, text of small, and font is gonna be bold. If we save, I think at this point we could just duplicate this, but first I am gonna take this small span. Here I'll just paste it so you can get this I don't know, like this character from the GitHub repo under this cover image.tsx, and we're gonna put this again below this. So I just paste that. Then this is gonna be number of videos. Okay, I'll say, let's say 67, I don't know. Then let's say video, which is coming from Lucid React. This is the icon. Then I'm gonna copy this span and paste it. Again, this is like small decorator that we have. Then lastly, we'll just have the heart icon. So what I can do, copy this, paste it. We'll just say number of likes this user got. And let's say they got 10K likes. Just like this, hopefully this should work. So this is a lot of markup and it looks really terrible, boring, whatever you call it. But let me just give a little bit space. So this is how we can get these outputs just like that. And this is not I would like to have. I want to have them to be like flex so that they are side by side. Probably we are missing some flex. So let's just see how we can fix it. Now everything is like, this is the container for this one, right? This is being wrapped with flex, but for some reason this doesn't work. How we can make this happen? So this is div, it takes the flex. Let's see why this doesn't work. So at this point, what I would do in these scenarios, I just say inspect. Let's do some live debugging. I'll go into this div. Okay, because I have a typo here first, it just says flex items center. If I just delete this, there we go, now it works. Let's see where that is. So do you see how just opening up the DevTools just immediately fixed it? Now if I save, and let's fix this one as well. Do we have any? Yeah, this one as well. So we have 3 different typos. I just fixed that. And there we go. Now this is the output that I'd like to have. So always when you have some kind of HTML, CSS issue that is not working as expected, your best friend is this Elements tab. Okay, with that, let's see, do we have anything else here? Nope, we don't. We need to just now build the bottom side, which is going to be under the user profile under this div. I'll go ahead and maybe uncomment this. This is the container that we will have. I'll say this is gonna take another div with class name of flex column, medium screens and above. The flex is gonna be row, right? So that they are side by side on larger screens. Gap of 4, we could say justify between, just like this. Then it's gonna have an avatar. Now the avatar, as you know, it just takes the avatar image and a fallback. If you really want to, you can put it. I think at this point I'll just skip that. Let's get them from the components, make sure they are coming from there, and let's just put the avatar fallback. Why not, right? I'll just say get this, but we don't really have an admin, so I'll just say user placeholder.png. For the name or the fallback, I'll just say cn again, which stands for ShadCN. But okay, so we have the avatar that is coming from components. Then below this, we will have a flex. First, obviously, this would be a div, right? This is going to be class name of flex. And in the div, we are going to check if user is subscribed or not. Depending on that, we're going to change the button. So let's see. This user is not subscribed, so that it says subscribe. But if it was, so then it would be subscribed. That's what we're gonna say. Let's say for now, const is subscribed. Let's say it's false. And I'll say if it is not subscribed, then I would like to render this right hand side. Let's go ahead, say it's gonna be a button. Import that, wrap it, make sure it is coming from components. And let's say this is gonna take a couple of classes, rounded, full, then let's say flex and gap of 10, just like this. Now this could be some kind of link, oops, that would take us to the pricing page. That's why I'll just say a link coming from next link, and I'll say span, let's say subscribe. And let's see, this is gonna take the href. Let's say this is going to take us to the pricing page. Again, this is something that we will create later, but for now, let's give the classes to the span. It would be uppercase, font bold, maybe semi-bold, then tracking white, just like this, so that it can have a little bit more wide letter spacing. Now, since we put a link under a button, just let's make it a little bit more semantically correct. We could say as a child, so this would just only render the link. Okay, so this is some ShadCN specific, but that's work fine. And I'm gonna copy this, paste it again, but this time I will say if user is subscribed, then show this button. I'm just gonna say subscribed. And obviously we're gonna change the style. So let's say first, this is not gonna take us to the pricing page. Let's delete the link. And we can delete the as a child. Then I'll say variant is gonna be outline. Okay, so since it is false, currently we're gonna see this button. There we go. But now if I say user is subscribed, then we're gonna see this outline button. And there is one thing that I want to fix. Now in blue buttons, we just see this black color, which I don't really like for the blue buttons. I think white looks a little bit better, like here and here. So I'm gonna go ahead into the button.tsx. And I will say the primary, where is it? The default classes is gonna take, I'll say text would be white. And I'll just put a comment here. I'll say I updated default color to be text white. Let's save and see if this is gonna work or not. Did I save? Yep, let's refresh. Okay, it doesn't work obviously because we tried to update the default, but if we put it under here, so these are all classes that have been added to the buttons, all buttons, right? I'm gonna delete this because this doesn't has effect in other variants. Okay, we have the text white. Let's see. So it should work actually. Why this doesn't work? We have the text white. So I just realized the other classes are actually overriding it. So if we just say important, so with this exclamation point, now this is always going to be applied. And let's just test it out. There we go. Now we always have this white color on each, so to say, buttons, right? It doesn't really matter if it is outline or is it, let's say, destructive. Where is it? So we use outline, let's say destructive. So we should still see the white color, but we're only gonna see this if it is subscribed. I'll say make it true. And there we go. I'll just do Control Z to get to this state. Now we are gonna build the rest of this page. So below this div, okay, and below this div as well, we're gonna build another div. And let me just give a little bit space. Class name of flex column, and margin top of 4, so that they are just stacked vertically. That's what we always use, and you can't really use flex column without flex. This doesn't work. You need to first say this is a flex container, so display flex, then flex direction becomes the column. I'll say P, this is gonna be the admin name. I'll just say John Doe for now, and I'll say class name, text would be large, and font is gonna be semi-bold. I will duplicate this P tag, which is gonna have, let's say, text of small and margin top of 2, medium and above text could be medium. And this is gonna be the biography for the user, which is something you could really type for yourself, maybe just customize it. This is something that I've come up with. So discover daily tips and tricks for horse health and care, along with insights, and just subscribe to access the exclusive content. Below this, let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, we have the admin name, the avatar, the button, and like what OnlyFans does is some kind of decoration they add. This is what I'm gonna do. So just before the last div, people say I'd like to have a div that is self-closed. Because this is a decorator, I can just go and just say area hidden. It's gonna be true. Then I'll give the class name. Let's say height is gonna be 2, which is about, let's see, 8 pixels. Then width of full, and I'll say background is going to be muted. This is the BG, I think, coming from ShadCN. Let's see. Okay, so we have kind of like separator so that we could put our posts below that. And this is what we have in the demo application as well. We're gonna put the like avatar, the name, and the created at, then the post text, this logged image, and the icons. So that's what we're gonna build next. So before we try to build the posts, I just want to give you some dummy data so that we could work with while we are designing. And currently we don't have a database, so it is fine to use it, but later obviously we're gonna have a database. For now, I'll just say dummy underscore data, and I'll create the index.ts file. You can go under the GitHub repo, under this file, you can get the entire content. This is what I'm going to do. So we have one object at the top. It says this is the admin, which is an object with ID, name, email, and with an image. We have a normal user, right? This is not admin. So we have if this user is subscribed to our platform or not, some nice to have, so to say, fields, and again, email, name, and image. We have a couple of posts which are hard-coded. So it says what is the media type, is it an image, is it a video, what is the media URL, number of likes, like how many comments it has, and what are the content itself, that kind of thing. So we have 3 different post item. Then we have the recommended products, which is 3 different product, and the price is in cents. We're gonna use a function to make them to be, let's say, dollars. So now this is in cent. When you convert this to dollars, that would make about $19 and even $19.99. Okay, this would be $29.99 and $39.99, just like this. And obviously later we're gonna update these values with so they will be coming from the database, to be honest. But for now, just know that these are the values that we have. Now we can go into the user profile, and we can say, instead of this user placeholder.png, I'll just say admin dot, let's say, image. And where is this admin is coming from? Let's try to import it from the dummy data. and I'll say image. If this is empty for some reason, then we can show the user placeholder.png. Then what we can do else, let's see, instead of is subscribed, I'll say give me the first user object that I have, right? I just imported that, and I'll say if user is not subscribed, then show this part, and if user is subscribed, then show this button. Then currently I think user is not subscribed, right? It is false, so it would render this part, and this is the admin information. What we can do is just say admin dot, oops, I didn't mean to do this. I'll just control Z. Okay, so I don't have anything imported other than these. I will say admin dot name, and we can leave this like hard-coded data. That's fine because we are the creator of this code base. Okay, let's test it out. Nothing should change other than images. Let's go into the sidebar and update the current user avatar as well. I'll say sidebar, and we should have an avatar at the very top. Instead of this, I will cut this, and I'll say user, let's import it first, dot image. If it is empty for some reason, then we can show the user placeholder. Okay, let's test it out. There we go. Now this is the admin image, and this is the current user image that we have. I just zoomed in, and let me just zoom out. Okay, so we have those hard-coded values. It is time to use the actual posts so that we could render them. And for this, we're gonna go into the, let's see, home screen. We have the user profile. Below that, we'll say, let's render the posts, which is again, oops, a component that we need to create under the home screen. This is the only place that we will be rendering the posts. So I'll say posts.tsx, and each post is going to render a post component. So I'll say post, maybe just duplicate it for now 3 times, and let's create the post component. Okay, I'll save this, maybe shut the sidebar, import the post from the same folder, and just render the posts. Let's see what we're gonna see. Okay, we have 3 different posts. Now we're gonna build them one by one, which is gonna be just one component. So we're gonna build one of them and then map through the hard-coded data that I have provided. So let's do that next. Okay, so I will just zoom out a little bit, and let's first try to build the edge cases for posts. Now, what are the edge cases? If we don't really have any posts, then we should say something like no posts found yet, stay tuned for more posts from our creator, and things like that. So for this, I'll just say, for now, I'll say const posts is just an empty array. And I'll go ahead and I'll say if posts dot length is equal to 0, then I would like to render this right hand side, which is going to be a div with a class name of margin top of 10 and padding x of 3. And I will say this is going to take another div, which is going to be the wrapper. So I'll say flex column items centered space y of 3, and we'll say width of full. And now we'll just say p no posts, let's make this uppercase or capitalized, no posts yet. And if you remember, we had a component called underlined, let me just give it a bit space, so underlined text, and let's wrap it with this. So I'll go ahead, put the yet into it. Then this p tag is going to take class name of text x large, font of semi-bold. Okay, just like this. Then I'll say p below this. What we can say, stay tuned for more posts, and I have a typo here. Let's say stay tuned for more posts from, and I'll say span into this. We'll say only horse. Then we can give class names to this. Span, I'll say text would be primary, which is the blue color, font of semi-bold, text of x large. Then in the p tag, we'll say class name, oops, class name of text should be centered. Now, one more thing, after this only horse text, I will just say you can subscribe to access exclusive content when it's available. So just like that, let's save. And how this is gonna look like, currently we don't have any posts, so this is gonna be evaluated to true, and we're gonna see this JSX. Let's see, it says no posts yet, and this looks a little bit too large, so we need to somehow maybe make the size a little bit smaller, maybe, right? This is taking the entire width. What I can say, instead of width full, let's say maybe in the smaller screens it could be width of full, but medium and above, I'll say width third of fourth, and we could say MX should be auto. Okay, there we go. I think this looks a little bit better. So yeah, let's put a dot below this only horse, just like this. Okay, we're gonna see this if we don't really have any posts. And also let's make this to be capitalized as well. But now what happens if we have a loading state? Let's say post is loading, right? We have a fetch request. So we can show a component called skeleton. Probably everyone knows this, but maybe one of you doesn't know. So I need to show this, which is coming from ShadCN. It is this beautiful modern looking placeholder. I'll go ahead and paste it. So add skeleton from ShadCN. Now we would like to show 3 different skeletons, and this is how we can do. First, let's go above. I'll say if it is loading, and I'll just say render this div, which has the class name of margin top of 10, padding x of 3, flex column, and gap of 10. So I would like to get 3 different items. As I have shown before, we can just get this dynamic array. So 1, 2, 3. This is one way of doing it. We would say map, or, but now what happens if you have like 4, 5, 6, all the way up to, let's say, 20? You can't really type this. It wouldn't be practical. So you would say ... which means spread the array of 3 items or 100 items, right? This would just work really smoothly. That's what I'm going to do. I'll just say 3 different items, map through it. So 3 times show me this component. So I'll say post skeleton and call it. And we can give the key just to make this happy. And for the key, we can get the index. And since we are not using any of these items from the array, we can just put underscore. So just like this, this should be working. But now the issue here, we don't have this component. Let's go ahead and create that. I'll go under the source components and I'll say skeletons. And we're going to put all of our skeletons into this folder. Okay, post skeleton.tsx. This is something I will get from GitHub repo, but this is exact same thing what I have done, just taking a look from the documentation. Let's see the code. How do we get this output? So we have one skeleton on the left hand side. This is height 12, width 12, rounded full, so that it is this circle, and it has some gap, like right, space x of 4, then 2 different skeletons with height of 4 and width of 250 and 200. This is the exact same output, and I just played around with it and came up with these values. So you can build your own skeleton as well. That's why I am just copying it and pasting it. Hope you guys don't mind it. I will import this, and let's see. Currently we cannot really see this because its loading is false. Let's make it true, and let's see. Now we have 3 different skeletons, right? Now this works fine, but maybe this is a bit too large. Maybe we are zooming it. Okay, so I think this is fine, but maybe we could later change this if we feel this is a bit too wide, right? Other than this, that should be fine. Now we only want to also say if it is not loading, let's say if it is not loading and the post's length is 0, then show this actually. So now we don't gonna see this. right? So we only see the skeletons one at a time. So it is really important to put this if check so that you don't show this part while it is loading. Okay, now that we have the edge cases handled, which is the loading state, and if we don't have any posts, now it is time to actually render the posts, which is going to be coming from our hard-coded data, right? I will just control space to this, get this from the dummy data, and just render it in this component. So again, I will just go above here, and I'll say, let's just open up this curly braces, and we'll say if it is not loading and if we have posts. So we don't really need to check for this because we can use the map method on it, and we already handled the edge cases below. So we're going to take each post and we would like to render the post component for it, which we can give the key as the post ID and then the post itself. So here we just have a TypeScript error that we're going to fix. And what I want to do is also pass the admin to the post, because the creator of the post is just the admin. So we don't really fetch it in the post component every single time for each post. I'll just say, give me the admin. Okay, so import it and pass it to here. Okay, I'll say it is taking the admin prop, which is coming from the dummy data. Later, as I said millions of times, this will be coming from the database. Then let's also check if user is subscribed. So is subscribed, and I'll say user dot, oops, not this one, not user imported, then is subscribed. We need to pass this so that we can show either the post content itself or the logged post icon, right? So now post takes three different props, which is post, admin, and is subscribed. I'll go into the post component, get those. I'll say this is going to take the post, is subscribed, which is a boolean, and the admin. I can put the type into here, the props for the TypeScript. I'll say it's going to take the post. Type could be any for now. We're going to fix that later. Is subscribed, going to be boolean. Then the admin is going to be any for now. So later when we implement the Prisma, we can get this types super quickly and super fast. But for now, let's just ignore it with the passing the type of any. And each post component is going to be a little bit complex because we're going to just do a bunch of calculations depending on if the user is subscribed or not. So enough talk, let's just try to build it. I'll say class name of flex, flex column, gap of 3, padding of 3, and border top for each post, which is going to take another div. Let's say class name, flex items to be centered, and we would like to have justify between as well. Then I'll go below this, which is going to have another div, final div, I think for this one at least. We'll say class name of flex, items centered, and gap of 2, so that we could put the avatar into it, which is coming from the components. Make sure you import that, not from Redux. And it's going to take the avatar image, again from components. It's going to take the source, let's say admin.image. If it doesn't have an image, then we could put the user placeholder PNG that we had. Then you can put also the, let's say, fallback, just like this, and make sure it is coming from the components and not Redux. So I'm going to delete this line completely and put it right here. Okay, now that we have the avatar, the fallback, it is time to put the admin name. I'll say div, it's going to have the span, which is going to take the admin name. So I'll say admin.name, and we're going to go into span. We'll say font would be semi-bold, text would be small, and medium and above, we could increment the text a bit. So text would be medium. Do we have this option? No, we don't. Why don't we have? So actually we have, okay. So just like this, text small, text medium. So for some reason I cannot get it, but okay, it's there, I know that. Just VS Code doesn't give us any suggestions, but that's fine. This is gonna be class, flex, and flex column. Okay, maybe later we're gonna put another component. I think that's why we are putting it as a flex. For now, maybe we could delete that. Just like this, we just have span with the admin name. Below this div, and I'll create another div, which is going to be, let's say, flex as always, gap of 2 items centered. Then we're gonna have a p tag that would take the post created at. So currently, I'll just say, let's just put today's date. So 17/6 and 2024. Okay, I'll say class name, text zinc color of 400, text of small, medium, and above. Text would be, let's say here is going to be x small, and here that would be text of small. So we just incremented that L bit, and tracking tighter. Okay, just like this. Now below the p tag, we will just check if user is the admin, then we can show a trash icon. This is how I'm going to do. I'll say admin dot id. If it is equal to user, which is, we need to import, right, dot id. If this is the equal, that means this user is the admin who has the privilege to delete the post, and that could happen with the help of the trash icon. Let's import it. This is gonna get the class name of width 5, height of 5, then text muted foreground, so that it has that kind of like grayed out color. And on hover state, we would say text would be a red color of 500. Lastly, cursor pointer to have this feeling of button. So I feel like I'm explaining too much, but maybe that's how it should be. Below this, 2 divs, and let's just see what we're gonna get as the output. If I say is loading is going to be false, and zoom out a little bit. Okay, so we have the admin avatar name, and it's been like spaced out. Then below this, we are gonna get, so currently also we cannot get the trash icon because this user is not admin. This doesn't match. Let's say if this is true, then we're gonna see the trash icon right here, and it's grayed out, but when you hover over it, it has this cursor pointer with the text red 500. Okay, I'll go ahead and just like Control C. Then below these 2 divs, I think we're gonna have one more p tag, and this is gonna put the post text. So I'll say post, and that should be wrapped with curly braces. Let's give class name of text of small, medium, and above. Text would be medium. Let's see. So we just got the post content. This is what we are storing in our dummy data folder. Then below this, now we need to check if this is an image or if it is it's a video. So depending on that, we're gonna show different components. Now first, I will say if this post is public or not. So I'll say if it is public, or if user is subscribed. If this is the case, then user can see this post, right? So they either paid for this content, or the admin just made this post to be public so that it's being featured. If this is the case, we are going to check if this post has a media URL. So it like some posts could be only text, right? So we need to check if it has the media URL. That means it could be either image or video. I'll say post.media type is equal to, let's say media type is equal to image. Then we're going to show an image icon or image component. But if it is, let's say video, we're going to show a video component. So I just duplicated this, and I'll say video. So the exact same thing. If it is public and if it has a media URL, then we're going to show the video component. Now here I'll just go ahead and get a div with the class name of, let's say, relative, width of full, padding bottom of this dynamic value 56.25%. So this is just a value that I came up with that works nice. I'll say rounded to be large, and overflow would be hidden. And this is going to take the image component coming from next image. And obviously this is going to take the source as post media URL. And by the way, we have these fields under the, let's say, dummy data. So here you can see each post has media type and media URL. So currently all of them are images, but we're gonna handle the videos as well. Okay, we got the source, let's say alt. This could be anything. I'll say post image, and class name of, let's say, rounded, large, and object would be cover. Lastly, this is going to be fill so that it can take the entire width of the parent, and we're using relative for this. Let's save. Here I'll just comment this out for a second, and let's see if we can see the images. Currently we cannot see because user is not subscribed and post is not public. Let's go into the utils, not utils, the dummy data. And so all posts are what? So one of them is true. So let's see. Okay, this is public. That's why we can see this. And let's make this user to be subscribed. This is gonna allow us to see all the other posts as well. So now we can see this one, which is gonna load in a second. So there we go, and now we should get the third post, and it is here as well. Let's make this user to be not subscribed for now. And this is the place we're gonna check for video. I'll just leave it for now as a to-do so that we don't forget this. So I'll say to-do, handle this part. Okay, we're gonna do this, but now it is time to check what happens if user is not subscribed. This is what I'll be doing. So I'll say if user, let's say, is not subscribed, or the post is not public. So this should be, so not or but and, because if any of them matches, then we're not gonna render this part. It should both of them match. Okay, if this is the case, then we're gonna render the component. So user is not subscribed, they didn't pay anything, and post is not public. So we are sorry, we'll just say you can't really see this post. And instead of writing all this, maybe I could really try to copy and paste, or actually I'm gonna type it because otherwise I'll see some comments, bad comments. That's why I'll just go ahead and type that. So with full, let's say, background of slate of 800, relative, let's say height 96, which is about 384 pixels. Then what are we gonna have else? Let's say rounded to be medium, and background of OnlyFans. This is something that we'll create, this class. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We don't have it currently, but we'll just do. So let's say flex column, justify centered, and I'll just give a bit space, and I'll say items should be centered as well. Then padding x of 5, overflow should be hidden. Okay, I'll go ahead and say give me this icon, Lucid React log key hole icon. So the second one, it should be this, and I'll say class name width 16, height 16, let's say text zinc 400. Lastly, let's say margin bottom of 20 and z index of 0. So close that off just like that. Now we're gonna put one div, which is gonna be again a decorator. So what I can say, this is gonna be area hidden of true, which is going to take a couple of classes. So opacity, let's make it to be 60, which is going to be like 0.6, right? This is how we can see that. And absolute top 0, I think, left 0 with full height full, so that it can cover it completely. And we'll say background stan 800. Okay, and I will just remove this and put it again so that you could see the side effect. And I'll go below this and just put a div, class name of flex column, gap of 2, z index of 10. It's gonna have the border, padding of 2, like border gray 500, width of full, and rounded. I'll go ahead and paste a div that has the image icon just coming from Lucid React, and it says like 1. It's because we're gonna see, okay, we're gonna see this output. So grayed out background with this log key icon, the button, and this is currently what we're building, an image icon that says 1, and we're gonna put this button now. Now this button is gonna be a link, but we can build this, make it look like still a, so to say, button. Okay, like we're gonna have a link component, but we can make this to look like a link with the help of ShadCN. I'll say class name, this is gonna be curly braces, button variants. Let's just go ahead and import this, which is gonna take an object, and we can pass the class name. I can say like rounded is going to be full, width full, font is gonna be bold, and text is gonna be white. So why do we have a warning from here? Is because we are not passing href, I believe. Let's say when we click to this, it should take us to the pricing page. And into this, I can just say subscribe to unlock. Okay, so I think this is gonna be the entire component for the image at least. Let's save and see the output hopefully. Currently, we can see this one. We cannot really see this background image is because we didn't add that class. We're gonna do in a second. And this button is not rounded full for some reason. Let's make it to be important, just like this. Now it should be okay. Let's add this background image. For this, I'll go into the global.css and I'll just put some classes. Let me just see my notes. Okay, so I'll say bg.of, or you can put oh. I'll just go with this, and I'll say the background image is gonna be coming from as a URL from let's say public folder. We have of-logo.svg. This is something that I have provided previously. Now let's say background repeat of no repeat, and we need to change the background position of y-axis. Let's make it 100 pixels, and we'll say background position of x, let's say minus 100 pixels. Then lastly, we'll say background size of, let's just make it a little bit scaled down with 90%. And I'll just put these like this semicolon and then just paste, save it. Let's see if we're gonna see anything. Hopefully we should, because we have added this class to the parent. There we go. Now we have this icon. So this post is public, but these are not public, so we cannot really get that. And instead we just see this logged icon. And if we click to this, this should take us to the pricing page, which currently we don't have, but we're gonna build that next. But below this, we're gonna build first these icons, the text, right? Let's go ahead and do that. Under this divs, oops, I didn't mean to do this. Let me just bring them back. So here, just below the latest div, okay, I mean above that. Okay, so here we're gonna go above and just say we would like to have one div that has the class name of flex, gap of 4, and I'll say div class name of, let's say, flex as well, gap of 1, items should be centered, which is gonna have the like icon, which I think we call it as heart from Lucid React. It's gonna have a couple of classes. Now first, let's just give the defaults. I'll say class name, width of 5, height of 5. You can say cursor is gonna be pointer, and we can just say for now text. Okay, let's leave it like this, and I'm gonna show you something in a second. Then below this, I'll say span. It's gonna show the number of likes. Let's say this has 55. Class name of text x small, text zinc color of 400, then tracking tighter, just like this. Below the span, maybe I can actually copy and paste this because it is the exact same component other than changing the icon. So I'll say message circle. This is coming from Lucid React, so that we can show the number of comments. And let's say this has 11. Let's save and see the output. So there we go. Now we have these icons with the value. Let me just zoom in. And now when we hover over this, or actually when we click to this, this should be red. So it knows that we liked it. Let's create a state for this. I'll say const, let's say is liked, set is liked. Initially it could be false. use state was imported, and I think we need to mark this with use client so that it could work, because when you need to import some hooks, Next.js wants you to make it a client component so that it could hydrate it in the client and then have those interactions. I'll go ahead into here and I'll say, when we click to this, let's set the state. So I'll say on click, I would like to just set liked state and just negate it. If it is true, that's going to be false, and vice versa. Now, once we click to it, actually states changes, but how are we going to make sure we can change the color of this icon? What I'm going to do to make this dynamic, first I will cut this and I'll say I'd like to use the CN function, and I'll say give me the default classes that we have just cut, okay, width 5, height 5, cursor pointer, and we will say you should get the text red 500 class if it is liked is true. Okay, now if I go here, if I click to this, even before I click, let me just refresh. So currently is liked is false. When I click to it, it's going to be true. Now the color changed, and let's do the exact same thing for the fill property, because this is an SVG. I'll say fill red 500 only apply this class if is liked is true. Now, since it is true, we can see this, but else it's going to be like that. Now, with that, we have the post component. The homepage, I think, completed entirely. The very last thing we need to add is going to be suggested products. So let's just take a 5-minute break and then come back to this component as well. Okay, so let's continue. So we are going to build a suggested products component, right? I'll go ahead, open up my left-hand side, the sidebar, and maybe close everything and shrink this so that we can see the entire folders, right? We're going to go under the components. Since this is a shared component, I'll just put it in the root. I will say suggested products.tsx, and I will just generate it. So this is going to have a bunch of suggested product component in it, right? It's going to be like suggested product maybe 4 times or maybe 3 times. It's going to be dynamic depending on how many products we have in the database, but at most it's going to be 4 different products. Let me just show that. So here in this application, so that was the demo application, we have 3 different products because in the database we had only those. If we had one more, then another one would be at this point. But so yeah, we're gonna write a function that is gonna say just give us at most 4 products from our database. Okay, so let's go ahead, create this component as well. I'll just put it, say suggested product.tsx, and let's generate it for a second. Okay, so this is gonna have a couple of different classes in the root div. Let's say class name. This is gonna take the width of 2/5, but this would be only in the larger screens and above. Below larger screens, we don't really want to see this, so we'll just say hidden. And we would say larger screens and above, again, this would be flex column, gap of 3, padding x of 2, and this would be sticky so that we always see this in the screen. I'll say top position would be 0, and it's going to be right of 0 as well. Then this is going to take the entire screen. So I'll just say height, screen, and margin left of 3 so that it is a little bit spaced out. And also let me shut off this sidebar. Okay, then we're gonna have another div. This would have has the class name of flex column, gap of 2, and margin top of 20. Then we're gonna just put a p tag that says recommended products. So I'll just say p recommended products. Maybe we could also say suggested products, but I'll go with this one. Feel free to update it. I'll say uppercase this first, then change the color to be muted to foreground. Font maybe would be semi-bold, and tracking tight. Okay, well, below this p tag, what I'm going to do is just create a grid and map through my suggested products. I'll say class name, first grid columns of 2, right? So they are 2 different products side by side, and gap of 4. Then here this is where we're going to use the products dummy data. I'll just say map it, give me the each product, And for each of them, I would like to render this part, which is gonna be a suggested product component. Let's make sure we import it, then give it a key that could be product.id, and we're gonna basically pass the product itself. So product is gonna be equal to product. Then we need to get this product as a prop. Currently, TypeScript says, hey, this component doesn't take any props. Let's say this is gonna take a product, which is type of any for now. Later with the Prisma, we're gonna update this as well to be completely type safe. But if you now press Control Space, then you can see TypeScript can give us this product type or the prop. Then we're gonna go into this component. This is actually where the actual component is gonna be. I'll say div first. Actually not div, we'll be using card. Let's just quickly see. So basically each suggested product is a card. So it has this rounded corners, right? So it's gonna have like a little bit spacing on the left hand side. It looks really cool. That's why we're using that component. So I'll go ahead and just say, give me a card component. Let's import it and open up it like this. We'll say first we'd like to have a card header, and inside we're gonna have the card title. All of them are coming from the ShadCN. We have installed all of them. So let's say class name of flex and flex column. Then card header is gonna have class name, of let's say padding x of 2, flex row, and items to be centered. Also justify between space y, I think we could just say 0, and padding bottom of 0 as well. Then for the card title, we will, why do I keep doing this? Let's say class name of text small, and font could be medium, so it's a little bit more I would say like it is bold. Then inside we'll have the p tag, which is gonna hold the product.name, and this can take things like width of 28 and text of ellipsis. I will explain what this does. Let's say overflow hidden and text no wrap. So basically this class will make sure that if it gets larger than this width, it's gonna put 3 dots. So just like this. So here it says only horse exclusive, but since it is exceeding that width, it just puts this 3 dots, and here happening this one as well. So that's the gist of it. Really important classes to just keep in mind. You give the width, text ellipsis, and overflow hidden with the text no wrap, then you can get this effect. So we're gonna have one div. This would be just a wrapper or a container where we would like to see $sign from the Lucid React, and we're gonna give the class name of, let's say, inline, height of 4, width of 4, and text muted foreground. Then let's close that off. Below this, we're gonna just show the price. Now I will say class name of text small, and if you remember now under the products, where is it? Let's see. So each product has this price in cents. This is how we're gonna store in the database so that we could really work smoothly with Stripe. Okay, so this is just like nice to have for Stripe. That's why we need to just take this cents and maybe convert it to dollars. We're gonna create a utility function called cents to dollars, and we would just pass the product.price. So if we now let's say we pass these cents, then we would get $19.99 in the output. Let's copy this name and create it under the utils. So basically I'll just say export const this function, which is gonna take the cents, it is type of number, and it's going to return, let's say return cents divided by 100 and to fixed of 2. So it's gonna only put 2 cents below, right, after the price. Okay, if you said, I think, to fixed 3, that would be 3 different like digits. And just like this. Now let's save and import this, and I'll just kill the sidebar as always. Now below this, so we have everything in the cart header. We'll only need is the cart content, which is gonna hold the image. But first, let's say class name of flex column, flex1, gap2, and padding2, which is gonna hold the image. This would be, let's say, just a regular image for now, but we're gonna fix that. Let's say this would be product dot image. Then alt could be really anything. Let's say product image. Class name, let's give, let's say width is going to be 44, not width, but I think height. And let's say object of cover. Below the image, we're going to have one div that just has the button that says buy. So I will scroll a little bit and say class name of flex, justify centered, and margin top of auto. Okay, just like this, so that it is pushed to the very bottom and take the remaining space. Now we would like to have a button, but since this is gonna be a link, we can do again with the help of ShadCN is just get a link and make it look like a button. So if you remember, it was possible with the help of button variants function. First, I will wrap this with cn. So let's import this function as well. So we're gonna say you would always take the entire width. Then button variants, we will say your size. Let's call this. Then it's gonna take the object. Let's say size is going to be small. And of course, we could give the href to a link as well. I'll say href is going to be dynamic. So slash merge page. Then it's going to take us to the product itself. So product.id. This is a page that we'll create next. So don't worry about this. And this is just gonna say buy. With this, I think we are done with our component. Let's save this as well and save this one as well, and let's test it out. But before that, we need to put the suggested products to the layout, the base layout component. Currently this just says suggested products placeholder. Let's say suggested products and import it. Let's make sure it is coming from our components and let's test it out. So there we go. Now we have recommended product section. It is sticky, always stays here, just like the sidebar. And we can see the name, price, the $sign, the image, and buy button. Now, one thing that I want to change, when I want to hover over this image, I would like to zoom in. So this is something that we have done previously, and I think it is really important for an e-commerce project like this, so that user can just see the details completely. I will go ahead and create a component for this because we're going to be using this in multiple places. So I will say, excuse me, so I'll say zoomed image. Now I will say RAFCE, and this is going to be similar what we have done previously. But let's just at least try to code the markup. Then we can get the function from the other files that we had. So class name obviously is going to be a little bit dynamic, where we can get the class name as a prop so that user can overwrite this component if they really want to. We are going to say the class name is going to be type of string, and this can get the obviously the image source, which is also string, so that we can display the image. So I'll get the image source as a prop. Now this is going to take cn function so that we can put multiple classes and overwrite them if we wanted to. The first one you put under the string is going to be default, so this would always be applied unless you overwrite them. So I'll say width, full, relative, overflow, hidden, and height is going to be 96, which is about 384 pixels. Then we can put the class name if we really want to change anything else. Then we're going to put the image component, which is coming from next image. And as the source, this is going to take the image source that is being passed in as a prop. Then we can fill this in with the entire space of the parent so that we could, that's why we have given this relative to the parent div. Let's say alt product image, or maybe just this could be anything, but I think we will be only using this for the products. That's why I'll just say product image. Then style, just like before, we are gonna update the transform origin depending on the mouse position. So that would be the X coordinate and Y coordinate. That's why I'll just say transform origin. And for now, let's say 0 to 0, but we will update that. Then this is gonna take, for the last time, a couple of classes. Let's say this would be the transition transform, and let's give it L-bit duration of maybe 500 so that it is smooth, and change the function on it. Let's say is in and out, and let's say transform, and let's say hover is going to take scale of, now you can just put anything, but I want this to be like super zoomed in. That's why I'll just say 2.5 so that user could see the entire details of the product. I'll say cursor is going to be pointer as well as rounded of MD. Okay, these are all the classes that we need. Now we need the the logic so that we can keep track of the mouse position. Since we'll be using useState, let's go ahead and mark this as useClient so that it's a client component. And we will say we're going to get two different values, which is mouse position and set mouse position. And we'll be using useState for this, which is going to be by default, I think x0 and y0. This is what we have used in the, let's say, masonry grid component, right? So I'll go ahead actually just copy this function. This is the exact same thing that we'll be doing. I'll paste it. But now the difference is we don't really have an index because this is just a standalone image. In the masonry grid, we had 15 different images, so that we need to, that's why we need to keep track of the index. But for this, we don't really need. This is just a standalone component by itself. Then what we're going to do is just create a ref. I'll say const image ref, and this would be a use ref, let's say HTML div element, or actually it's going to be, I think, HTML image element. Let's say HTML image, oops, if I can type, image element, and by default, like the initial value is just going to be null. Let's import the use ref. We are going to pass this into the image. I'll say ref is going to be image ref. Hey, so a quick pause here from me. While editing, I just realized we are not using this ref in any places. So we just passed the ref and never doing anything with it. I don't know why I put this while coding, but basically you can go ahead and delete this and delete this part as well and continue with the video. Sorry for the interruption, but let's go. Now, when we how do we call it, like when we move our mouse on this, we'll say on mouse move, we need to call the handle mouse move function. So handle mouse move, just call that whenever we do this. So let's make the TypeScript happy. I'll just call it like this. We're just gonna take the event and the function, we're gonna pass the event into it. Okay, now it should be happy. Let's see. And it also wants us to pass index, but we are not gonna pass that, right? Let's delete this because we just copied that in the masonry grid. With this, I think that should be working. The only last thing we need is the mouse position so that we could change the transform origin. I'll say this is gonna be dynamic of mouse position X and %, and same for the mouse Y. Okay, hopefully this should work, and we have done the explanation for this in the masonry grid layout. That's why I'm not gonna try to explain this from scratch, but basically this function is gonna calculate the mouse position so that we can change the transform origin on the image. Currently, let's see if this is gonna work. It didn't because we didn't use this component. Let's say the suggested product is not gonna take the normal image, but it's gonna take actually the zoomed image. And image source is wants us to pass is gonna be product image. For now, let's just don't pass any class name. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's import it. Let's make the class name to be, let's say, optional so that we don't get this TypeScript error. There we go. And let's test it out. Okay, so this is a bit too large, but we're gonna fix it. Okay, so currently this has the zoomed in effect. What we can do is maybe change the height. I can say like class name, height could be, let's say 44 maybe. Okay, there we go. Now we have the image, the product card, and with the help of this class name, we can really override anything because we are just passing in this class name as we got as a prop into the CN function. And there we go. Now you can really use this component in any places. That's what we'll be doing. And with this, we have completed the homepage. We have the products, the main content, and the sidebar. Now it is time to build the merge page. Currently, it is 404 because we don't have it. Let's see what we're gonna build in that page. So basically, we will just have a title. It's gonna say our products with this underlined text and just a card, which is product card that has the same kind of structure, the name, price, image, buy button, as well as in stock or not. Let's go ahead and try to build it. So I want to have a page that is /merge. So in Next.js, this is how you would do it. So currently we haven't built any other pages than homepage, but it is time to do it. So first thing, we would go under the app folder because this is the special folder that that is gonna has the pages. Let's say first I want to have the merge page. That's why I need to create a folder. Inside is gonna have this special file called page.tsx, and I will get this and make sure this P starts with upper P, okay, uppercase. Okay, I'll just say this is my merge page. Now if we visit, hopefully it should has that page. There we go. Now we're gonna put, as always, just wrap this with the base layout so that we can have the sidebar on the left and maybe the right panel on the right. Let's get this. Let's make sure this is also base layout. And we're gonna go inside. First create a div. This is gonna have the class name of padding x of 3, medium screens and above padding x of 10, and we'll say margin y of 10 as well. It's gonna have an h1 that says our products, right? I'll say our, and the products is gonna be under the underlined text component so that it has that squiggly line. Let's say products, and you can really put anything here. By default, it is decoration dashed. I'll say class name of decoration of baby so that it has that wave, and I'll say class name, oops, let's say class name of text 3x large. Text would be centered, and we'll say margin y of 5. Then font bold, and lastly the tracking would be tight. Okay, we have the h1, which was our title. Let's say div. We're gonna have our grid, say grid gap of 5, grid columns of 1 on smaller devices, and as we get into the medium screens and above, we would have 2 items at a time. So grid calls of 2, I'm sorry, and we have a typo here, which would be gap. Then we are gonna get again the products, the dummy data, and let's just map through each product. We'll just say show us a product card, which is a component that we'll create. Let's say pass the product ID and product itself. So the only place, so let's see where we're gonna use the product card. This is gonna be, I think, a shared component. So we're gonna be using it in the merge page. So in here, and also in the specific merge, the checkout page. That's why I'm gonna go ahead and make this component to be under the components. Okay, so under the components in the root, that would has the product.tsx, maybe product card, and I'll say rafce, just maybe import this, get the product as a prop, and let the TypeScript know about it. So I'll say this is the product, and here is the type product, and this is going to be any for now, but as I said, we'll be handling that with the help of Prisma. So under this div, this is actually going to be a card, and I'll just kill the sidebar again. Okay, class name, flex, and flex column. So card would have the card header. We had used this multiple times, and inside this we can have the card title. Then let's give the classes for this one, padding x of 2, flex, flex row, so that I think we don't need to put the flex row. By default, it is already row, right? And we'll say items to be centered and justify between, then space y of 0, then padding bottom of 2. Then we're gonna go below this, like we have the card title, which is gonna hold the product name. So let's say product dot name. Let's give the classes text large and font medium. Then below the card title, we would have the exact same thing in the previous one that we had. So dollar sign, let's make sure this is coming from Lucid React. The class name of inline, height for, width for, text muted, foreground. Then we will say span, which is gonna hold the price, product price, but I would like to call the cents to dollars so that it can organize it or format it. Product dot price. Let's go into the span, class name of text, small. Yeah, that's gonna be it for this part. Let's say we would like to have card content as well, but this should be outside of the card header. Okay, let's say card content, and it's gonna have a couple of classes. Flex column, flex 1, so that it can take the entire remaining space, and gap of 10. This is gonna have again a image, but this is gonna be the zoomed image. Let's import it. It's gonna take the image source and nothing else. Div, oops, I have a typo here. Let's say div. This is gonna take the class name of flex, justify, center, and margin top of auto. Let's give a little bit space. Then inside we're gonna have like two different buttons, but they're gonna be actually dynamic. Like you'll see what that means, but for now I'll just say const admin view false, because there's gonna be two different users, right? When the admin see this product, which is, let's say, this product card, admin will be able to see a button that says archive this, maybe because it is not in the stock, right? Or maybe they don't really want to sell that product anymore. But if a user see that, they're gonna see this buy button. So that's why we're gonna make it dynamic. That's either gonna say buy or archive it. For now, let's say admin view is false, and we will say like if admin view is true, so admin is seeing this product at the current time, so that would be button that is gonna say archive or unarchive. For now, let's say archive, just like this. How do we type this? Archive. Okay, then class name, this would take the entire width, and I'll say variant would be outline. Then okay, that's gonna be a button, I believe. Then I will just copy this and maybe paste it, because I'll just say if admin is not viewing this, right, then this would be buy. Now this is gonna look like a button, but it is gonna actually take the user to a link. That's why I'm gonna change this to be link, import it from next link, and for the href, let's say it's going to be /merge and then the product ID. Okay, and then make sure you close that off, the curly braces. Then I will change the classes a little bit. So I will say class name, I would like to use CN. Then this is gonna take the entire width, let's say button variants, and just call the function, let's see, just like this. And let's see what we're gonna get. And let's make sure we close this link element as well, or the tag. Okay, let's see what we're gonna see in the product card. Okay, there we go. Now we have our products, but what I am going to do in the merge page, I don't really want to see the recommended products because I already have them in this view. That's why I'll go into the page and I'll say, hey, don't render the right panel. I'll say false, and there we go. Now we don't really see the right hand side. Now there is one issue that they should be side by side, the name and this price. Let's see if I have a typo. Flex. So maybe we need to say flex row. Okay, so that's why at first I type it down and then I said that would be flex row by default, but probably something is overriding it. That's why I'll just say flex should be row. Okay, so we have the name, the price, the image, and we see the buy button. Now, if I say admin is viewing this product, let's say true, that would be archive. And we're gonna implement this functionality later. When we click to it, users will not be able to see that because admin just marked it as archived. Okay, I'll just make this to be false. And the very last thing below the cart content, we will say if it is archived or live, or is it in the stock. Again, we will say if admin is viewing this, we're gonna render the right hand side where we'll just have a span that is gonna just check, let's say for now, let's say live. This is not archived, okay? And I will say the class name is gonna be dynamic. Maybe we can go into the products and maybe add a field called is archived. I'll say is archived. Let's make this to be false and say this is gonna be true, and this one would be also false, let's say. Now, depending on this, we're just gonna do conditional rendering, right? I will just open up my classes and I'll say text would be small, font would be medium, and I will say like product is archived. So archived, I have a typo. Wait, how do we type this even? If product is archived, okay, just like this. If this is the case, then we're gonna have this class, but else have this class. Let's say if it is archived, then maybe we could show something like text red of 500, but else we would indicate this is live. It is in the stock. We would say text green 500. And here I'll just say if product is archived, we'll say archived, or else we would say active, or I'll just say live. Okay, but if not, the admin is not seeing this, then we can just show in stock. This is what I'm going to do. Just have a span that says if admin is not in the view, so that means a regular user is seeing this component, then we'll just say in stock. And this could be just normal codes and not backticks. Okay, let's test it out. We have in stock, so it looks a little bit off, but we're gonna fix it in a second. If we say admin is in view, I'll say this is true. So now this has been archived and this is live. This is also live. Now I want to give a little bit spacing for this. I think we can go ahead into here and maybe wrap them with a div. Since I want to give spaces from left hand side, I'll just say class name of padding x of 2. So both on the right and left. And maybe let's give padding y of 1 and wrap all of them with this div. Let's save. And there we go. This is live. This is archived. This is what admin is going to see so that they could maybe say unarchive this. And let's make sure we change this as well. So we will say if product is archived, then it can say unarchive, but else it would say archive, right? So there we go. And so also there is one thing I want to mention. Now we can either use this backticks and make the classes dynamic, or we could use the cn function and still do the exact same thing. So it is just preference. Feel free to use it. I am just showing the both of the options so that you could really see all different options, right? Now, what I am going to do, instead of having this admin view as the hard-coded data, we can take this as a prop. So I'll say is, or maybe just admin view, and just take this as a component, the prop, and this is going to be Boolean, true or false. Now this could be, let's say, optional, and by default, let's say this would be false. If in a product card, we would like to use this prop, we would say product card, hey, we're gonna have the admin view as true. But if we don't really pass this, then by default, this would be false. So it would be displayed for the user. And again, later we're gonna see this. So yeah, now we have the product, the merge page as well. We have this zoomed in image so user can see the details. And I think this looks pretty, like really, really cool. When we click to this now, this is gonna take us to the merge page. So it's gonna be merge / the ID of the product. which is 1 currently. Let's go ahead and build that page as well. I'll close all these. And if you want to have like a dynamic page, because now this ID could be anything. It could be 2, 3, 1 million, and just any value. For this, I'll go under the merge. So since it is going to be nested under the merge route, we need to put it under the merge folder. And since this is going to be dynamic, we can just put the this square brackets and any value. Since it's going to be ID, I'll just call it as ID. But you could really put anything like hello, lol, just really, but I'll go with ID because it just makes the most sense. Then again, the special file called page.tsx, let's create it. I will say page, and maybe I would like to say, let's say the merge page, and we can show the ID of the merge, right? What we can do by default, Next.js gives you this params in server components. So I'll say params, and let's say params is an object that has the ID field, which is type of string. Let's show the params.id. Now, if we go here, let's see params.id, why it shows 1. Let's say maybe zeros are ignored. Let's say merge 2, and there we go. Now it says merge 2. So we are getting these params from the ID because by default, every page is server component, and Next.js gives you this params out of the box as one of the props. And I think later in the video, we'll be using this params in just to check if this product maybe is successfully purchased, payment is verified, but definitely at some point we'll be using this. For now, we can delete this because we don't really need it. We need to maybe just render the component, just the UI design for now. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna build. I just want to show the diagram as well, or the image. Now we built the merge page. It is time to build the dynamic merge page. We are gonna have the product checkout component so that we can change the select the size and click to the buy button. That would take us to the Stripe payment page. And below this, we're gonna have the product cards. That's why we actually made it to be a standalone component so that it is reusable. And these are kind of like recommended products coming from our platform from the database. Okay, we have an, let's say, image, the product checkout component itself, then the suggested products. Let's go ahead and build it. First, again, if you realized, this is being wrapped with a BaseLayout so that we have the sidebar and we don't really have the recommended products because they are in the below section. That's why I'll go ahead and say BaseLayout, wrap it with it, and make sure you close that off with the actual name. And I'll say render right panel should be false. Okay, then we're gonna go below this, maybe have a div with a couple of classes, padding x of 3 so that it's been spaced out, and we can increment the padding as the screen gets larger, and we would say margin y of 20. Then below this, as I said, we would have the product checkout component so that we could select that size, that kind of thing, where we would send a product into it. For now, let's say, I don't know, like product could be coming from products array, and let's just send the first one. This is just hard-coded data, but that would be actually coming from the database later in the video. I just need to keep saying this so that you know we're actually just really close to the building actual part of the application, which is related with database, Prisma, Stripe checkouts. So I can't really wait to get into that point, which is we're almost gonna get there. So first, let's say h1, couple of classes, text 3x large, text centered, margin top of 20, bottom of 10, font would be bold, tracking tight. Say tight, not tighter, but tight. Okay, let's go ahead, close the left-hand side. I'll say underlined text, but before that, I think I'll say more products from and give a JavaScript space maybe here. So underlined text, this is gonna be more products from our platform. And I'll say class name, decoration, wavy because by default it was dashed, and let's say underline offset of 8. By default that was 4. If we don't really put this, let's see what we're gonna get under this page. Okay, so as you can see, like it overlaps with the Y, and that's why I'll just say underline offset should be not 4 but 8. If we save, now this should give us a little bit space. And why didn't we add this space? Let's see. There we go. Now it looks better. Can we just give the normal space if it is not JavaScript space? I think it doesn't work, right? So you might be thinking, why don't we give this space to here? Then like there will be, do you see how the wavy decoration is one place off? That's why I'll just say Control Z and give the space to here. So just like this, we have our title. Then it is time to add the suggested products. So below the H1, I'll say div, class name of grid, gap of 5, and we'll say grid columns, where is it? Grid calls 1, then medium screens and above, grid calls of 2. Then inside this div, we can just basically get the products, map it, and show the product card component as we have done previously. Let's import this and save. Okay, so above we're gonna have the product checkout in a second, but now we have the product cards, and if we take a look at it, it is responsive. Once we hit this breakpoint, the products gets in the grid of 1. Now currently the aspect ratio is just getting a bit lost, so this looks a little bit weird, but I think like it is not that bad, because when the user zooms in, it just gets clearer. And if you really want to, you could fix it maybe after the video. Maybe we could do it together, really. Okay, so let's add this product checkout component. I will first uncomment this, copy the name, go ahead. This is the only place that would be using it, so I'll just put it under here and say TSX. And first we need to initialize it. Now this is going to be a client component, so I'll say use client because we're going to use size, which is going to be a state. Let's say selected size, set selected size. Initially it could be null, but let's say this is going to be either string or null. Then this is going to take the product, if you remember, right? So we are passing a product as a prop. I'll say this is going to take the product, type of any for now, and let's give a bit space. Then this is going to be just a div with class name of flex. Now this would be flex column in smaller screens, but medium and above we could say flex row so that they are set side by side. Gap of 5, and we need to put the zoomed in image, and we're gonna pass the image source as the product.image. Okay, below this I'll have another div with class name of with full h1, class name of text 2x large, md text 4x large, font bold, which would take the name of the product. So let's say product.name. Now this might not be completely correct semantic, right? Like you could really always change it to be p tag, span, or anything. I'm just skipping those details. So yeah, class name, let's say text muted foreground. Now, as far as I know, in one single page, you should only have one H1. So one page should have, or should have only one H1. This is a best practice in terms of like SEO, but so yeah, we are in the merge page, so I think we could use one H1 for the product name. So I'll go ahead under this p tag, we would say product.price, but since it is in cents, we will want to convert this to dollars. So let's say cent to dollars and put the product price. This p tag is gonna have text muted foreground and maybe text base so that the line height, etc. is being resetted. Then below this, now we'll have a label, which is coming from ShadUI. We didn't, so did we import it? Looks like we have. Where did we use the label? So I'll just say the label. This is how I would search for it, by the way. Okay, so in the pricing page, it looks like we have used it. And now we are using it in the product checkout. So under the label, first let's import it. We're just gonna say size, which is gonna take the class name of margin top of 5 inline block. Then we need to use a component called select. Probably we haven't used it so far, but let's say select, so that you can just really select any of these or any options. Let's get this installation CLI, the command, paste it. This would install it for us in the background, and let's see how we could really use it. If you take a look at the code, it has the select trigger, which would open up the select content, and it has like select group, the items, and that kind of thing. Let's try to build ourselves a select. I'll say select and import it from the components. Where is it? Okay, it's coming from UI. And now this is going to take a prop later. For now, let's say select trigger from the components, and it is going to have the select value. So select value, import this, which would be a self-close tag. I'll say placeholder is going to be select. And this can take the class name of, let's say width is going to be this value, 180 pixels. And on focus state, we don't really want to see any outline or anything like that. So let's say ring would be 0. Then below this, we're going to actually have the select content. So at this point, I can really just copy and paste it. It's super basic. We wrap everything with select content, which has select items. So it has the small, medium, and large as the value we give SM, MD, and LG. Then at the very bottom, we would have a button below the selects. So let's go ahead. Up here, I'll just say button. We're just gonna have the text white, margin top of 5, padding X and Y, and when we click to it, it's gonna say bought the selected size. But currently, we are not gonna see any selected size. Let's see. If we refresh, we cannot really see anything. It's because we didn't import it and save this file. Let's see, there we go. Even if I select something, it's just gonna say about null. It's because when we select one of them, we need to update the state. That's why I said this is gonna take a prop. So we'll say on value change, just call the set selected size. This is gonna handle the logic for us. Now I select the medium, it says MD selected. So just zoom in if you can't really see it. Now it says bought LG. Okay, so this is the product page as well. We have the product itself and more products from our store. So currently we are looking at this product and we still see this here. This is not really optimal. If we are seeing buying this, then we should see all the products other than this one. This is something that we will handle as well. Small detail, but I think important. That would be in the incoming sections. And let's make sure if this page is responsive as well. Let's go into this view, open up the responsive. And there we go. Now they are looking really nice. Up until here, we have the products. Everything seems to be working fine. And I think the next one should be the dashboard page. So only the admin is going to be able to see this, and we need to build this next. Okay, so let's go ahead and build the secret dashboard, which is going to be under the app folder. I'll say secret dashboard and create this special file called page.tsx and get this basic code called page. Make sure this P is uppercase because it is a React component, otherwise you would get warning or errors. I'll say dashboard page and hopefully we should be able to see that. Now in this page, first I would like to wrap it with let's say base layout component that we had, and make sure we close that off correctly. Then I'll just say I don't really want to see the right panel because admin in this dashboard page, we don't really want to see the recommended products, right? So let's save, and we're gonna see the sidebar, the dashboard, and not the right hand side. So in this page, we're gonna have three different tabs: the content, store, and analytics. So in the content tab, user or the admin can share a post. So it's gonna type the content, the media type, either video and image, upload the media, and if he really wanted to, can mark this as public so that user can see it. So that would be kind of like, so to say, the free post. But if admin doesn't mark this, then this would be exclusive to the only subscribed users. So it would be the paid content. Now for these tabs, we're gonna go into the ShadCN UI and just search for tabs. Okay, there we go. We're gonna get this output, and this is how we can use it. Let's first get this one and paste it to our terminal. Okay, it's gonna install it behind the scenes while we can check the documentation. So first we need to wrap everything with tabs. Then we're gonna have the tabs list, which is gonna be this list. Okay, so these are tabs list, and each of them are called as tabs trigger, and they have a value, and we can put the default value. So here, when you refresh the page, the default value is a count. This is what it does. Then we have the tabs content, which is going to be for the account. This is the tab content, and for the password, this is the tab content. I hope you get the point. I'm going to copy this first and just paste it so that we could have a starter point. Let's see, just paste that. Let's import all of them. From components. Let's get this one, the trigger, the content. Now, if I save, what am I gonna see? Let's see the account, the password. There we go. What we'll like to have is first maybe just update this with a couple of classes. I'll say the width is gonna be full, mx auto, my of 10, padding x of 2, medium screens and above, padding x would be 10. The default value, we don't have a content tab, but we have content, right? I mean, we don't have an account tab, but we're gonna have the content tab, and store as well as the analytics. So in the tabs list, let's give a couple of classes. I'll say flex column, medium and above, flex would be row, width of full, medium and above, width is gonna be third, fourth, and mx auto as well as height auto. So this is gonna make it to be responsive, I believe. Let's say the tabs trigger, this would be the value for the content, which is gonna say content tab. And I'd like to give a class for this one. I'll say class name, width full, mx would be, width full, medium and above, width would be auto, so that it is responsive. And I'm gonna copy this class name because we'll be using it in a second. So that was our first trigger, and the second one is gonna be store. So just like this, and as I said, I'll paste this class name to this one as well. The value for this would be store, and I will duplicate this, which is gonna be analytics, and I'll go ahead update this one as well. So analytics. I'll just save to get this formatting a bit. Below this tabs list, we have the tabs contents, right? So this one is for, let's say, the content. Let's say for now, the content tab values go here. Let's say just a placeholder. Then I'll duplicate this one. This is gonna be a value for the store. And let's say analytics. And here I'll just say analytics. Oops. Okay, analytics. And lastly, we'll have, I'm sorry, like I just messed it up, but let's say analytics. Okay, this would be this store. Okay, so this is just what we're gonna get, the content, okay, the store value, and then the analytics. Now, obviously, we're gonna have a lot of different things inside. So what I'd like to do is just create their standalone component folders. So I'm gonna say, let's say store, right? Then we're gonna have the analytics, okay, just like this, and then the content. Let's start with the content tab because it is the first one that we have here, and I think it is maybe the easiest one. So what I can say first, just delete this part and just say content tab is gonna go here. So you can rename this to be anything, but I'll just say content tab dot tsx, which is gonna hold basically the content for the content tab. Okay, I'll say RAFCE and maybe kill my sidebar. Then I'll say this could be a fragment. So we're gonna have, I think, multiple different things. First, I'll say P and give a couple of classes. So 3x large of text, margin y of 5, font bold, text center, and uppercase. Then this is gonna say share post. Let's make this to be capitalized, and I'm gonna wrap this share with a span because I'll just give that squiggly line. And instead of wrapping it with span, I just realized we have created a component for that, right? Underlined text. Let's get this, and I'll say share, and we can say what? The class name of, let's say, decoration wavy, right? And why do we have a typo here? What is this? Underlined text. So this should be maybe uppercase like this. Delete this and try to import it again. Oh, okay, so this is how we called it, I believe. Let's just see. Underlined. Okay. So like here the L is not capitalized, right? Okay, underlined text, but anyways, we got that. So let's say text. Okay, share new post. Then below this we'll have a form so that we could put a couple of inputs maybe. Inside this form, I'll have a card. So we have used it previously. Let's get that. Class name with full, maximum with medium, MX auto. And here at this point, I'd like to just speed up the process a little bit. So I'll just get the card header, card title, and description. Please feel free to type this down by pausing the video. I'm doing this so that we don't really waste any time. We already, I think, above the 4 hours. So let's just speed up this design process a little bit. Below the card header, we'll have the card content. And inside the card content, let me just first give a little bit spacing so that we can see this clearly. We're gonna have a div that just holds a text area. Okay, I'll just paste that. Let's say get this from the components. And I think we haven't used text area at all. So let's go ahead and first see this. Just a text area cool component from ShadUI. Okay, there you can see. I will get this one and paste it to my terminal. Okay, it's gonna install it. And we have a state for this. Let's go ahead and just first mark it as use client. This is our directive. Then we'll say const text set text. Let's delete this, we don't really need it. Import the use state. Okay, and maybe give a bit space. Text area, let's import it from components. There we go. Now we can put the media type. I think I'll just put them below this div. So this is our label, and we're gonna use another component called radio group. I'm not sure if we have used it before, but I think we haven't. So pretty cool component. Let's get this as well. I'm using npm, that's why I always get the first one. It is gonna install that for us as well. Again, I'd like to just speed up the process. Below the label, I would like to just paste it. Okay, radio group. Let's import that. The item from the components, and now we need to get the media type, which is going to be a state as well. So I'll go above and just create it. So it has the use state. It could be either video or image. By default, it's going to be video. Then while we're here, let's just add this state as well. It's going to be if this post is public or not. The initial value is going to be false. And lastly, the media URL. So when we upload a image or video, we're going to store the video or image in the Cloudinary, and it's going to have a URL, and we're going to store it in this state so that we can save it to our database. Then let's see what we're going to have. But first, let's save and import this one. And let's just see what we're going to have in the UI. There we go. Share post, text area. Let me just zoom in a little bit. Media type, by default it's video, but user can change it. Then below this, what we're going to have is basically the upload media, right? So this button is going to be coming from Cloudinary. Let's go ahead and visit the documentation first. So if you just search for Next Cloudinary, which is that package that we have installed, let's say get started. This is specific for Next.js. And let me just zoom in. We're going to be using the upload widget to be able to upload videos or images. Now there are two different usage. So you would get the unsigned and signed uploads, which this one is just for only testing purposes. It is not secure really, but this one is the secure option. Let's actually go and implement this one first. If you click to this, you're going to get to this code snippet. Here it says you need to create an endpoint and put it. Then they're going to give you the endpoint that you need to create as well. So it was here at some place. Let's see where that is. I think it might be under the configuration, maybe, because I have seen this before while I was looking at the documentation. Okay, it is under the app router, so signed uploads. We're gonna get this and put it maybe like app API sign Cloudinary prems and route.ts. So what I'm going to do is just change the name a little bit. So under the API, I'll say sign image. You can make the name to be anything, but I'll just say sign image. Then we have to have this route.ts file, and this is what they are doing as well. So because it's a special file for API routes, I'm gonna paste that first, and let's make sure we install the Cloudinary. So this says you already had the radio group in our project. So when did we use the radio group? Let's just say radio. Oh yeah, in the pricing page we have already used it, right? So what I'll say is just press no so that it doesn't override it. I'm sorry, I just realized it. So probably you did the same thing. So yeah, sorry about that. I thought we haven't used the radio group. But anyways, let's go under the route, and I'll just maybe put this, how do we call it? Like I would, while editing, I'll just say, hey, don't install it because we already have it. Okay, let's go ahead and first import the Cloudinary. I'll say npm install Cloudinary, just like this. So this is going to install the package for us, and let's make sure we have these environment variables. I'll go into the .env file and maybe put them side by side. So we have Cloudinary cloud name, right? And I'm going to copy this, paste it, then also get the API secret, just like this. Now let's go ahead and get those values from our dashboard. I believe they should be under the settings. This is going to take a bit time to load, but I'll go under the API keys. And so I have just created today. Go ahead, copy it. Don't try to use mine because I'll just delete it. If I click this, it's gonna make it inactive. And after I publish this video, or maybe even before that, I'll make this to be inactive so you guys cannot use it. So we got the API key, and let's copy this. To be able to copy it, they're gonna send an email. Let me just go ahead and grab it. So I just got the email and pasted. So it now gave me this API secret that I could copy and paste it to my .env file. I'm gonna save this and close this. So here it says, I don't know if this is undefined or not. This is TypeScript specific error. We could either say cast this as a string, or maybe just say we are sure this value is always going to be there. So with this, now we have created this sign image route, which is going to make sure that this is secure. Let's see what we're going to do else in this documentation. In the, let's say, where is it? In the basic usage, let's go to the signed uploads. We need to pass this. First, let's copy this, and we're gonna put our endpoint here. I'm gonna go into this component. I think below the tabs, right, or under the content tab, I'm sorry, under the radio group, we're gonna put this component, which is coming from Next Cloudinary, and our endpoint is gonna be /API/sign dash image. This is how we have created that, right? Sign image, and that's it. So this is our endpoint. Now on success case, we're gonna get a value. Before this, let's just see if we have any value. If I click to this now, I'm gonna see this, the upload widget from Cloudinary. Now I can just get videos from Unsplash, from my camera, Google Drive, or my files itself. If you really want to update it, you can come here. I believe here there should be an option called options, which takes the sources, and you can just say local and maybe let's say Unsplash. If we save, hopefully it should update. It didn't. Let's me just refresh. Okay, when you just refresh, it's gonna update, and these are the options. I'll just keep the defaults, but just know that there is a cool option like this. And now once we upload the image, we would like to get this on success function, or the callback. This is what they give you out of the box. So we're gonna get the result, and there is something called widget. I'll say widget, and here I'm gonna call this arrow function. So first, I would like to set my media URL, which is my state, with the result.info. And we need to typecast this. So say as Cloudinary upload widget info. So I'll just copy the name. I am too lazy to type it, but you can import it from here. Just make sure Cloudinary upload widget info. Okay, it is coming from here. And now that we typecast it like this, we need to wrap it with parentheses and then just get the secure URL that is being stored in Cloudinary. Okay, after this, I'll just say console.log, maybe the result. Okay, so result.info.secure_URL, so that we could really see it. So this is a TypeScript error, just ignore it. Then I would like to update the button, how it looks. Currently, it just looks really ugly. Let's make it look like this outline button. I'll import my button from components. On click, we'll just say open so that it can open up that dialog that is coming from Cloudinary. Variant is going to be outline, and now make sure the type is a button, otherwise this would submit it immediately. So just say button. So as I said, by default it is type of submit. With this, I think we can just save and try to see what's gonna happen. Now we have this beautiful upload image, and we're gonna update this to just make it look better like this. For now, just let's click to this, and I'm gonna just drag and drop an image from my files. So I'll just get this horse image, upload it. Now it's being uploaded. Okay, it says invalid API key and undefined for some reason. Let's see why it didn't work. So sign upload requires an API key. I think that's what we have done. Under the sign image, API key. Let's see in the .env Cloudinary API key. Yep, this is what we have done. API secret API key under the sign image. Maybe do I have any typo? So I'm just gonna paste the value. So this is the exact same thing I have in .env file. Okay, let me just debug this quickly. Okay, so I have just debugged this a bit and take a look at the documentation they have here under this package. So Next Cloudinary, and the just difference I have seen is that Next public Cloudinary API key. So we were missing this one. If it doesn't work for you, go ahead under the .env and update that part. And also what I have done, I just changed the API key as well as the API secret. Here, let me show you how you can do that as well. So under the settings, you can go under the API keys. So I have just disabled all of them other than this one. So if you want to create new one, so you would say generate new API key, and then I think it would send a email. Let's see. Yep. And then you pass the confirmation code, then you can get that. So copy the API key and API secret, put it to the API key and API secret. Also get your cloud name as I have shown previously. I think under the programmable media, there should be this dashboard place where you can get your cloud name. Okay, if you just grab all these values correctly and put them here, so next public API key and cloud name API secret, so these can be actually public, but you have to just keep this as a secret because this would expose some risk. Okay, other than this, let's save and just test it out. What I'm going to do, I'll just say, let's go and try to upload an image. Maybe I could close these, we don't really need it. Okay, I'll just open up here. Let's refresh. These are all the like images I have in my bucket. I'll say upload a new media, and let me just drag and drop an image from my machine. It's going to be this horse. Hopefully it's gonna work. Okay, there we go. Now it is successfully completed. Let's open up our console. We should be able to see this link. If I clicked it, there you go. This has been uploaded to Cloudinary. And the reason that we see in the console is because we say result info secure URL console login. Let's double check. If I refresh my media library, I should be able to see that image. Okay, there we go. Everything is working as expected. Now let's make this to be look a little bit better. I'll go into the card content, if I can talk, grid gap of 4. Okay, just like this, now everything is working. So I've been debugging this really for the last 30 minutes and I just came up with this next public underscore solution. Now what we are going to do when we upload an image, maybe we can show a preview below. So for this, I will go under the cloud upload image or the widget. What I'm going to say, I'll say if there is a media URL. So if state has been set and if media type, let's say, is equal to image, then we would like to show this div with an image component. First, let's give a bit classes, flex, justify, center, relative, width, full, and height 96. Then just the image component itself coming from next image. Let's give it a bit space. It's gonna take the fill source of the media URL, which is that URL that is coming from Cloudinary. I'll say alt, maybe uploaded image. Then we can just say class name could be object contain rounded MD. Okay, let's test it out. What's gonna happen? Since once we upload the image successfully, this function will run and update the state with it. And we say if we got that state and if the media type is equal to image, we're gonna see the image. So I'll say image. Oops, there's an issue. Okay, we cannot display images unless we put this to nextconfig.js. So let's try to see how we can do this. We're gonna go into the nextconfig mjs or js. I'll say, so we have, I think, images or maybe domains. Okay, images. Let's open up this object. We should add domains, but I think it says this is deprecated. Let's just see. Okay, it's been deprecated. It says use remote patterns instead. Let's say use remote patterns, but that should be at the top level. Use, oops, why it doesn't work? Remote patterns. Okay, it should be, I think, under the images, remote patterns. Okay, then we're gonna just open up an array. Then we could put, I think that should be an object as well. So yeah, we'll say host name is Cloudinary, res.cloudinary.com. With this now, we should be able to make that work. Let's refresh. So this is something really cool that Next.js does. So it doesn't allow other people to use your Next.js server to optimize images. So only the remote patterns that you, so let's say, configure here would be able to work. So this is going to take a bit of time. I think when you update this file, you need to restart your server. Maybe it's going to do it by himself. Okay, I'll select image, upload a media from my machine. Again, I can just take that horse image. Okay, so it's been, so let's say uploaded, let's say done. And here we go, we can just see the preview. What else I want to do is once image uploaded successfully, I can just immediately close that widget. So instead of console login, I'll just say widget.close, which Cloudinary gives us out of the box. Now I'll just test it out again. And by the way, if you refresh here, you should be able to see the second image as well, right? So we have both of them, and now I'll just upload it for the next time as well. So image, upload image, drag and drop that. And once image uploaded successfully, that widget just got closed. And now let's try to upload the videos. So if we just drag and drop a video, let me just find one from my machine. Maybe we could again upload that horse video, right, we had previously. I'm gonna drag and drop it. So it's gonna take a bit of time because this file is about 20 megabytes, but let's just wait. Okay, now it just processed it, and there we go. Let's test it out. If we refresh, we should be able to see the video. Okay, it is here. Now I would like to preview that here, and to be able to make this, we're gonna say if media URL, maybe I could copy and paste this line. So we'll say if there is that URL, but if the type is video, then display not an image, but this is gonna be coming from Cloudinary as well. So let's say cloud video player would be self-closing tag, and I can scroll a little bit. Then let's say width of 960, height of 540, and class name of rounded MD. Now for the source, obviously we're gonna give the media URL. That's why actually we set the state, right? So that we can display the image or the video. Let's test it out. Now it should update immediately. If I save this file, yep, it didn't because the type is not video, but right now it should. Okay, but we cannot get the, so to say, like the styles. For this, we need to maybe import that CSS file. I just wonder if we refresh, is it gonna work? I'll try to upload the video again. So I'll say upload media, drag and drop that video and just wait. So it says processing. Okay, obviously we cannot get that styling. So at some place we use that styles. So it was, I believe, the auth screen, the hero section. Where is it? So we used video player. So not the hero section, right? It was below the hero section, the today's highlight. We need to get this, instead of putting it here, maybe we could take it and put it in the layout. So I can cut that because layout would be applied to every single component. So here I think I could put that below the, above the global CSS. Okay, I'll save this file, close it, close these files, and let's see this in action. And there we go, now it works. There is, I think, one more problem, which is this doesn't take the entire space. Let's see, we might be missing some classes on this file. And to make it work, I'll just go ahead here in this div where we wrap the video. I'll say width is gonna be full and MX would be auto. Let's save and hopefully it should work. There we go. So we had the preview image, and what else are we gonna have? Let's see this part. And like we're gonna have this check mark that says mark as public, warning, and then a button. Let's add them one by one. So maybe we could again just speed up the process a little bit. Below this div and this curly braces, we'll just say give us a flex box which has the items of center space x of 2. Then we're gonna have one checkbox component. We haven't used this, so let's take a look at it from the ShadCN UI. Checkbox, which is this one, super basic component. So I'll just open up my terminal and then just paste that. Okay, so we can kill this one. It's gonna install it behind the scenes, and where we can just go ahead and make that work. So I'll say checkbox, let's say checked. If it is public, then the value of this would be checked, and on checked changed. So let's import it first so that we can get the autocomplete from the components. Let's say on check changed. Okay, we'll just take the event. Let's say event. We'll say set is public to just be event, and we can just say as boolean, just typecast that. Okay, with this we can just put a label. Let's make sure we are importing it from our components. We'll say mark as public. Then we can go here, give a couple of classes. What I can do is just pretty quickly copy and paste. It's about maybe 10 classes. Text small, font medium, leading none, peer disabled, and some changing opacity a little bit. I'll say this checkbox has the ID of, let's say, public. Then we can say this label is going to be HTML for this public. So when you click the label, checkbox would be selected, and you're going to get an alert component as well below the div, below the label. And let's see what is alert. So basically it is these kinds of like information alert that you could add. What I'll say, I'm just gonna paste it first, and we need to import it actually. I'll go ahead and let's see the name. It was alert. I'll say give me alert. Oops, I had a typo. It's gonna say it's not found probably. Okay, let's say alert, and it's gonna install it. So we have a triangle alert. This is an icon coming from Lucid React. Then we have the alert title from components. Let's make sure we got the alert as well. And then the description. Okay, with this, hopefully we can go below the card and just add a card footer. Okay, this is just gonna say I have a button. Let's say button. It says create post. This can take the entire width, so width full, and this is the actually submit button. Okay, this was a long component, but there we go. Now we can upload a video, see the preview, just put the content, right? You can't really add anything here. This would be resizable and would work fine. Then we can create the post. We can mark it. If we click the label, it's also gonna check, uncheck. Okay, really good job. Now we're gonna add the functionality to be able to database, but that's gonna be a bit later. Again, let's go with the store component now, which is gonna be this add new product with the form and existing products. Okay, so let's close everything and then try to build the store component. Okay, so first I'll just zoom in one more level, and then I'll go under the source that we have this app, the secret dashboard, under the store folder. I'll say store tab.tsx. Let's create this, and we need to import it under the page.tsx. Let's go ahead and do so. So this is going to be the store tab. Then now here we're gonna have two different components. One is gonna be, let's see, the add new product form, and then below this we're gonna have the existing products. That's why I'll go here and I'll just maybe delete this div and I'll just say add new product form and create this component. Then below this we will have the existing products component. Okay, I'll maybe just get this name first, create it, generate it. Okay, save and close it with Control W, and then just get this name, create this as well, generate it, save and Control W to this. Now let's go into this one, first import it, then this one, and let's try to build this form. So this is going to be a pretty basic component because we have already built it. Let's just try to speed up the process again on this one. First, this is going to be, let's say, a fragment where we have a p tag. Okay, at this point I can just copy and paste it. It is just a p tag that says this rotated text we have, it says add new product with these classes. Then below this p tag we're gonna have a form. Let's say it's not gonna have any action, but it could have an on submit. We could add it later. Then it's gonna have a card component which is gonna have these classes. Let's say class name, width full, maximum width medium, and make sure we don't have a typo here. Width full, yep, maximum width medium, just like this. Then we're gonna have the mx auto so that it is centered. Then below this card I will have my card header with the title and description. So I will just paste that and get these components. Okay, so just like as we have seen in the demo, so we have new merge, add a new product to your store, select only one image, and we have this rotated text in the p tag, right? This is what we have built so far. Then we're gonna have the card content. Below here, I'll say card content. Let's create it, which is gonna have one div that holds an input with a label. So I'll go here and then just paste it. Feel free to type it down, please, or get it maybe from the GitHub repo. I'll say it's coming from components and this one as well. So I think we haven't used the input component. If you really want to, you could take a look at it from here. Let's say input, just a basic input component. So this is what we're gonna do. Maybe I can copy this, open up a new terminal, and then paste it. So it's gonna install it behind the scenes. And let's create this state to be able to keep track of what user or the admin types in. Let's get the use state and make sure this is a client component. With our use client directive, we can make sure, right? Then below this input, let's first import it. So I think it still hasn't been installed. Okay, it's just been done. Now we can get this. So below this div, we're gonna have again the upload widget. Here you can see below the price actually. Okay, first we're gonna have the price, then this upload an image widget, which is coming from Cloudinary. So below this div, I will get first the input for the price. So it's the exact same thing, but there's an ID called price so that it match with the label. And I think we have the same thing here. And we have placeholder. These fields are required. And when you type that in, it's gonna update this state. So let's create it. Okay, just like this. Then below this div, we're gonna have that cloud upload widget. Below this div, I'm going to paste it. And again, this is the exact same thing that we have done just a couple of minutes ago under the content tab component. So let's just quickly see. So this is the exact same component. We have the signature endpoint, on success case, and then like the button that we're going to render. So let's get a state called set image URL. Again, so that we could just store the URL that is coming from Cloudinary. Then let's get this type to make TypeScript happy, and then the button. It's coming from components. Okay, now we are able to upload images to our Cloudinary account. Now, once we upload the image, we would like to see a preview, just like we have done previously. So below here, I will say if there is an image URL, then I would like to render this image. So again, we have done this like millions of times where we just say fill and relative to the parent, so it can fill the entire space. It has the source. So yeah, I think we could just speed up the process instead of like typing this all over from scratch. You can either get that from the GitHub repo or maybe just pause the video and type it down. And the very last thing we need for this component is going to be cart footer, and this is going to be below the cart content, which is this button that says add a product. Again, this is type submit, and this should be type button. Now let's try to see what we're going to get. Okay, this is what we have. For some reason, the spacing doesn't really work out. Let's see why this is the case. So we have these card content. Maybe we could give this class again, class grid, and let's say gap of 4, so that it could just give that space to everything. And this is now width of full. And we can give the price. This is type of number. That's why we can increment it. Then let's just say upload an image. Again, I'll just get one from my machine. Maybe it could be that horse image again. Okay, I'm gonna drag and drop it. Hopefully it should add it to our Cloudinary bucket. Okay, it has been uploaded, and here we can see it's been previewed. But why does this look this weird? Let's see the image we have. So it says fill. Maybe we could say either object cover or contain. Let's say cover. What's gonna happen? Maybe we could say contain, so that it can just fill up and just yeah, just like this, so that it can actually both fill the space and like without losing the aspect ratio. Then we can say add product is going to obviously not add it for now because we don't have the database, but that's going to be soon. Then the next thing we would like to add is going to be this existing products, and let's go ahead and create that component as well, which we already have. We're just gonna fill that in. I will maybe just close this sidebar, delete this content, and we're not gonna have anything inside, or I'm sorry, we're not gonna have anything wrapped with it. This could just be an empty fragment. And I'll say p tag. At this point, again, I'll just copy and paste it, just a couple of classes, text 3x large, tracking tighter, margin y, and font medium. Then below this, we're gonna have now again some kind of edge cases, right? If there are no products or if it is loading. So I'll say const is loading. For now, this is hard coded, and I'd like to create a skeleton. So I will go under the components. Here we had the skeletons, and I will say this time this is gonna be my product skeleton.tsx. So this is a component that you can grab from the GitHub under this file, which is about 20 lines of code. Super basic. I just got that from the documentation of ShadCN and changed the classes lbit so that we have this card looking skeleton. Then now inside in this component, we will say maybe if it is loading, then we would like to render this part. Again, I'll just first have a div that has a couple of classes, flex, wrap, and gap of 10, then justify start, let's say. So here I'll just get 3 elements, so just like this. Let's say dot 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 array 3, not 6, but let's say 3 different items. Oops, I am having a typo here, but let's go just like this. Map through these elements, and I have one more parentheses missing here, and I'll just say product skeleton. Pass the key, and there we go. Now this should be working. I'll say this is going to be true so that we could see the skeletons. Okay, so this is how it's going to look like, and if it is not loading, then we're going to handle another case. So I'll say false, and I'll say if maybe I can put it above here. So let's import the products as well, which is the dummy data. So if it is not loading and we don't have any products, then show these like no products found. Please add new products to see them there. And let's get this X icon from Lucid React. Let's see what we're gonna get. Let's say, so products.length obviously is not 0, that's why we can't see it. But for now, if I just say this is also true, then we should be able to see this placeholder that says add a new product to be able to see them. Okay, the last one that we need is just gonna be, maybe we could put them above or below, wherever you would like to put. I'll go here and I'll just say maybe just first the div, just gonna be our parent. Let's say class name grid calls of 1, and medium screens and above, that's gonna be grid calls of 2, just like this. Then we're gonna have a gap of 4 between them. So I'll say just give me products dot map. For each product, just return a product card. So I just want to speed up the process, that's why I'm gonna paste it. Let's see what we are missing. Okay, just the parentheses right here, and then get the product card that we have created. Now, one thing that is different is this admin view. Currently, we are adding it because this is the admin dashboard. So obviously, admin is gonna see this archived and live or archived status, right? Okay, so with this, we have this component as well, which is pretty basic. We just have a grid parent and then mapping through the products. The very last one we need now to add is going to be this analytics section. So here, what I have done is just go into the documentation, and under the examples, so here, let's say dashboard. Okay, I'll just zoom out a little bit. Okay, so this is exactly what I have done, like just taking a look at this component, which is a card with some flex justify between, and then maybe a heading, like text large, font bold. Then we have like recent sales. So this is exactly what I have done, right? The cards, so they have some icons next to them, and then like recent sales, recent subscriptions. This is what we're gonna do. First, I'll open up my tab and go under the analytics, and then just say analytics tab.tsx. We can close these now and get this. Let's see if we have imported it. No, we don't. Let's say we would like to see the analytics tab here. And then we're gonna build this component now. So in this component, I will go ahead and delete this div first. We can have a fragment, then we're gonna return one div at first. So let's say class name, grid columns of 1, and medium and above, that would be, let's make sure we don't have a typo here. So grid columns of 1, then here it's gonna be 2, then larger screens and above, that's going to be 3. Just like this. Then we can give the gap, then margin y of 5. Just like this. Then here we're gonna have a card. Let's import this. Then we're gonna have the card header. So what I'm going to do, let's just take a look at the UI first. So this is a card, right? This is what we're building currently. One card, second one, and then the third one. Okay, let's go ahead and do so. I think I can just again copy and paste. Hopefully you guys don't mind, because I don't really want to waste too much time on it. We already been building the UI for a long time. Okay, so we have the card header, which all have been wrapped with the card, then card title that says total revenue with a $sign coming from Lucid React, then the card content that has some random value, and just like this is going to be our first card. Let's see the UI. Analytics, there we go. This is the first one. Now what we can do is just duplicate this twice. Okay, I will get this and Alt Shift and arrow down key once and twice. So this is how we can duplicate a component or anything really. So total revenue will change with sales, and I'd like to say maybe like 400, oops, let's say 435. Maybe we could put plus up here as well. Then this is gonna change with, let's say, subscriptions. subscriptions, then this could take really any value. I'll say plus 212. If we save, hopefully it should be side by side. And now if we take a look at it, they should be responsive as well. Once you hit here, they're going to be like 2 columns at a time. Then here is going to be 1 column. And just notice how these are also responsive because we have written the code for them as well. Now below them, we're going to have recent subscriptions and sales. Let's go here, and then under the cart content, under all these divs, right, just above the fragment, I'll have one more div called with this class flex wrap gap of 5 and then margin y of 5. So here, as I said, we're gonna have the recent subscriptions on the left hand side, then next to it we'll have recent sales. And let's get those components. So I'll go here and I'll say const recent subscriptions. And now here you can see we have 2 different subscriptions, and later they'll be coming from database, but for now they're going to be like hard-coded data. This is what I have prepared. I just get this component, this array that says recent subscriptions. It has 2 users. This is the user profile and then the price. Now what is this underscore? It's basically exactly the same as putting the 1000, but you can put how do you say, like underscore and have this formatted formatted value. This is the exact same thing as just typing 1000. Okay, and this is in cents, so this is how like user friendly for the developer to just see numbers. Okay, so below this, what we're gonna do is just return some JSX. And what we can do, basically, just map through the recent subscriptions. Again, this is what I am going to do. Under the return, I'll just paste this piece of code, about 19 lines of code. So avatar, let's get that from components, the avatar image, then the avatar fallback. We are not putting anything here, but let's just say CN for now. Then let's get the sends to dollars utility function, and this is basically what we have. Again, cart header with the content mapping through the subscriptions. For each of them, we first put the key so that we don't get any warnings from React. Then we have like avatar image displaying the user image. If it is empty, then we're gonna see the user placeholder. Currently, we don't have any images on them, so that's why we're gonna see the placeholder, and we have like, let's say user name, user email, and then the price. Let's see. It says recent sales is not defined. That's correct, but for now, let's comment this out. Okay, so we have the recent subscriptions. It is taking the entire space, but if we go here and add this, then it's gonna be side by side. And again, I'll just copy this, paste it, and if you don't really want to type this out, I can provide this to you as well. So it's the exact same component, we just have some, so to say, like hard-coded data with user information with the price, and just looping through it. If there are no sales, we just show this part, and we can add this maybe up here as well. I will copy this line and then paste it here. I'll say if recent subscriptions dot length is 0, then we're going to say no recent subscriptions. Okay, so this is the exact same component. So for this file, I'll give you the starter code. If you don't really want this, want to type this out from scratch, I'll say starter code and then paste it. So I'll go ahead and comment this out. Okay, so you can grab all this and paste it, because later we're going to change this file quite a bit. If we save, hopefully we should be able to recent sales as well. And let's make sure they are responsive. So once we hit here, so these are getting responsive, these are getting, and okay, so we don't really see the avatars on smaller screens, but that's fine, so that they could be responsive just like this. This is what we have built so far. The entire secret dashboard is done in terms of UI. Now, next thing I want to do is just actually get into the database. So when a user signs up to our application, we can first save them to the database and then maybe let the admin to upload images to like products, the content, which would be the post, and much more thing. That's what we're gonna build next, building our Prisma schema and creating our database. So I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so first let's just take a look at the Prisma and understand what that is in the first place. So Prisma is an ORM which stands for Object Relational Mapping, and you don't really need to worry about this. All we have to know is that Prisma is the database tool that we're going to be using. So it is not the database itself, but it is the database tool so that we can query and mutate our database. So let's just see an example here. In simple terms, we have our client application, that would be our UI, right? The React application itself. Then we are sending, let's say, some request to our server. Let's say admin says, hey, I just want to delete a post. So it's going to send the delete request. Then in the server, with the help of Prisma, we will say, hey, database, could you please just delete this post? We don't really want to have this anymore. Database is going to delete it. Like obviously it's going to be happening with the help of Prisma. Then we'll say, hey, there you go, now your post has been deleted. Or let's say this user says, could you just return me all the posts, which is a GET request, right? Then Prisma is going to take it, all the posts from the database, and then return it back to the client. So again, all we have to know, like Prisma is not the database itself, but rather it is this tool that is sitting on the server that helps us to just communicate with the database itself. Generally, it is used with relational databases, so that would be MySQL, Postgres, and there are other options you can use as well, such as MongoDB. You can take a look at all of them in their documentation. There are also things like Cassandra DB and bunch of other things. So we're going to be using Postgres, but first for the Prisma, the starter point is to create a prisma.schema file. And so let's go ahead, create that file first. So what I'm going to do is just open up my terminal, and here, by the way, I killed the application. I'll say npm install Prisma. This is going to install the package first, then we're going to initialize it. So let's wait for this to complete. Maybe I can shut off my sidebar. So packages has been installed. Now what we're going to say, npx prisma init. So this is how we can initialize it, which is going to give us the environment variables that we need, and it's also going to create this Prisma folder. Here we can see what it does. Like your Prisma schema was created at this route. You can now open it and then you already have a gitignore file. You don't need to add .env file into it to commit. Okay, so it has, like, let's just see, we got this file with a bunch of comments. It says this is your generator client and data source. We are using PostgreSQL, and like this is the environment variable it wants us to put. So we are going to go under the .env, and here we can see it already gave one for us. So I'll just delete this comments, and this is something that will update. So this is a random string for now. I think this is the database for the local, but we're going to update this and create a database on the cloud. So under the schema Prisma, this is where we're actually going to create our tables and relations. I'll delete all these comments, and let's go ahead and create all of our tables in this file. So this is how we can create a model, which is going to be our table, right? I'll say model, make sure it is all lowercase, and then the name of the table, which is going to be user in this case. So each user is going to have an ID, right? I'll say is, the ID, then type of it is going to be string, and we can put this directives coming from Prisma. So this is an ID, which will make it to be a primary key and unique. We will say the default value will be, how do we call this? Like CUID, which stands for collision resistant ID. So you can also use, I think UID or UUID, but this would take a lot more space than CUID. This is what I'll be using, just a tiny optimization. Then each user is gonna have an email, which is type of string. Then they're gonna have name. Let's say this is also string. That might be optional. This is how you can do so, but I think each user is gonna have a name because kind asks us to put that when we authenticate. So they're gonna have an image. Maybe this could be optional. Maybe a user don't have an image, right? Then we're gonna check if this user is subscribed to our platform or not. So if did they paid or not, right? We'll say this is gonna be a boolean. By default, this is gonna be false. Then for the stripe to be able to map the ID of the user to the stripe customer, we'll just say customer ID, let's say string. This is gonna be optional because by default, this is gonna be false, or it's gonna be actually null. And let's just make this unique as well so that each customer has its own ID. And again, this is related to Stripe customer ID. I think I can mention this once we get into that part. Then we're gonna have like the relations. So let's say I'll give maybe a bit space. So these were all the columns that we have under the user table. Now it is time to add the relations. So let's say this user is going to have the subscription, and we're going to say subscription model, and it is time to create it. So this is how we can add a relation, right? So each user might have a subscription or not. That's why it is optional. And we'll say model subscription. Let's create this. Again, we're going to take the ID, which is type of string. And by the way, so I'm going to delete this for a second and delete this one as well for a second. If you just say Control S, it is going to actually organize it for you. If you don't get this auto formatting, you can go under the, let's say, Control Shift P, then search for, I think, like settings. Make sure you click to this one, user settings, JSON. Then you can search for something like Prisma, and maybe you might want to add this line if it didn't work, but otherwise I think it should work. And also first you need to install this Prisma extension, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So I think if you just installed it, it should work out of the box, but if for some reason it doesn't work, you can just do so as I have shown you. So I'll just do Control Z to get the subscription and then the subscription model as well. So again, this is going to be the exact same line. So ID, default, CUID. Then now each subscription is going to have obviously a user ID. So we'll say string and unique so that we know this subscription is belong to which user. Then the plan. So this can be, I think, the plan ID. Let's say string. So that would be either monthly subscription or yearly. Then it's going to have a price. Let's say int. We could give a default value as well. I'll just say default is 0, but we would give the actual price when we create the subscription. Then it's gonna have the start date when this starts. This is gonna be date time, and by default we could just say now, and the end date. And again, this is gonna be the date time. Now this is complaining because it says you didn't give the relation to the subscription. So we need to go here and we'll say this would be the relation to the user model, and let's say add relation. We're gonna have the fields, user ID, references to the ID. So this first one is this column to the belongs to the subscription. So we say map this user ID field to this reference ID in the user model. And we can create indexes as well. So it is index is something for optimization for querying. So you would say index the user ID. Now you can query a subscription with the user ID, and that would be optimized. Okay, then what we're gonna have, so we have created this, so we have just created, so it's a one-to-one relation. Each user have one subscription that could be either monthly or yearly, and each subscription can only be attached to one user. So this is one-to-one relation. Well, let's save, and we're gonna create our next model, which is gonna be, let's say the product model. I'll go ahead and say model product, and open this up. So again, it's gonna have the ID. Here I'll just get the autocomplete. This is something that we have done twice. So each product is going to have a name, and let's say with an image. Then it's also gonna have a price, which is integer, and then a boolean that says is it archived or not. By default, that could be false. Then we can give the relations. And as you can imagine, a product can have a relation with the orders, right? So I'll say the order model and array of it. So a product could have multiple orders. That's why we put this this like mini relation. And we need to create the order model now, which is going to be a little bit more involved. But let's say model order and create that. Again, ID string the primary key, just like this. It's going to have a user ID. So each order is going to be attached to a user, then to a product as well. Then it's also going to have a price, which is going to be integer, and then is paid or not. So first, when we create the order, it's going to be paid false, but then we're going to update it with the Stripe payments with the help of webhooks. And again, this is something that we are going to do later in the video. Then the size of the order, is it small, large, medium? So let's say string, and we're gonna have the order date, and this could be optional at first, okay, maybe, or let's just say it's going to be not optional but mandatory. Then order date we could take, which is gonna be date time, default could be now, and then the relations. Now I'll say this is gonna have the user relation, user, the user model, and then relation is going to be fields. This user ID field in the order is going to map to the ID of the user model, right? Then we will have the product. This is the relation for the product as well. The exact same thing, we can just get this like that. And now this is complaining because we need to handle it in a second. It says you need to add the relation to the user model as well, which I'll do in a second. Then we are also going to have a field I forgot to add, which is going to be the shipping address, so that we could just track where we are shipping this order to, right? So shipping address ID, I'll say actually, then it's going to be, let's say, string, and that could be optional. Then we need to create this relation as well. So we are going to have a model called shipping address. I'll say shipping address, get this model, and we'll just add the relation. And this is a model that we'll create in a second. That's why I'm going to comment this out until we fix this warning that is coming from Prisma that says you need to add the order relation to the user. I will just go ahead maybe up here. I'll say we're going to have the orders for a user, and it's going to have the relation with the order, right? So just like this, we got this relation out of the box as well. Now it is time to add the shipping address relation. So I will comment out this or uncomment this. Then I'll say I'm going to have a model called shipping address. So here, let's close this off. Get the ID, which is string, CUID, and then each of them is going to have an address. Then the city itself. Then we can add the state, but this is going to be optional. So if you're not living in a place like US, maybe in your country you don't have states, like it's just cities, that kind of thing. So we could just make it optional. Then I could say postal code, then get the string, and then the country, and lastly the order, so that we could have the relations. So you can either put it like this, or uppercase or small, it doesn't really matter. When you save, Prisma is always make it to be capitalized, but you can go with the smaller to be just consistent. I will save. Okay, so we have this, so to say, relation as well with the order itself. Now we can make the querying a little bit faster on order by adding indexes. So you can say add index, right? And then the user ID. You can add multiple indexes. So I can just duplicate this and index it the product ID as well, which would make querying an order with the product ID or user ID a lot faster than it normally is. So we got the orders. Now There are a bunch of other, let's say, models that we can create. First of all, let's go under the user, and there is these fields that I forgot to mention. So we have like created, add, and updated add fields, which are like must have or nice to have fields that we can always put so that we can keep track of users, members since date, that kind of thing, right? So I'll say date time, and by default it's going to be now. So when the user created, we'll just add the created at time immediately to that exact same date time. Then the updated at is going to be date time, and we can just use this directive coming from Prisma, which is add updated at. Then now user can have comments, likes, right? So let's go ahead and add those as well. So I will say comments, and it's going to be array of comment, which is a model that we'll create. Then let's say likes as well. Then we're going to go and create those models. First, I think before that we could create the post model. Did we create it? Let's see. So we didn't even create the post model because like this is a content so content related platform as well, right? So we can admin can create posts, so that's why we can create a post model to store them. I'll say model post, and I'll say this is gonna take the ID string, and now each post can have a media URL as we have talked about it before. Let's say media URL. This would be the image or video URL that has been stored in Cloudinary. I'll say string, but this could be optional because maybe a post is just a text and doesn't have any media. Then let's say media type, which again would be string, optional, but it could always have the text. Let's say this would be string, but not optional. Then the user ID, so who shared this post. Technically we don't really need to add this field because there is only gonna be one creator, which is the admin, but I'll just add this field in case you would like to change this application after the tutorial. And then let's say number of likes on a post. I'll say likes, which is gonna be integer, and this could be default of 0 at the start. Then we can add the relations. Now a post could have multiple comments, right? I'll say comments and map it like this. Then likes list this post can have. I think we could also just call it as likes, right? So like number of likes this post has. And then what we can do else, let's see if this post is public or not. And here it says you already has the likes. That's why I think I'll just call it as likes list, and post is public or not. So let's say is public. By default this could be, let's say, false. Then lastly we could just add the created ad and updated ad fields. Now we don't have the comment and like models. Let's create them as well. I'll just start with the comment. So each comment could have first the ID. Let's get this. Then the text, and also it's gonna have the user ID, the post ID, which post it belongs to. Then we can create, let's just go here and say created at field. Then we can add the relations maybe above up here. So I'll say first the post this belongs to. Let's add the relation like this. So this is most of the time the same approach. So you would put the post ID under the, or the related ID under the current model, so which is the post ID, and the reference to the related model, right, that we are mapping to or adding the relation to. Then the user, the same thing, user ID to the user ID in the user model. So if you are using this for the first time, this might be a little bit complicated, but it isn't really. Just try to type it down by yourself, and just try to pause the video and try to understand for a second. Now below here, again, we can just add indexes. So this is not really mandatory. I'm just showing you so that you know like something like this existed. Okay, then the next one is going to be the like model. This is what I'm going to do. Model like. It's gonna have an ID as always, the user ID who created this like, then the post ID. This could be the string as well. Then our relations. Let's say user, then the post relation. And if you want to, you can add indexes. I'll just do, why not? Like adding indexes are cool, but if you excessively do this, that might be a issue on the database end. But with this, I think we have completed the entire model, or the Prisma.schema file. I'm sorry, the schema.prisma file. So basically we say our provider is Postgres and here is our environment variable. Also we're using Prisma client.js. This is going to be for our Prisma client. Then we have model, the user model. We have the fields, then the relations, which are, so this is one-to-one relation with the subscription, and all the others are one-to-many. So a user could have multiple orders, but an order can only belong to a one user. That's why it is one-to-many. And same for the comments. A user can have multiple comments, but one comment can only belong to one user. And same for the likes. Then we have these nice to have fields, the post model with all the relations and fields it need. Then we have the comment, again the relations, and then nice to have field. For the like, we even add indexes to so to say like optimize the performance. Then we have the subscription, product, order, and then shipping address. I think this is going to be all the models that we need, but if anything change later, we'll just come back to this file and try to update it. So if we need anything, we can always come back and update this file. I can save this, and we need to update this database URL because this is not what we'd like to have. We're going to go ahead to a platform called neon.tech. So head over to the neon.tech, which is going to give us that Postgres database that we could use. I already have an account, so I'll go ahead and just log in with my GitHub. And this gives you a free plan that you could use. That's currently what I am using. And the only downside is you can only have one project at a time. So only one database. This is what I have for the demo application, but I have to now just delete this. I'll go under the settings, and let's see, under the delete, and I'll say delete the project. Once I delete this, I think I cannot use this demo application anymore because it's not gonna have any database, but that's fine because we are building the current one. Okay, so if you log in or sign up for the first time, you're gonna see this, and let's say only horse, this is gonna be my project name, and I will copy the name, paste it for the database name as well, or maybe I could say DB at the end. And I'll just select the closest one to me and create the project with the Postgres version of 16. Let me just zoom in case it is a bit small. Okay, I'll create the project. Then there we go. It is going to give us the, let's say, the connection string here. If we click to the Prisma, it's going to say like this should be your data source. But I am going to copy this, paste it to my, like up here. And now what we can say, and don't try to use mine because I'll delete this as well. We're gonna go and up here, first I'll just say CLS to clear up my console, and I can say npx prisma db push, which is gonna take a look at the schema.prisma file, because remember, this is just a local file in our machine. Nobody knows about this. We need to say neondb, hey, this is my file, this is my models, and can you just please create all these tables for me? Because currently if you go here, we're not going to see any tables in this database or any relations. This is what I'm going to do, and then just push this changes to our database. Let's see, it's going to read the environment variables, and it is running the generate so that it can give us the TypeScript types. Okay, so it says generated Prisma client as well. So we didn't install this package called, let's see where that is. Can I find it? Okay, so the Prisma client, we didn't really install it, but just running this installed it itself. And we're gonna use this package as well to be able to actually communicate with the database. But for now, let's go ahead and maybe just refresh this page. Under the tables, we should be able to see all of our tables with the columns and relations that it has. So this is the comment, like table, order table, the user table, and these are the columns that we have added from ID up until to the created at, updated at, and these are the relations that we have also added. 4 relations, right? Comments, likes, subscriptions, and orders. Let's see. Yep, exactly. We have all these relations to the with the users. Okay, that would be the Prisma part. Now next, we are going to create users in our database once they sign up with the kind. Because currently what is happening is that they are clicking to the login or sign up button and they're going to the home page, but they're not in the database. So we need to fix this next. So as always, let's quickly try to see the workflow that we're gonna have. So we have a user that wants to authenticate, which is going to happen with the help of kind. Then user is either going to log in or sign up. Once this is being handled successfully, we will say to kind, could you please redirect them to this page, which is /auth/callback. Then here we're gonna check if user is signing up or logging in. In either cases, we're gonna redirect them to the home page. But the difference between both of them is that in the sign up page, we're going to actually save them to the database. So this will take the user and save it to the database because it is their first time in our platform. But in the login page, we could immediately redirect them to the home page. So exactly this is the workflow. User is going to sign up or log in with the kind, and if it is successfully completed, we will say redirect them to this page, and here is how we can do. We're gonna go into the .env file and we will say kind post login redirect URL is gonna be /auth/callback, and we're gonna create this file now. Under the source, let's say app, the auth/callback like this. Then we're gonna have the page.tsx. Let's create the UI pretty quickly. This is gonna be super simple with just a div that says redirecting. I'll go here and I'll say class name margin, let's say class name margin top of 20, width is going to be full, then let's say flex, and then justify centered. Inside we will have another div. This is going to be the other wrapper. Let's go here, give space, class name, and I'll save to get this formatting just like this, and I can delete this as well. Okay, the second div that we have is going to have the flex column, the items to be centered, and we can say gap can have this too. Then we're going to have a loader icon coming from Lucid React. Let's close this off. We can give the width and height. Let's say class name width 10, height 10, and there is an animate spin coming from Tailwind so that we can animate it. And I'll say text muted foreground to be this grayed out color. Then here I can just add an h2 that says redirecting or logging you in, anything this could be. I'll say class name of text x large, and I'll say font, let's say bold. Then below this div or below this h3, last thing that we'll have is going to be please wait with 3 dots. Let's see this page. This is what we have created, and first I need to open up the, let's say, our project. Okay, so I'll just kill everything and I'll say npm run dev. And let's wait for this to be load. I'll visit /auth/callback. So it is just loaded. This is what we're gonna see when we are authenticating the user. And then from this page, we're gonna do the database logic, then redirect it to the home page. And for this, we're gonna be using the React query to be able to just fetch data on the client, because you don't really want to do use effect in actual real world projects anymore, so that like everything is optimized. You can do refetching, invalidating, caching, and everything is going to be handled by React query. And the new name is 10stack. So let's take a look at the documentation for a second. So if you just visit 10stack.com, Here we can see they are using the exact same decoration that we have, which is underlined dashed, right? So we can go under the 10 stack query. Here we can just say read the docs. You can see what this is. I have used it previously in my videos, and I think everyone knows about this nowadays. So we can see like the motivation behind it, all the optimization that it gives you out of the box, caching, deduping, updating, memoizing, query results, and then like a bunch of other things such as invalidating the cache. So I'm not gonna talk about this too much, but just know that this is like the standard nowadays. So you would go under the installation and get the like this command, paste it to your terminal. I'll create new one and install it. So let's see the quick start, how we can get started with it. Basically, we need to create a query client, then wrap our application with this client provider. Now, since this is happening on the client, we need to mark this with the use client directive. So I'm going to shrink this, and this was our page. I think we can close everything, go under the source and create the providers folder. We already have, right? I forgot this. So under the providers, we're gonna have, let's say, 10 stack provider.tsx. And here, this is gonna be pretty simple than other components. Let's say use client at first. Then we're gonna first create the query client, just like in the documentation. I'll say new query client. Let's import it. It doesn't give us for some reason. So let's say import query client coming from, let's say, from not React query. That was the old name. Now it is 10 stack React query. And we'll go ahead and say const 10 stack provider, which is going to take the children. Let's make it TypeScript happy by saying this is the children and its type of React node. Then inside we will just return just one thing, which is going to be the query client provider. Let's import this as well from the same place. We're going to pass the client into it, and we're going to wrap the children with it, and let's close that off. Okay, just like this. Now we're going to wrap our application with this provider so that we can use all the components hooks coming from 10 stack. I will kill this file, go to the layout, and wrap my children with it. So I cut this for a second, say 10 stack provider. Where is it? 10 stack. Okay, so we cannot get that, but I'll just import it manually and put the children into it, and we cannot get it because I think I forgot to export default that, right? I'll say export default this one and just import it. Okay, now we can use 10 stack in our application. We are going to go into the auth callback page. First, I would like to create the actions. So this is our first time using a server action. So what is a server action? It's just a function that we can run on the server that is going to do a post request for us. So first you need to mark this file as use server so that this would only run on the server, because you would be interacting with your database. So by the way, we forgot to also create the Prisma client. Let's go ahead and do so. So under the source, we're going to create the DB folder, which is going to have, let's say, prisma.ts. Now the content for this file, you would get that from the Prisma documentation, and let me just prove that. So if you just type Prisma Next.js to Google, then you're going to see this best practice for instantiating Prisma client with Next.js. And just click to that is going to take you to this page. And here you can see the problem where many users have come across this warning while working with Next.js in development. So it says there are already 10 instances of Prisma client actively running. It's because it is not caching that. So the solution is to actually cache that, right? So creating a Prisma global, I will just save this, and here it says put it in your file, which we called it as prisma.ts. You can call it as db.ts, doesn't really matter. And I'm gonna paste this. So this is a file that you don't really need to worry about too much. This is optimized version of it, without having any issues. And we are just exporting a Prisma client, right? This is what we're getting, so that we can actually interact with our database. And that's what we're gonna do. First, I'll create a function because, as I said, this is just a function, right? The server action. Async function, and I'll say check auth status. This is gonna check if user is authenticated, is it logging in, signing up, that kind of operations. Let's say const get user from get kind server session. Then we will just get the user by awaiting this function. Now we can say if user is not defined, instead of throwing an error, I think I'll just say return false. Okay, maybe we could make this to be one line just like this. Then I'll say, let's first check if we have this user in the database or not. So I'll say first await Prisma, which we can import from the DB file that we have created, Prisma.user. Now here you can see we get the type safety with the everything. The user model, we have the subscription model, let's say post, product, shipping address, and yeah, everything we have now in the type safe environment, right? So I'll say user model, and we would like to first find unique user, which is gonna say where the ID field is equal to user.id. If we have this user, then we are gonna just store it in this say existing user variable. So we'll say if there is not existing user, that means this user is signing up. They are not in our database. They are just trying to log in for the first time, which is gonna be sign up. So I will say, let's create this user in the database. So await, let me just give a bit space. Okay, await Prisma user.create. Then we're gonna go here, which is gonna take the data object, and we can pass the fields. So ID is gonna be user.id coming from kind. Then it's gonna take the email. It's gonna be coming from user.email. Then we can give the name, which is gonna be user.given name. This is coming from, again, the kind. Plus, we can give a bit space, then the user family name. Lastly, we will say image user.picture, and we have one extra comma here. With this now, this should be working. Now this says email might be null, so let's say it would always be there. Otherwise, I think it wouldn't work, right? We just got the email and sign up the user in the database, and we can now return success of true, let's say. And here we can maybe just say success is gonna be false, like this. Okay, this is gonna be our server action, the very first one, where we just check if user is signing up, or if you already have them in the database, we'll immediately say, okay, success true, now you logged in. And if user is not authenticated, we will say just return false. We are gonna go now into the auth callback, and did we update this part? Yes, we did. So now when a user logs in, they are first gonna go to this page, which is this one we have created, and we're gonna do that conditional rendering or redirecting. I will say now, first of all, I would like to say use query, which is coming from 10stack, and this is basically a get request. So this is gonna return us a couple of things. So let's say get the data. It also gives you is loading, is error, is fetched, millions of other things. First one I would like to put, let me give one space, is gonna be query key, which you can use for caching and validating. I think we can use it later. For now, I'll just say auth check. Yep, this could be. Then the query function. Now this is gonna be the async function. Await. This is gonna call the check auth status server action that we have just created. And now, depending on the data that we just got back, we are gonna take the user to homepage, which is gonna be the home screen. First, we need to say this file is going to be use client because we are using a hook called use query, right? Then I'll say use effect. Let's import it, initialize it. I'll like this for now. I can go here and then just say if data.success if this is true, right? Or if it is false, let's say data.success is equal to false, we can just redirect user to the home page. Now I will use, I think we could also use window.location href, or we could use the use router. So I'll say router, get it from Next navigation, and then so make sure it is Next navigation and not Next router. Okay, so that was for the old Next.js. We would like to use Next navigation, and here I'll just replace it with router.push to the home page, and we need to put the router here just to make this happy. Okay, let's save and try to sign up, and let's see what's gonna happen. I'll go ahead first to home page, and now we are authenticated and we need to log out if this loads, hopefully. So we just got into the home page. I will say log out first, and I'll just say login. Now once we collected this, it's gonna take us to a login page. Let me just log in with my Google account. Then it should take us to the auth callback. It says redirecting, please wait. And there we go. Now we have been gotten into this homepage, and it should log us in, right, in this function and saving it to the database. Let's say if we got our user in the DB, I'll say refresh from this, and there we go. We have user just been signed up, right? So updated that, created that field, is subscribed. By default it is false. There we can see we have the image, name, email, and ID. So that's awesome. We have just created this workflow, taking user to the auth callback, checking for these, and redirecting to the homepage. Now there is one thing in our code you might be asking, hey, if we are always going to take them to the homepage, why do we check if it is success or not success, right? This is just to make it explicit so that we could just wait until we got the success case, right? So while this is gonna load, we just want to make sure we got until the return part so that we can then route the user to the homepage. So now that we have handled this one, the next thing I want to do is to just maybe create posts from the dashboard. But first I'd like to hide this for other users other than admin. I'll go to the sidebar component. So we currently just say if it is admin or not, always show this, but this is not really correct. And this is how I'm going to check it. So is admin, and for this I'd like to use an environment variable. I will say maybe at the very bottom, admin underscore email. So go ahead and put your own email. I will just put this one. Okay, this is the admin email, so you should put yourself. Then we will say process.env.admin email is equal to the user.email. But what is this user? I'll just get it actually from the kind. I'll say user, I think first get user from here, right? Then get the user by awaiting this. And this should be async. And are we using like use client at the top? Yes, so I'm going to delete it. So now we are not using this dummy data. I'll delete that as well. Here it says you cannot use the user image because kind has the user picture. And then let's say if we have the user, then get the email. Hopefully this should work. Let's save what we have done, checking the admin with their email address with comparing to the admin email in the .env. Let's see what we're gonna get. So for some reason this says you cannot use this create context in a server component. As I said, this is I think coming from logout link. What I can do is take this, cut that for a second, and I'll say logout, wait, where is it? Log out button. This is going to be the component that we will create, and I'll just make this to be client component. So I'll go under the components and I'll say logout button.tsx and get this, paste it, logout link and drop down item, and mark this as the use client directive. Okay, so now this is something really important to keep in mind. When you have something doesn't work in the server client, then you can just take it to its own component, where you can say this is going to be a client component so that I can use it in the server without breaking this file. Now it says cannot find logout button. Didn't we import it? Okay, so we just got rid of that. Then let's see, and it is working. If I refresh, it still does work, and we can see the admin dashboard because this is matching, right? If I say admin email is gonna be something else, let's say XD, now we cannot really see the dashboard icon. Okay, with that in mind, let's click to this and go to the secret dashboard page. Okay, so we're gonna create a post. First, I'd like to close all these so that they are not distracting. And here, let's create an action so that we can upload a content, right? We can create a post. Maybe I can close all these, go into the secret dashboard page where I have this tabs. And we're gonna start with the content tab. I'm going to click to this, and this is going to be a place where we submit our data. Now, again, we need some kind of server actions. So all the actions for this secret dashboard, I will just put it immediately in this folder. I'll say actions.ts. And again, just make sure you mark this with use server directive so that this code is running only on the server. Then we're gonna create our first function, which is gonna be create post. I'll say export const, or maybe we could just use the function syntax. That's what I'd like to do. I'll say export async function. I'll say create post, and I'd like to just suffix it with action so that I know this is a server action. So you can maybe delete this part. You don't really need it, but as a preference, I just like to add it. So create post action, which is an async function, and we would like to create a post. Now, what is going to be the post content? So first, we would like to have this is public field, right? Then we're going to have the media URL, the media type, then also the text of it. Now we can give the type for it. Let's create that. I'll say export type post, let's say args, and maybe we don't really need to export it. So these are the arguments that we are getting. Let's say text would be string like this. Then we have the media URL, that would be string. Media type, this could be either image or video, right? You can also put it as a string, but that's what I'll be doing. I'll say is public, that's going to be boolean or not. Now we can make the media URL to be optional because maybe this is just a text that user is passing, and we can make this to be optional as well. Then we're going to go ahead and just say this is the types for this. Let's say post args. Then we can actually handle the logic. As always, I'll say get kind server session. Then we'll just go here and say get user, get the user, await that, and we can just check if it is admin or not, because a regular user can't really just create a post. So we'll say if process.env, if it is equal to the admin email, then they can create. So I'll say if user is not authorized or not authenticated, and if it is not admin, then we can just say unauthorized. And what we're gonna say here, just say const new post, await Prisma. Let's import that from the db folder, and we'll say dot post dot create. Oops, I didn't mean to do this. We'll say create. Call this function, pass the data into it. So it's gonna take all these fields. If you press Control space, it has the text, and we're gonna pass the text. Then the media URL we're getting as an argument. Then media type is public field, and we're gonna say like the user ID so that we know which user is created this one, which is the admin. So user.id. And then below this, we can just say return. So this is completed successfully, success true, and we can just return the post as well. Okay, this is going to be our first action where we check for the authorization if user is the admin or not that is sending this request. If so, we're going to create the post. Then we're going to go into the content tab, and this is actually where we're going to handle the logic. So when the user submits the form, we'll say on submit. We can call a function. Let's first get the event. I'll say event and event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page. Then we can actually call a mutation from 10 stack. Now, what is a mutation? Is basically when you want to update some data, delete, or just have a post method. So we used use query for fetching purposes and mutation for deleting, updating, and creating. Okay, now that we know the difference, let's say use mutation, which is going to take the object and it's going to return us another object, which is going to has feels like mutate. This is going to be our function. It's going to have is pending, right, which is going to be the loading state. For now, we can get both of them and just say mutation function, or maybe first mutation key. This would be again for maybe caching, refetching. For now, we can just leave it like this, and later we'll be using those and I'll explain what they do. So mutation function, we will say async. Let's call this function. So create post action, which is we are importing. We will say the pass the text. This is what it expects you to pass. It wants you to put the is public field, the media URL, and then the media type. And we're gonna call this function. So this is what mutate is actually. So we'll say create. I'm just renaming this because mutate doesn't make any sense when you read the code. I'll say create post. And when we submit the form, we would like to call this function, which is gonna call this mutation function, right? And on success case, for now, let's say on success, and we can say alert post created successfully. And on error, we could get the error message and then just say alert error dot message. And while this is pending, we can go to the button, which is this one. I'll say this would be disabled while we are pending. And we can update the content. So if it is pending, we can say creating post, but else that would say create post. Let's test it out, and before that, let's make sure we are getting all the data. When we upload a media to Cloudinary, we are setting it to the state, and we are actually sending it when we call the action. Okay, hopefully this should work, and let's test it out. I'll first refresh, and I'll say maybe this is my first post as the admin. And I'll say this is an image. I'll say upload media, and let me drag and drop one from my machine. So I'm gonna again just take this horse image that I am uploading. Now this should be uploaded, and we got the preview, and I'll say create the post. Creating the post, and it says post created successfully. Let's double check. If we go to the database, under the post, there we go. We have the post, the media URL, media type, the text, the user ID, which is the ID of the admin, right? You can double check this, and this post is public or not. So it is false currently. Let's create another one. I'll just say mark as public with the same data. I'll say this is my second post, and it's public. Let's say create this post. Again, it's created successfully. Let's refresh. And there we go. Now it says true for the is public field. Awesome. Now everything works as expected. We can upload the video as well. So this is gonna work. Now currently this says it cannot be played because we don't have a video, but if we refresh and we upload a media, I'll go ahead and just upload that horse video again. So this is about 20 megabytes, but I'll just wait for it. So it has just been uploaded. The video is preview here. We can really see this. So it loads for the first time. That's why we cannot see the entire length, but yep, it is working. This is the video. I'll say my first video and create a post. It's been created. Let's see. There we go. The media type is video and the content, everything works as expected. But instead of seeing that alert, what we can use is called toast, which is a lot better. So when you click to it, we're gonna get this post, which is awesome, right? I will get this. First, we need to import it and I'll paste. So the other thing we need to do, take this toaster and put it to the root layout. I will go to the layout file and like maybe just above the body, I could say give me the toaster, but this needs to install first so that we can import it. I'll just wait. Okay, it is done. Let's get that from the components and save this file. Now we can go to, let's see, the content tab. Here, instead of alerting, I will just toast actually. I'll say const use toast, use toast coming from components, which is going to give me this toast function. And here I'll just replace this with the toast. So I'll go here and then I'll say toast, call the function, which is going to have the title, let's say post created, and description, let's say your post has been successfully created. And once we create the post, what we want to do is just reset our form. I'll say set text is going to be null, or the empty string. Let's make this to be just a video, the default one. And the media URL, we can also, let's say this is also going to be false, the is public, then set media URL to be an empty string as well. Okay, on the alert, we will do the exact same thing. I'll just say toast, call the function, pass the object where the title is equal to error. The description could be error.message, and a variant is going to be destructive so that we can get the red color that indicates this is an error. If we save, hopefully everything should work fine. Now I'll go ahead, maybe just leave the content, and let's try to get an error actually. Here, if I just say if media URL is empty, I'll just say throw new error. Let's say media URL is required. Now I'll say create the post. First it says required. Let's put something in. So we didn't got an error, but why we didn't? Let's see. Content tab, we got the error on error case. Maybe we need to refresh. Let me just do so. I'll say ABC, create the post. Okay, there we go. Now it says media URL is required, and we are handling the errors. This is the variant of destructive. Okay, now I'd like to just go ahead and remove this error. That was just testing purposes so that I could show you this on error actually is working. And when we try to create a new post, again, I'll just try to put one. Once we upload it, hopefully it should say post is going to be created. Let's make this sure this is an image. And let's say mark this as public and create the post. And here it says post created. So everything is working as expected for this content tab. Next, I think we can create a new product. Now, even before we create a product, let's just first try to fetch existing products, because there is something I want to show you just in a second. I'll go again under the actions and make sure this is the secret dashboard actions. And I will maybe shrink this function. That was our first action. And the next one I'd like to create is going to be async function called, let's make sure it is called as function. And I'll say get all products, and I'll just say action, just to make sure this is an action. When I read my code, I just know, oh, okay, I'm calling a server action. This is what that function is. Just my preference, but I'd like to put it. So this is not going to take any arguments because this is just a get request to get all posts. And here is, again, I'm just going to check for this get user, and I'll say get kind server session and get the user. So we could say is admin or not, and we'll say if it is not admin or if it is not authorized, we can throw this error. Then what I can do is just say give me all products from my database. So I'll say await prisma.product table, right? Find many, and then just call that function, which is gonna give me the entire products. So I can just say return the products, maybe with the success case, or maybe just let's return the products immediately. Now I can save and we can go to the content tab, not content, I'm sorry. Let's close this, close this. We're gonna go into the store where we have the existing products. And this is the place where we actually want to get the products. So instead of using this fake data, I'll delete that and delete the is loading state as well, and use query from 10 stack. Okay, I'll say first you can give me the data, which I will rename it to be products so that I can read my code a little bit better. So if you just put like, I just want to show this for a second. Let's say we got the data back and we are mapping 3D data. So here I know this is the data, but I just really don't know what that is. That's why I want to call this as products. I am going to rename this to be products, and I'd like to get the is loading state so that I can show this skeletons if I need. So we got the use query, which needs to get the query key. So I'll say query key, and this is going to be, let's say, get all products, and we're going to be using this. Then we'll say query function, and I can just say async function, which is going to call our server action. I'll say get all products action. If we save, hopefully this should work, but currently we don't really have anything in the database, right? So if we refresh, we need to mark this as use client. So I'll go here and say use client. Let's see now. Existing products, it loads and no products found. And now it is time to create a product, and then once we create a product, I'll show you how we can use this. That's why actually first I wanted to fetch them. So I will go under the add new product. This is where we are going to handle the logic, but first let's type the action so that we can actually create a product. So here I'm going to shrink my action and I'll say export async function. I'll say add new product to store, and here I'll just make sure I don't have a typo function, and as always I'd like to add this suffix at the end that says action. Okay, there we go. Now what we're gonna get in this function is a couple of fields as always. So we'll like to get the name of the product, the image, and then the price. Let's get these types. I'll say product args, right, the arguments, and let's say type product args, and let the copilot complete it for me. Okay, image, name, and price could be number if I am not mistaken. So actually this is also going to be string because we are getting the price from an input. Even though it is type of number, when you put anything into it, that would be converted to string. Then you need to get it and make it number. So we're gonna do that next. First, let's just say const get user, and then just do this check. Let's say const is admin, then we'll just say if user is not there, or if it is not admin, and say unauthorized, sorry. So we are doing this check in multiple places. Why don't we just create a function and do it instead, right? I'll just go maybe at the very bottom. I can just say async function check if admin, right? I can do so, go here and then get this logic, or it just completed for me. So it is the exact same thing that we have done here. If not, let's say if this is not the case, then we could just return false. but else we can just return true that says this is the admin. Then I can go above here, delete this and replace it with just const is admin and call the function. This is going to give me either true or false. I can just say if it is not admin and then just say unauthorized. So probably we could do handle this throwing an error up here as well. But I think for now I'll just leave it like here. So you can definitely change it. And let's do the same thing for these ones as well. So I'm gonna put this here. Only admin can get all the products and only admin can create a post like this. Now, do we have any typo? Here it wants you to get the user. So I'll just say, maybe just leave it like this so that we can put the user ID, which is the admin ID. So yeah, now for now, let's just leave it like this. Maybe later we could optimize this actions. Then we check for the admin as well. What we can do is to just create the product. First, I'll say if there is not name or image or price, we could just throw an error that says missing, or maybe let's say, please provide all the required fields. But else, first we need to just get the price in cents. I'll say price in cents. Then I would like to just say math.round and I will just convert it to an integer. So I'll say parse float price and multiply it by 100. Then I'll just check for the, if it is not a number and pass this, we can just say maybe price must be a number, or let's say invalid price, or I'll just leave it like this to be honest. Then here I'll just go ahead and say const new product and just create the new product. Prisma, the product table dot create. Let's put the data object and the image, the price. Then I'll say now price, but this should be in cents because as I said before, this is how we would like to store it so that we can have a better time while getting into these Stripe payments. So we're gonna hold it as the in format of cents. Okay, then we can just get the name for this product as well. Then I'll say return success true and the new product just like this. Okay, so now we can go in the UI and just type like 14.99 and this would be converted to cents and stored in our database. But first we need to handle the logic. By the way, I'm gonna save this file and let's go here and add our mutation. I'll say use mutation, which is gonna give me the mutate function. Then I'd like to get the maybe is pending. For the mutate, what can I say? Just create product. Then I'll go here, add my mutation function. First, I can give the mutation key. Let's say create product and then our mutation function. I'll say this would be my async function that is gonna call add new product to store action, which is gonna take the name, the image field, which is gonna be equal to the state called image URL, as well as the price. Now we need to call this function when we submit the form. I'll say on submit. First, I'll get the event and prevent the default so that it doesn't refresh the page and call my function, which is my mutate. And let's say is pending state. I can update this to be disabled while it is pending. I'll say is pending and I can change the content like this, adding, or it's going to be add product in not loading case. What I can do else, so once this is completed successfully, what do we want to see? As soon as I click to this, I would like to see this in the existing products section. So this is why we're gonna use this query key. First, let me just show you if we don't add what's gonna happen. Maybe on the on success case, I'll just say I'll show a toast. I'll say get the toast function from use toast. Okay, I'll go here, get the toast function into this, and I'll say the title, oops, this should be a function with an object. The title is going to have product added, and we can say the description is going to be product added successfully. Okay, let's test it out. I'll say, so here we have something, let's delete them. Okay, I'll say just only horse special. And this is gonna be one of our t-shirts. Let me just go ahead and drag and drop them. And by the way, I have provided those images. If you remember, if you go under the public t-shirts, you can have those images and you can drag and drop one of them. So this is what I'm going to be doing. I'll just get one of them, and maybe after this I can show you how you can design one of these images. Okay, I'll go ahead, drag and drop this image. This is gonna upload it to Cloudinary, preview that for us, and let's give the price to be, let's say, 14.99 cents. If I say add product, adding product added, but it didn't update this field, we need to refresh the page to be able to see it. So if I refresh, now I can get that. So I couldn't, but let's just check the database under the products. So we just got the only horse special. This is our price in cents, and it is not archived, so it says false. Then we got even the image URL as well. But for some reason, okay, because we are in the content tab, if we go to the store, then we can see the existing products. But what I want to do, once I click to this button, I would like to see here. So that's where this query key comes into play. We called it as get all products. So React Query gives you something called query client. I'll say query client, and I'll say use query client. Since the data is being cached here, we can really just update the cache. So I'll go under the on success case. I'll show the toast, but maybe before that I could say query client invalidate queries, which is basically going to fetch the queries that you put here. So I'll say where the query key is equal to get all products. So make sure this is matching with this one that you have put in. Once successfully it is completed, it is going to actually refetch this query. And after this, maybe we could reset the fields. So I'll say set name to be empty string, the price, the image URL, and do we have anything else? No. Let's test it out, and you're gonna see the beauty of this just in a second. I will refresh this page and go under the store. I'll say maybe only horse, how could we call it? Let's say exclusive. And I'll just put like $9.99. Let me drag and drop the image. I will get this one with an image. Okay, it's been previewed here. Once I click this, there we go. We immediately see that in the UI because it just refetched that with the help of this query client invalidate queries. Okay, awesome. That's what we have currently. We handled the products. You can see that with a loading state as well. Now, if you go here, click to this, just for a second, we have that skeletons. Then we can go under the analytics. Now, currently, I think we cannot implement this part because we don't really have any sales, subscriptions, total revenue. So this would be maybe at the very end after completing all the payments and subscriptions. Okay, that's gonna be it for this section as well, and I'll see you in the next one. And before we wrap up this section, I just want to show you how you can actually design these t-shirts or products. So there is this website that I have found called uberprints.com. I have logged in, I have an account here, and now I can just really add an image. So I'll say upload images from my files, and you need to agree to the terms and conditions. Then I'll just choose my files here. So I have just uploaded this logo, so you can put it here, give the width, height, rotate it, however you would like to do. Let me just rotate it maybe, or just don't rotate at all. Then you can add a text. I'll say my text goes here, and let's say add to design. Then we got the text, right? You can really shrink this or maybe make this bigger. Then you can select the shape. So it could be like curved or maybe arch like this. You can squeeze it, change, really do it anything you would like to. I'll go with this one. Then you can change the font, let's say fun, and get this one, maybe this one. You can really just update it like in anything you would like to do. And then once you have completed everything, you would go ahead and save it. What I have done is just actually take a screenshot and has it as a PNG, then just add it to here. So this is how you can maybe design other kinds of products for this website or in general. So that's gonna be it for this section, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, so after a break, let's continue. So next thing I would like to build in this section is going to be this archive and unarchive functionality. So we can just toggle the state depending on the field. Because currently, if we take a look at a product, the is archived is false. And when we click it, nothing happens. So this is going to be the action that we'll like to add. And it is related to, let's see, the secret dashboard. This is where I'm going to put that action, and let's just quickly remember all the actions that we have so far, where we can create a post, right? This is our action. Here we just create that, but first we check for the admin. And here we can, I think, optimize this a little bit because we have this function that checks for the admin. So instead of returning true, I will actually return the user, because this is going to be the admin if we pass all these if checks, right? So we say if it is not user or if it is not admin, then we return false, which means like they are not authorized. But here, if we pass if check, then the user is the actual admin. So that's why I'll just go up here and delete all this part, right? And I'll say const, and I'll just say give me the user, or maybe I can say admin, and we'll just say await check if admin, and we can now say if there is not admin, then we can throw an error that says unauthorized, and for the user ID of the post we could say admin.id. Okay, now this looks a lot cleaner because we have this utility function that we can just reuse, and this is what we are doing in other functions. So that was our first action, create post. Then we have get all products, which we check for the if it is admin or not. So if this give us the value, then we can proceed. But else, which is gonna hit this if check, we'll say unauthorized, and this function as well. So check for the errors, check for some other errors, and some other errors. Then if we pass all of them, say success true, and create the product. Now the other action that I would like to create is going to be toggle product archive action. So let's see, async function, I'll say toggle, I have a typo as always, toggle product, I'll just say archive action. Then this is not going to take any, I think, yeah, obviously it's going to take an argument. I was going to say it's not going to take, but it is going to take, and I have a typo here. So archive, and if you are not getting these kinds of like warnings, because I am using an extension, it just tells me, hey, this is not an English word, or yeah, it's not a word. So I think it was called as check spell or spell check. Yep, it's gonna be this one. Pretty popular. You might want to use it. So it's always going to warn you so that you know you have some kind of typos in your code. And here I have, so I'll make this to be archive. Now it is happy. Now this needs to take an ID, which is gonna be the product ID, and I'm not gonna make it destructured, so it's just gonna take it as the string. So I'll say product ID so that we know which product that we are toggling. First, as always, I'll just say const maybe is admin. Only admin can toggle this archive state. I'll say if it is not admin, then let's say unauthorized. But other case, we can get the product first. I'll say await, hey Prisma, could you please find me a unique product where the product ID or the ID is equal to this product ID. So this is going to give me the product that I am looking for. If the product is not found, I'll say product not found. Then I'll go here and I need to update the product. So I'll say await product.update, which is going to take this object. Let's take it and I'll just scroll a little bit so that you can see it clearly. Then we're going to say where the ID is equal to this product ID. So again, we need to find the product to be able to update it. Then it wants you to pass the data object so that it knows which data you would like to update. So we'll say is archived is going to be product.archive, and we're gonna negate it. So if it is true, then it's gonna be false, and if it is false, then it's gonna be true. Then I'll go up here and this is gonna return me the updated product. So I'll say updated product and I can save so that I could return it, maybe success true and the product. So in some places I return success true and some don't. So it is just being inconsistent really. So I would just let it for you. Maybe you could always return in this format. So sometimes I might be missing it. Sorry about that, but I think adding the success state or the field would be a better option. Okay, just like this. Now this is our action. And as always, just make sure you have this directive at the top so that this code runs on the server and not on the client. Then we're going to go into the product cart. And this is the button where we would like to call that action. So since this is an action and we're using it on the client, we can call it with the use mutation. So I'll say use mutation, first import it. And we can destructure the mutate as well as maybe the is pending state. So here I will, as always, just rename this. What can I say? I'll say toggle archive like this, and then we can put the mutation key, or this is optional. You might skip that, but just a best practice. I always add it because maybe later I would like to use it. Then let's put a comma. We're gonna have the mutation function, which is gonna be this async function. We can just declare it like this. It is gonna call the, let's say, toggle product archive action with the product ID, which we are getting as a prop, right? Now this product, we're gonna see this in a second, but we can add the success and error cases. So I'll say on success and call this. Let's just duplicate this, which is going to be on error. Then this is going to take the error as the argument, so we can just show a toast. I'll say const toast use toast coming from our UI folder, and I'll say toast is going to take the title. The description could be error.message, and we don't have a status but rather the variant, which is going to be destructive for the error case. Then let's close this object and then the function parentheses. There we go. Now on the on success case, we would like to again just invalidate that query. Oops. So let's go under the store. Whenever I click to this, I would like to update this state immediately. Now let's see what I mean. First, I'll just do it without adding the on success case. Maybe I can just add a toast that says, let me just call it with the title being success, and then we can just say product. And yeah, here we're just gonna do the dynamic checking. So I was reading this, that's why I stopped for a second. If it is archived, then we'll say unarchived, but else we would say product archived. Okay, now that this makes sense, let's save. And I'm gonna call this function whenever I click to this button. So I will say on click, call this function just like this, and then we can make this disabled while we are pending, right? I'll say equal to is pending. Then yeah, depending on that, we can show this archive on or unarchive. Let's save and test it out. Now I will make this only horse special t-shirt to be archived. So I will click to it. We didn't get anything, but let's just check the database. So here it says true, and for some reason we didn't got the, oh, okay, so, and by the way, like, why did it update it when I got from here to here? It's because this is how React Query works. When you go from, like, once you change the tab, so once you come back, it's gonna realize that this tab is active now, and it's gonna say, hey, let me just quickly refetch the data that is currently on the view. So let's do it again. I will click to it. So it actually updated in the background, but didn't update the UI because we didn't set that up. But now if I go here and come back to here, it's gonna just refetch immediately. And that's why actually React Query is awesome, right? It just does everything for you without you asking. Now, this did not work. Probably we are missing something. So toast, yep, we are calling it on success case. We have the title, the description. So why this is the case, maybe we could actually just refresh the page and then test it out again. I hope this is gonna work. Let's see. I'm gonna click to it. Okay, now it says product unarchived. And if we refresh, we should be able to get that state that says now this one is live. And I'm gonna say you're gonna be unarchived as well. But before that, let's make it so that it can update the UI without we refreshing. So you know the solution, which is the use the query client. Let's get it, import it. Then in the on success case, we're gonna say query client dot invalidate queries, where we can call this with the query key, and this is gonna be get all products, because this is what we are using to be able to fetch the products, right? That was the query key under the content tab. So where is it? Not content tab, I'm sorry, that would be the store tab in existing products. Okay, so this is the query key. We are just calling this again once we successfully create, or once we successfully toggle the product. I hope that makes 100% sense, and I will refresh and then just do it live again. So I will say unarchive this exclusive t-shirt. There we go, it just updated immediately and we got the toast. Now we can archive those and it's gonna update the UI accordingly. Now this is working as well. Let me just go ahead and make them live, both of them. Then the next thing that we could add is gonna be the merge page. So here we have even an issue under the product cart. Maybe we should make this to be a use client. So add the use client directive so that this is a client component. And why did we get this error? It's because when we go into the merge page, this is a server component and we are rendering the product cart, which has some hooks. So it says you cannot do this. That's why we're gonna mark this and refresh this page. Let's see. And there we go, now it is working, but these data, these are just hard-coded dummy data. Let's find it under the merge. I'm gonna delete this, and instead we're gonna fetch those in this page. Now we can use query, but then we need to just so to say mark this as use client. But instead what I'm going to do, just show you something different. We can call this as an async function and just do the Prisma call here, because this is being rendered on the server. So I can say const products and I'll say wait, call the Prisma, then find the product table and just say find many. Now what I want to return here is only the products that are not archived, because user is gonna go here and it's gonna see all the products that are in stock. This is what I'd like to do. I'll say give me all products where is archived, and you can get full type safety, by the way, thanks to the Prisma, hopefully. And let's say is archived is false. Give me all the products that are not archived. And now we can map through them and show a product card. I'll save. Currently we have only to product in the database, that's what we see. And since we're in the merge page, I think we don't really need to pass the admin view. So even admin can come to this page. Maybe he wants to buy a product. So that's definitely fine. But in the dashboard, it should be archive button instead of buy, right? Okay, so we have handled this one as well. Now, next thing is gonna be when we click to this, it should take us to this page, which already does, and we're gonna fetch those products. Again, this is currently hard-coded, and this one is also hard-coded. If you go to other products, let's say this one, you're still gonna get that because it is hard-coded. So I will first kill those and then say page and find this merge ID. And here on this page, we would like to first get this current product, then the suggested products, right? I'll go here, first mark this as async. And as I have shown you before, this is gonna get the params by default. Next.js gives you this out of the box for the server components or the pages, I'm sorry. So for the pages, you can get the params, and if they are, so to say, like the dynamic pages. Here, I'm gonna say we are getting params, which is an object. It has the ID field and its type of string. Now we put this ID is because this is what we have called our folder. If this was hello, then this would be hello as well, right? Okay, now I'll just say const, maybe just give me the current product, not cart, but let's say product. I'll give a bit space and I'll say await Prisma dot product. I need to first get the Prisma, then product dot, I'll say find unique, and I need to pass my like where clause. I'll say where the ID of the product is equal to params.id, which is in the URL. And I can say now if there is not current product, I could say something like product not found, or the my like my go-to solution is just say return not found function coming from Next navigation. This is gonna take the user to the 404 page. Okay, and let's make sure it is one line so it's more readable, I believe. And now we can say if there is not current product, it's gonna be not found, or if current product, this is another option, we can say is archived. If it is archived, then we shouldn't be able to see that as well, which is gonna take us to the not found page. So instead of, let's see where that is, instead of sending this dummy data, which is this products, where is it? Okay, I'm gonna delete this and I will say this product is going to be the current product that we just fetched. And in the product checkout, we can really take that product and render it. Okay, so it is time to fetch the products as well. I'll go ahead and just say const give me the products, find many, and we're gonna get all products that are not archived first, right? I'll say where is archived is false, and also I don't want to see, oops, so let's say if I am buying this product, then here on this bottom section, I don't really want to see this one. I just want to see all the other products other than this. This is how we can do. There is a field called not. So I'll just first say ID is not equal to params.id or current product.id. It's the same thing, but this is what I'd like to do. And let's test it out. I will refresh, or I'll just even go to the merge page, refresh. I'll click to this one. Okay, so only horse special. It's gonna take me to this page and I can see all the other products than this one. Okay, so this is working as expected as well. Now, one more thing I want to update is that, so here I said that we will be updating those fields. We just put any for temporary reasons. Now it is time to do so. I will say this product is gonna be type of product, which is coming from Prisma out of the box. So there we go, we have the TypeScript type coming from Prisma client. Let's save and we can get the full type safety. If I say product dot, and here I can see all the fields that I have. And we had a lot of these any fields, and as we see them, I'll just try to update and let you know. Okay, so we have this. Then I would like to add the third product as well. So we currently just have two products. Let me go into the dashboard, store, and create a new one. So what can we call this? Here I call it as master farm life in the demo application. And this is what I am going to do here as well. I'll say master farm life. And then I will say for the price, let's just say $19.99. Here I'll go ahead and get this image under the public t-shirts. Okay, it's gonna be this one. Let me just drag and drop this to that widget. So I just grab that and put it here. Hopefully it's going to upload it. And we see that. Now let's say add the product added, and we can see it here. Okay, so I can go to the merge page and it is here. What I'm going to do, first go in the dashboard, and let's say I want to make this to be archived. So I'll click to it. Now it is archived, and we shouldn't be able to see it on the merge page. And currently I can see, because this is being cached by 10 stack, if I refresh, it is not going to be there. There we go. Now it is archived and user cannot see that. So even if I take the ID of that product, let me just refresh. So master farm life, I'll take the ID and paste it to the URL. Since this is archived, it should take us to the 404 page. There we go. It just says 404 because it hit this if check, right? So current product is archived. That's why we see not found. Okay, so what are we going to do next? We can see our products. First, I'll make this to be unarchived. Like this, under the merge, we need to refresh to be able to opt out this caching. Then we can see buy this one or buy this one, which is going to take us to the current product page. And let's make sure we have a dollar here. I don't know why I forgot that, but under the product checkout, when we show the price, maybe as a prefix, we could add the dollar so that it looks like this, which is a lot better, right? And now the other thing I would like to add is going to be under the homepage where we have this recommended products. Because currently, if we take a look at the base layout, we have these suggested products, but they are this dummy data, which I don't really like. I'll delete. And here we're going to make this a server page, like, right? So like server component. I'll say async, and we're going to say const products, and let's say await Prisma. Let's import it, product.find many, which is going to be where the is archived is going to be false. And now if you remember previously, I said that here we only want to see at most 4 products, and here is how we can do so. So I'll just put a comma and I'll say take 4 products at most, or just in total it's going to take 4 products. But since currently we have only 3 products in the database, that's why it's going to take 3 products. Let's say you had 100 products, but it would still get you 4 products. And there we go. Now this data is being updated because this is what we are mapping currently. Let's go into the suggested product and make sure instead of any, we have the product coming from Prisma client. And as always, you can get the full type safety on this product. That's why actually we are not getting any errors here on these product.image ID, price, name, and all that. So with this out of the way, let's see what we're gonna build next. Okay, so I just decided that we should build update profile page next, which is gonna look like this, where we have the base layout with sidebar and then the recommended products, and in the middle we have this form that user can put his or her name, Then maybe an email. Currently we don't really see it, but I will add that. Then the change image widget that is coming from Cloudinary. Then when he or she click to this update button, it's gonna update the information. Okay, so this is what we'll like to build, and it's gonna be under the update dash profile URL. Let's go under the source app, and I'll say update dash profile, which is gonna have the page.tsx. Let's create it. I'll make this to be page with upper P. Then this is gonna be wrapped with BaseLayout, and let's close this off as well. Then we're gonna have what? The update profile form component, which is gonna be the client component that we'll create in a second. Let's say .tsx and just generate the boilerplate. So as always, I just want to create the UI design so that we could speed up later, and don't forget, don't worry about the UI design at all. What I'm going to do is just first say return this div where we have this classes, and this UI design is going to be pretty short because this is not a complex component. So padding x of 10 on medium, margin y of 20. Then we would like to have a card component. Let's get it. And then we would like to have the card header component, which is going to have the card title. Let's say title, and get this one. So it's going to say update profile. Then we can give this class of text of 2x large. And then below the card header, you would have the card content, which is going to be imported from components. And then we're going to go into here. It's going to have a div that is going to hold the avatar. So first I'll just say class name, flex, and justify centered so that we can really see it in between in the center of the screen. And currently we have a problem, but we're going to fix it. It basically says this is not returning anything because we didn't save this file. But anyways, when we save, that should be gone. Then inside this div, we have the avatar component coming from components. Let's close this off. And this avatar is going to have the class of, let's say, width 20, height 20, which is about 80 pixels. Then we could have the avatar image. Let's get it. It's going to hold the source. For now, let's say user, it was first under the public folder. Let's put the slash and placeholder.png. Obviously, this is going to take the user profile later, but for now, let's say object cover so that you can just get the aspect ratio right. Then for the avatar fallback, I can say avatar fallback, and I'll just say CN for now. Then this is gonna not take any classes. Then below this avatar, below the div, but still inside the card content, we would have the form component without any actions. It's gonna have a label component coming from components that is gonna say name, and inside we're gonna have an input like this. Let me just scroll, make this to be self-closed and save so that I can get this formatting. And inside we're gonna have the placeholder component or the prop. Enter your name. Value could be anything. For now I'll just put my name, just like this. Then I can put the on change, but we don't really have a state, so I'll say class name of margin y of 2. And below this, like, we're gonna have the email, as I said, so that we can really show the email of the user. And for this, I'll say label like this, and I'm gonna say this would be email, it says. Then I will say, now we're gonna be using a component called tooltip coming from ShadCN. Let's say tooltip. So when you hover over it, it's gonna say like some info, and you're gonna see why we are gonna be using this. For now, I'm gonna copy it, paste it to my second terminal so that it can install it behind the scenes. And I hope like we haven't used it previously. Let's say tool. Yep, we haven't used it. So this is what we're gonna do. It's gonna install it. Hopefully it takes super long because we are using npm. If we were to use pm, I think that would be a lot faster. But since most of you guys don't really familiar with it, I'm using npm for this video. And like, to be honest, in general, I still use npm. I don't know why, but anyways, it's been completed. So we're gonna use this tooltip just in a second. Below this label, I will say first wrap it with tooltip provider, which is coming from components, and make sure you take a look at the documentation. This is how they use it, provider, and then the tooltip with other components. So this is gonna take, let's say, the tooltip component, and I'll just scroll a little bit. It's gonna take the tooltip trigger from the components. Then now this is gonna take a couple of classes with full just one, and let's say type is gonna be button, and make sure you add this, otherwise that would submit the form, because by default this is type of submit. So we need to override it by passing this. Then I'll say input and make sure this is self-closed, which is gonna take, let's say, placeholder, enter your email. Now, I think we don't really need this placeholder, and you're gonna see why, but for now, let's just keep it. And let's say this is disabled, and value, I'll just say john@email.com for now. Then I'll say class name margin y of 2. Hopefully this should be it for the tooltip trigger, and the actual tooltip content, let's get this from here, is gonna be a p tag that says class name, text small, like this, and inside this p tag we'll just say, for security reasons, your email cannot be changed. And I'll put a dot, then get this emoji. You can really get it from the GitHub repo, or just a pro tip, if you press window key plus dot, you can really open up the emoji palette. But anyways, let's save. This is gonna be for the tooltip. Maybe we could save at this point just to see how this looks, even though we haven't completed. Let's refresh. Okay, so we have the user profile, the avatar, then a name, then this email. And when you hover over it, it says, for security reasons, your email cannot be changed. And this is what I like to do in this application. User can update their profile, their name, but not their emails. So this is why we're actually making this to be disabled and putting it with a tooltip. So that's why we can, I think, delete the placeholder, because it already has a value. Okay, then below the tooltip, we're gonna have this button that says change image, and this is the button that we have used millions of times at this point. Not maybe millions, but twice or 3 times, which is this cloud upload widget coming from Next Cloudinary. It's gonna have this signature endpoint, which was, remember, for us /API/sign image. This is the endpoint that we have created. And on success case, now since we have written this multiple times, I'm just gonna copy and paste. We are getting the result, the widget, and let's import this type from this Cloudinary. So we're gonna set this media URL state. Let's go ahead and create it first. I'll say media URL, and by default this could be null, and let's import it. But first let's make sure we mark this as use client, so that we could use actually hooks. And now it says, okay, it's just gone. Let's go here under the cloud upload widget. I think that should be, yeah, this should be, oh no. So okay, I was gonna say it should be self-closed, but it's not gonna be, because we're gonna put this part where we have the button that says change image, and make sure you add this type, the classes, variant, and on-click function. That's gonna be it for the upload widget. Lastly, below this, we will just have a button that says update, and it's gonna take the entire width. So we say width full and type submit. And that should be it for this component. Maybe there is too much space here. We could margin bottom of 4 for this one. Okay, it looks better, I think. And this is gonna be for the UI design for this component. Now we would like to actually just add the functionality and make this work. How we can do so? First, I think we need a couple of states. I'll say const name and set name. We're gonna get this, and by default this could be null, or maybe instead of null, like it's I think better option to just have them as string. And with the help of them, now we can delete this part because TypeScript is going to infer this anyways, right? So when you hover over this, now it says it is gonna be string, and same for the name. Then let's see, we're gonna also have the email field. For now, like at the start, we can just leave them as empty. And then one more thing, we're gonna have the profile image, and you're gonna see why. So why do we have the profile image and then the media URL? It's gonna be clear in a second. Next, we would like to just get the fetch the user profile, because currently when I refresh, I just got this hard-coded data which we put in, right? So this is the value that we put in. Let's create the actions for this. Let's say actions.ts, and I can say use server, then create my actions where we can fetch the user profile. I will say export async function get user profile, and I just want to add this action prefix or the suffix at the end. Then I'll say const the get user function from get kind server session. Let's say not return, so Copilot doesn't know what to do, but let's say user await get the user. If user is unauthorized or not found, we could just say return null. This function is gonna return nothing if there is not user, but else we can go ahead and find the user. I'll say const current user, which is gonna be coming from our database. So I'll say prisma.user table find unique, where the ID of the user is matching with user.id. Then we can get all the fields and then just return the current user. So this is gonna be our first action, and the second one is to actually update the profile. So while we're here, let's just try to add that function. So I'll say async function update user profile action. Then this is gonna take, let's say, the name of the user and then maybe the image. So these are gonna be the fields that user can update. Since this is short, we can really just put it inline. Let's say name is gonna be string and image also gonna be string. Then I can go inside and just do the magic. I'll say get user first, and we're gonna get this, where we can just say, like, if user is not found, we can say throw, if I can type, new error, not user not found, but we'll just say maybe unauthorized, so that they can't really call this action. Now there is some kind of edge case in this function, is because so maybe user only wants to update their name and not their image, or maybe they just want to update their image and not the name, right? So they don't really have to update this and then this to be able to call this function. This is not really how it works. So both of the fields are going to be optional, so either user can update both of them at the same time or maybe just one of them. This is how I am going to handle it. I'll say updated fields, and I'll say this is just going to be an object for now. Then I'll say if user passed the name, then I can just update it fields dot name and put the new name, okay, the user passed in. Then I can go here and I can say if user give me the image, then I can just update that field. So here it says these are doesn't exist on this, so I can say this is going to be the user type, and let's get it from the Prisma, right? Now here it is again complaining because it says you are not putting any of the other fields on user. So there are things like, let's see, image is subscribed, updated at, email. So what we can do, we'll say, hey, you're not going to be the user type itself, but you are going to be actually partial user. So if we just put this as a generic, now it is happy with us because this says this can be the type of user, but it is fine if it doesn't include all the fields. Now, even though we can get all these fields for user, but just notice how they are optional. So super important and like cool feature for TypeScript that you should know, the partial generic, right? Now that we have added those into the object, if they are available, so we'll say await prisma.user.update, and I'll say where the ID is equal to user ID, then we're gonna just update this data updated fields, right? So either it has the image and like either name or image, or both of them at the same time. I hope I made it clear. Then we'll say return success and true, right? Then we'll say data still in the object, or maybe we could say like user updated user, let's say updated user, but we don't really have it, so let's go ahead and create that. Say const updated user, which is Prisma going to return us after updating that. So if you hover over it, then you can see these are the actual user fields that you would get. Okay, so this is both of the functions that we have just created. Let's go ahead and try to consume it. Below these use states, I'll first get my query, not queries, but use query, just singular, right? And I'll first destructure this object and I'll say data, and I can maybe call it as, I don't know, maybe user profile. And I'll go inside, into this object. I'll say query key, again, important for caching or invalidating, user profile. Then here our query function could be this async that calls our action. Let's say get user profile action. Let's put await before that. There we go. This is gonna fetch the data for us. Now we can really use it. So this user profile now could be, let's say instead of user placeholder, we could say user profile dot image. If this is empty for some reason, then we can actually show the user placeholder.png. Now let me just close this sidebar. Then for the value, for the input, we're gonna add that next. But first, let's say this value is going to be, let's say user profile dot email. Let's see, I think this is gonna be an issue at first. Do we have any issues? So here it says, okay, so it was just a temporary warning until like VS Code figures it out. There we go. Let's save and just test it out if anything is going to change or not. I'll refresh. So for some reason, we are not getting the user profile. While I was talking, it worked out. Let me just refresh again. Okay, so we have the email, we have the name. This is, I think, hard-coded, but these are working. Email as well as the profile. Now let's try to put the username as well. I'll say user dot user profile dot, where is it, name. I'll just refresh. There we go. So all the data is actually coming from the database, right, from this query. And now we would like to actually be able to update it. For this, we would be using the use mutation. And let's destructure this part, which is gonna have the is pending. But before that, I'd like to get my mutate function and rename it to be update profile, and go inside, call the mutation key, just give it update profile name. Then I'll say mutation function async. I'll call my so to say action. I think it is called update profile action. We're just gonna take the name as well as the image. Now the image is gonna be our media URL. Now we could really call it like this, but what we can also do is just another option, and I want you to see this. So we can just say update profile action. Then we can, when we call this function, we can add those arguments. Let's go and see what I am talking about. Let's say on submit, where I will, I think, create a function called, let's say, handle update profile. And I'll just call it like this so that I can explicitly pass the event. And let's create it, const handle update profile event, and let's say React form event. It is coming from HTML form element. And what I am going to do here is just say event.prevent default so that it doesn't refresh the page, and then update profile, which is our mutation function, right? We are calling this as update profile, which indeed is going to call our action. And this is going to take, let's say, the name field as well as the image. And image is going to be obviously the media URL that we are storing in the state. And let's try to use this is pending value under this button. Let's say disabled while we are pending. We can say updating or update depending on this state. So what we can do is actually try to make this work. Okay, I'll say change image, and I'll just drag and drop an image from my machine. So that would be the horse image as always. Let's try to send it. Now it has been here. Maybe we could display it here. I'll just do it in a second, but here I'll just say update. So it's been updated probably. Let's first refresh here, go under the user, and this is the new image that we have for this user profile. I will copy it and open up a new tab and then paste it. So there we go. Now this user has this image, but it didn't update the sidebar, right? It is because in the sidebar, we are using the image coming from the kind. So in the sidebar, we use user.picture, but this should be coming from the database so that our application is in sync. This is being stored in the database, but this is being stored in the kind. So this is what I will update just in a second. Okay, not for now. This is a to-do. So we don't forget, I'll just say to-do update here for the image. Okay. Now here I would like to show the preview when we just upload the image. Maybe so to be able to preview that, we can go into the avatar. Here we'll say if there is a media URL selected, first show it. But if it is not selected, check if user has a profile image, and if it is not there, okay, so if this is null as well, then show the last fallback, which is user placeholder. I hope this makes sense, and let's just see if it's gonna work. Here again, I'll just try to select an image from my machine. So first I'll say change image, get the widget, and I'll put this logo into here. And there we go. Now it's being updated immediately. And the reason is, since there is a media URL selected, when we upload that, it's gonna be set it here, and we can see this. So this is true. That's why we see that. But if it wasn't there, then this would be there. And if it wasn't there, then this would be there as the fallback. Okay, so let's see what we're gonna do next. Is gonna be updating the user name. We'll go into the input we have for this. Instead of putting this value, what we can do at first, maybe just say on change, get the set name, just like this. I'll say set name to event target dot value. But now if we save it like this, so I didn't change anything other than this, added on change and then this value field, right? So I think I'm not going to be able to update this. So I am currently typing in, so 1, 2, 3, but it doesn't update because this value is just always there, put it forced. So what I am going to do is actually put the name state that we have added. So if I just say instead of this, this would be name state itself. Now at this point, I can actually update this. So here I can delete it, put anything. But now when we first refresh, this would be empty, right? Because the value here, this name is an empty string coming from the state. So what we can do is update it with a use effect. I'll go up here and then just create a use effect. So let me just scroll a little bit and get the use effect. Here, I'll say once the user profile changes, you can run this use effect, and I'll say if user profile is fetched, then I want you to set this name field to be user profile.name. And we can do so for the email and the profile image. I think we don't really need them, but let's save for now and just see how this is going to end up. When I refresh, I should be able to get this name out of the box. So once it loads, we just got the name, profile image, and the email, even though we cannot change it. Now I'll try to update my name. I'll say this user is going to be John Doe, and I'll just actually change my image as well. Let me drag and drop that logo. Okay, now it's my name, this is my profile, and I'll say update, and it's been updated. Let's see if this is the case. Here, name is John Doe, and this is the new image. I'll copy it, open up a new tab with Control T and then Control V to paste it. There we go, this is a new logo that is being stored in the database. If I refresh, this should be the case. Now one more thing, just a quick optimization we could add here. I'll say on success, we can just say show a toast. I'll go up here, get the toast, use toast, and then here I'll say toast title profile updated. Status is going to be success. Even though we don't really have the status, we'll have the description. Okay, so what we can do also just add the on error case. We would take the error and then show this. We don't have the type. Copilot makes mistakes here, but instead we had the variant to be not error but destructive. Oops, just like this. Let's save, and this should work out now. If you refresh and try to update anything really, you would get the on success. So I'll say John Doe 2 update. There we go. Now even though we didn't update our profile image, we can still update this name field only, is because we are just checking for them. Okay, so I hope this makes sense. And now what about this sidebar? So this is the actual profile image we have updated. This is in the database, but this is coming from kind. So we need to update it as well. So I'll go into the sidebar.tsx, delete this to do because this is what I'm going to do now. Instead of just user, I will say const, let's say user profile, and I'll say await user, get user profile action. Since we have created, now this is reusable, we can use it in this component as well. So instead of user.picture, we will say user profile.image and not picture, because this is coming from the database. And just like this should be working out. Do we use user in any other places? No, we don't. We just have the, let's say, the image, and we have is admin field is being used. Are we using any hard-coded data? Let's just see. First, we are not using this logout link, so let's delete it. Okay, so this is really the sidebar component itself. I'll save and go here. There we go, this is working. If I refresh, it is still the same profile image that we have like there in sync. I'll try to change my image, and let's see if it is gonna update the sidebar as well. I'll drag and drop this horse image. Now it's been updated here, and I need to say update. It says profile updated, but it didn't refetch this part. How can we make this work? Is super simple. We would go under the actions. Once we updated the user profile, we can say revalidate path, which is coming from next cache, and we would just say, I think the update, how do we call this? Like update profile page. So I'll say update profile and let's save and see if this is gonna work or not. So one last time, I'll just go here, refresh, and then try to update the profile image. I will grab this logo, I believe it is this one. Yep, I'll say update and it should update the sidebar as well. There we go, because it says go ahead and refresh the data you're fetching on this page, which is the update profile, and sidebar is part of it, right? Because if we go to the page of update profile, BaseLayout has the sidebar and it's just gonna refetch everything on this page. And yeah, with the help of it, we can get the user profile updated version. So let me just go ahead and make this name to be the actual my name, and I'll say update. Hopefully it should update the database with it. There we go, and let's see what we're gonna build next. So I think I'll go into the home page and I would like to maybe just aggregate these values. So we have number of images, videos, and likes in the platform, which is for the admin, right? Because only admin can share posts. We're gonna go ahead and aggregate them under the cover image component. I will just kill the sidebar and I'll say you're gonna be async, and I'll say const, let's say image count. Here is how I'm going to do it. Await Prisma dot the post table, and let's say count, and then we can put a where clause into it. I'll say where the media type is equal to image. This is going to give us actually the number of images that we have. Then I can basically duplicate this and say you're going to be the video count, where the media type is equal to video. Okay, let's test it out. I'll say you're going to be updated with the image count. Then maybe I can copy this, paste it to the video tab, right? We'll say video count. Let's see what we're gonna get. Okay, 3 images and 1 video. Let's see in the database under the post table, let's refresh. We have 3 different images and 1 video. These are what we have uploaded so far and seems to be working. And what is the number of likes? Currently it is 0 because we didn't implement that functionality, but I think we can still implement it. Aggregate it, because it is pretty simple. Now we might be thinking that we're going to be using count, but this is not really the case, and I'll explain the difference. Let's say total likes, and I'll say await prisma dot post dot aggregate. So Copilot just suggests me something else. So it said like that count. I think this would also work. Yeah, probably this should also work. I'll just leave it as a comment, and this is what I had ready to show. So I'll say total likes, await prisma dot post dot aggregate. So I will call the aggregate function, where I'll say sum, so underscore sum the likes. Okay, this is the field, and I'll say true. So under the post, if you remember, let's take a look at our schema.prisma file. So under a post, we have this likes field, which is by default is 0. So each post is going to have likes. Let's say your first post has 10, the second one has 20, the other one has 50. This sum method, right? So this sum is going to aggregate all of them and give you the total likes. I think this should also be working. So this is what Copilot suggested, but this is what I'll be using. So maybe at this point, you could use the other one after testing them out. I'll go ahead and put it. So currently, what do we have? Is it an error? Oh, okay, so what happens if this is, I think it gives you, so why this is the case, let me just see. Total likes is gonna give us, oh, okay, so we can say like total likes dot sum dot likes. This is how it gives you. And maybe I can take this, put it here instead. This should give us the value, right? I'll save and let's test it out. Okay, we have 0 likes in the platform. Now I will create a function. It's because what happens if we have like 1 million likes? We don't really show something like 1, then like bunch of zeros. Instead, we can show something like 1M, right? Just like YouTube or other platforms. Or we have, let's say, 10K likes, 200K likes. So we can format this, and let's go ahead and do so. So I'll say function format number, which is gonna take the num, which is type of number, right? And I'll say if, let me just actually copy that function. This is something that I have generated with ChatGPT, so I'm not gonna pretend as I built this one, right? Let's be honest. Okay, if you just, let's copy this and test it out. I'll go into my DevTools. So here I'll just delete all these and paste it, and I'll just call this function, but we got, okay, because this cannot understand TypeScript, right? This is the browser only understands JavaScript. I'll say format the number, and now let's put something like, I don't know, 10,000, which is gonna give us 10K. If I put 100K, 1 million, there we go. Everything is working as expected. So this is what you'd like to do as well. And let's say something like just 1000 is gonna give us 1K. So okay, super clean. Now that we know how this is gonna work, we can call this function with this. So I'll say format number and then put it. Now this is explaining. It says because maybe this is 0 or null, so we could, as a fallback, just give 0 just to make it happy. And currently we are gonna hit this check because we have 0 likes in the platform, and it's gonna just give us 0. Okay, perfect. Now what do we want to do is maybe update this user profile header component. I will go into that one, user profile. Where is it? Do we have, maybe is it just user profile? Yep, this is how we called it. We didn't say header, but that's fine. Here, what I'd like to do is just first fetch the admin. I'll say admin await, and to be able to use await, let's make it to be async and make sure this is not client component. So we'll say Prisma dot user model. Let's import the Prisma dot user dot find unique, and we're gonna put our where clause. So I can say where the email is equal to process.env.admin email. So this is complaining because I think it says maybe this is empty. So if I just put this, so is it gonna get happier? So probably it isn't. We're missing something else. So after reading this, I just realized that we didn't pass the unique field to the email because we are searching with unique, but in the Prisma schema, let's see where that is, schema.prisma file, we didn't really added this unique directive to here. So while editing this video, I might be telling you that you should add it. Probably you already have this, and this is now what I'm going to do. And whenever you have a change on this file, you need to push that, because remember, this is just a local file that nobody knows about. It's only you and your machine. Now, NeonDB doesn't have any idea that you have changed this file. That's why you need to let him know. I'll just go ahead and just say npx prisma db push. So this is going to take a look at the schema.prisma file, then do the migrations, right? It's going to just update your changes to that database and make sure this unique field has been added. So we have a warning. Let's see. It says a unique constraint covering the columns email added, and if there are existing duplicate values, this will fail. That's fine. We only have one user. It is not gonna break. So I'll say yes. And here it says there might be data loss when applying the changes. but that's fine. We are still in the development, and I'll just say Y, which stands for yes. Hopefully this should work out. Now, sometimes you need to be able to get rid of those errors, just do Ctrl+Shift+P, reload window. Okay, the first one, let's click to it. So this is going to make sure that VS Code is going to boot up or reboot, and hopefully we shouldn't get those errors. Let's wait, this is still loading. And I think we got rid of that error. And even if we delete this, is it gonna say like this shouldn't be undefined? So let's put this, I think. So this still says maybe this admin is, okay, let's see. Okay, so it just take a bit time to understand for the VS Code, but that's fine. Now here it says maybe admin is null because like obviously if we pass the wrong email or if this user doesn't exist, that would be null, which we can fix it by adding this conditional, so let's say optional chaining, right? Then we got the admin. Now it is time to get the current user. I'll say const current user, where we can just call our action, get user profile action. And here I have another warning. So I'll say optional chain this. And also we can use the current user because currently we are using this hard-coded user data. Let's delete those. And we're gonna go here and we'll just say if current user is subscribed, then I'm sorry, if it is not subscribed, then render this part. Let's put it like this. Then let's say current user is subscribed, then render this button. Hopefully this should work out. Let's test it out. It's going to refresh. Okay, so since you have updated your Prisma file, even though you have changed your NeonDB, right? You written this command, where was it? So you said like npx prisma db push. Okay, so I'm just having really trouble at this point, but all I am trying to say, whenever you do this, just make sure you kill your development server, clear your console, and then just say npm run dev. Okay, so this is gonna take a bit time, but once it refresh, it should be get rid of those errors. So I just refreshed it again, and let's see what's going to happen. Is it gonna get rid of those or not? So probably it should. We have it running, and let's see. There we go. Now this is the admin, the avatar, the button that says subscribe because currently user is not subscribed. And this looks a little bit weird. Let's go ahead and try to fix it, which was under the cover image. We should have, let's see, not in the cover image, under the user profile. So maybe I could say, can this take the class name of object cover like this? It should fix. There we go. Now it at least doesn't lose the aspect ratio. Then you can put the contain if you really want to see the entire image like this, but I think cover could be a better option at this point, or at least that's what I'm gonna go with. So we have the admin name. If I go here, update that, I'll say maybe just 1, 2, and save change. If I refresh, this should be updated. So we just made sure that it is coming from the database, right? And I'll just put the actual one. And now if admin wants to update their bio, they could just go here and update this p tag. You can add the functionality where a user can go here and there might be another field. Let's see if this renders. So there might be a field called bio. They could put it and you would update the database with it. And there would be like a bio field in one of these columns. But I think it's pretty simple, so I'm gonna skip that. And yeah, so everything is working as expected for this user profile section. And I think next we can fetch these posts and just show either the post itself if user is subscribed or if the post is public, but else we can show this logged image. And this is what we're gonna do next. Okay, so let's start with fetching posts. Now remember, this is the home screen component. This is where I am going to do. First, I just killed and like collapsed everything, and I have my npm run dev is running on my terminal, and I'll go under the components home screen where I have home screen.tsx. So currently we are rendering the user profile and posts, which is using posts, but it's the dummy data. So later this component is going to be a client component. So we're going to be using React query with, let's say, use query to be able to fetch posts. That's why I'll go under the home screen first and fetch the admin as well as the user if it is subscribed or not. So I am not fetching this here. I just want to just mention that is because this is going to be a client component. That's why I'm not going to run the Prisma here on this file, because that would be exposed to the client. So I'll go under the home screen. First, this is a server component. I'll just say async and just mark it with it so that I could use await. First, I'll say give me the admin. We'll say await Prisma and let's import it. There we go. User.find unique, obviously. And I'll just open up my object and I'll say where the email is equal to the admin email, which we are storing under the process.env. So just like this is going to give us the admin. Then I would like to fetch the current user as well, and you're going to see why. So I'll say const user and await. Now we could really find it with Prisma, but we already had an action for this, and I think it was called as get user profile action. Yep, this is exactly what we have. This is going to give us the currently authenticated user's profile, fetching it from the database with the help of Prisma. Then now I have the user, and what I can do is just go under the posts component and send this as a prop. First, I would like to send the admin, and we're gonna see why. Basically, we'll be using the admin profile info, such as name, like let's say the profile image, that kind of thing. And then we'll be using, let's say, is subscribed, if I can type this. So we'll say user.is subscribed and just pass it into this posts component. Now this is complaining. Let's see the TypeScript. Probably we didn't send this. Okay, I'll go ahead and say this is gonna take the is subscribed field as well as the admin. So here I'll just make the TypeScript happy. I'll say is subscribed is going to be Boolean, and then admin. Now previously we were putting like any, but now since admin is type of user, we could get it from the Prisma. So if you get this, it's gonna import it, and now we can delete this admin from the dummy data. Then now here it says maybe this is undefined. It's because what if user is not found? So we can handle this. We'll say if there is not user, then we can just say return not found. And then now TypeScript is happy with us because it now knows that user is always going to be there. Otherwise we would take the user to the 404 page. But now what about admin? So we could just add here if admin is not there, return not found as well. And this should be also working at this point. So just a quick interruption here, sorry about this, but while editing I realized this is not really correct because everyone can see the home screen even if they are not the admin. So I am going to delete this part and I will just only leave it like here. So I will say if user is not authenticated, then take them to the not found page. But if they are not admin, they can still visit it, right? So this would only check for if user is authenticated. It's not going to check if they are admin or not. But we're sending the admin to that component because we're going to check for different things. So just say to be able to get rid of this error, we're going to put this exclamation point. We will say, hey, admin is always going to be there because we know that there is one admin in our database. So that was the kind of like quick interruption here. you need to fix it, this line, and this is what I'll be doing as well. Maybe you will not see it in the video, or maybe I would mention it later in the video. So I just realized this while editing. Okay, thank you and sorry about the interruption. Now let's move on with the video. Okay, now we're gonna save this. So under the posts, now we're getting the is subscribed field as well as the admin. And now in this component, we would like to just send this to the post component. So currently we say user.isSubscribed, which is the fake data that we have created. So I'm gonna delete this first. We don't really need it. Then I will say this is subscribed is coming from the props. So with this now, this should also be happy with us. Then I think we can also delete the posts, right? This is also fake data, but for now I'll just keep it just for a second. Now let's go into the here. So let's say for the posts, but they are like the hard-coded data. So I think we can just go ahead and fetch the posts. I'm going to delete this. So we're going to get an error that says posts not found. So that's fine. We're going to create actions for the home screen. So I'll say actions.ts and mark it with use server directive. So we're going to have a couple of actions here, such as like a post, comment on a post, and maybe delete the post if you are the admin, and I think get all posts as well. And they are all going to be related to homepage, like liking, commenting, getting the post, etc. And that's why we're actually adding this file into this folder. So we can get started with the get all posts. I will just say export async function called get posts, and I would like to put my suffix as always. So get posts action. Then we're gonna first just check if we have the user or not. So I can say get user, and I think it's gonna be from get kind server session. Then let's say const user and get it. If user is not there, we could just say throw new error that says instead of user not found, maybe we could say unauthorized. Then now we can go ahead and fetch these posts. I'll say posts await Prisma, let's import it. Then post dot find many. Now normally this is how we have done so far, just finding all of them if we really need it. But there is an issue with this, or it is not really complete. It's because in the posts we have all these fields like ID, media URL, media type, text, and all these. But now what happens if we want to see the comments? We need to fetch them as well, because when we click to this, we would like to see a dialog that has all the comments, and comments are a relation under the posts. So I'll go ahead and take a look at it from the Prisma schema that I have. So under the post we have comments, but they are pointing out to a different table, and same for the likes list. That's why we need to include them in our query that is going to join them. I hope that makes sense. So let's go ahead and try to say include. This is so this says choose which related nodes to fetch as well. So this is exactly what we would like to do. And if I press Control Space, I can get the related fields. I'll say comments, and for each comment, again, we would like to fetch something else, because let's see the comment table. So each comment has a text, and they also has like the user, so that we can show the user profile who has commented, right? So we need to include that as well. I'll say include and user field as well. And here we have the type safety, by the way, and let's say true. So with this, now we have included the comments. We can go here and also include the likes list. And for the likes list, we can only we can get all of them, right? So this would give us all the people that like this post. But what I want to do is just get myself, so that I can just check if I already like this post or not. So I'll say where the user ID, right, is equal to the current user ID. If this is the case, then like list is gonna have one field into it, and then I can just check with it if I already like this post or not. I hope that makes sense, but pretty self-explanatory. We not only fetch the posts, but also their relations, such as comments and likes list. And under the comments, we also want to fetch the user relation, and so that we can show the comment text. So it says, hey, great post. And then on the left hand side, we would show the user avatar, right? Then maybe below the, or maybe let's say next to the post content, we would say John Doe. This is the name of the user. That's why we need to include the user field on the comment. So I just wanted to over explain this. And then I'll say return posts and just save this file. So this is what we have, and I would like to fetch this. And as I said, this is going to be a client component. So I'll go above and just mark this as use client. Then I'll go down here, and instead of is loading hard-coded data, I'm going to delete it, which we're going to get it from use query. Let's import this, shut off the sidebar, and let's say you're going to give us the data as well as the is loading field, and data is going to be renamed as products so that our code is a little bit more readable. So here it says, please give me the query key, and I'll say, what should we call it? I think we could just say posts or get all posts, the same thing. I'll just say posts. Then I'll say, I think query function. And by the way, I think we had already a field called get all posts. Let me just make sure. Get all, or we had all get all products. Okay, so I thought it was posts, but it isn't. So it is products. Okay, we'll just give this query key, and then for the function, we can really just call our action. I'll say await get posts action. Say posts action and import it from the actions file. Then this should give us the posts, but not products. This should be posts, my bad. Then now we have the is loading field or the state, and then the post itself. So this might be undefined, so let's just put question mark so that it doesn't crash, and do not return the cannot read properties of undefined error. Okay, now if we save, hopefully it should work under the post. We're getting post, which is type of any. For now, I'll just fix this in a second. Then we got is subscribed, and we get the admin as well. Yep, we got the admin post and is subscribed. Let's make the admin to be type of user and import it. And now we can just see the entire type safe fields. Let's say admin, it has all these fields. And let's delete this and just try to test this out. So let's, what this says. Okay, so now since this user is hard-coded, it is crashing, but that's fine for now. We're going to fix it as well. So here we can see these are the posts that we have created actually. If you remember, that was our first post. We just put ABC. Then here it says my first video, which is not public, and we are not subscribed, so it is locked. And this is my second post, and it is public. That's why we can see it. And we can see it because in the post component, we say post if it is public, then, and if it has like a media URL, if it is type of image, show that. And let's handle this one as well, where we just say if it is public and if it is video, then render the video component. This is where we're gonna do it. Should we do it right now? Yes, yeah, let's just do it. Okay. I will delete this first and then go here, uncomment this. Then here we would like to render a component that is coming from Cloudinary. So I think it was the Cloud Video Player. So first I'll just wrap it with a div that says class name of with full mx of auto, and then I'll go here and just say Cloud Video Player. And first let's just put a width, and this is gonna be, by the way, a self-close tag. So we can say width is gonna be, let's say 960. Then we're gonna give the height, let's say 540, and then class name, let's just make it a little bit rounded of medium. And for the source, we're gonna give the post.media URL, just like this. And did we import it? Yes, we did. It is coming from Next Cloudinary, and this is what we used in the highlighted post. So today's highlight has the exact same component, and it should be marked as use client, the component, because this is using useRef. If we save, hopefully this should work. So we have just added this part, and we can delete it to do right now. Then let's see. We don't really have any public videos, so let's go ahead and make this to be public. I'll say posts. We have the video, and let's make it to be true. Then save this change, and here we go. Video is live here, and it is public. We can really see it. If we make it to be false, again, we are not going to be able to see that. If we refresh first, and did I make the video? Yep, okay, video is now, okay, it's going to be false. I choose true, so I'll say save change. Now we cannot really see it, so it says my first video. And so okay, now we just handled that as well. So let's go ahead and maybe fix the TypeScript errors a little bit. Now first, let's delete this user, and for this user, we can get this user from the kind as well. So there is a hook called use kind browser client, which is going to give you the user, but on the client. So I'll say const, and here you can get a bunch of different things, and I'll be getting the user. And I think there is also is authenticated, is loading, the exact same thing you had on the server, but these would be the client version. So I'll just say user and give me this, and now it's gonna say user is probably, so it might be null, so let's just optional change this as well, and this should be working. And what about posts now? So here we said the post type is any, but if we save, if we say this is gonna be type of post, first we're gonna get this name crashing, right? This is called as post, and our component is also called as post. So let's rename this to be post type, and we're gonna put the name here. So post is type of post type, but this is still a problem, is because if we just say something like post dot, we can only get these fields. We cannot really get something like post dot comments or post dot likes list, which are the things that we're actually returning from our action. So right, we have just included the comments to a post and likes list. So if I hover over this, I can see I have let's say the comments as well as the posts as well as the likes. So how can we add these to the post type? Well, we can just go above first. I'll say maybe type post with comments, because this is exactly what that is, post, and it includes the comments. So we have like this kind of a solution, which is nice, but it might not be completely true at some point if you change your code often. So there is another solution which I would like to show. So we would say by using Prisma, so I'll say Prisma, and let's import it first. Then you would say post get payload. Since we are under the post component, right, we are going to add the comments into it. So this is going to take this generic, let's open that up and put the curly braces into it. We'll say this post includes the comments, and comments includes the user, right? We'll say user is going to be true. Then we also have the, let's say, likes list, and we'll just say true, just like this. So now this is what we have done actually in this action. We are including those, so joining those tables together and adding it into this type. Now if I say this post is gonna be post with comments type, now I can go under the post, let's say post dot, now I can see there are comments, right? Or there are, let's say, likes list. If I go and select the comments, I can map through it, which is an array, right? I'll say give me the comment, and now I can say comment dot, and let's see, we have the user field on top of it. So this is now completely type safe, and this is how we can get this. Now it just feels like a JavaScript object. It's like really convenient to read it. So this is something that you would like to keep in mind. And if you were to use join something else, then this part would change. Then you would add this get payload next to it. Okay, this is gonna be it for this, where we just fetch the posts if they are public or not, and maybe we can add this delete post functionality. And this looks weird also. Let's go ahead and fix it. For the post, we have the avatar. I'll just say class name. Maybe we could say object cover to this. Now it should fix, and this is what we'd like to see. And now we can add the delete post action. I'll go into my actions and maybe kill these files. So this is our first action under the home screen actions. And I'll create my second one. Let's say async function delete post action, which is going to take the post ID so that we know which post that we are deleting. And that's going to be type of string. I'd like to get the user, const get user, and now we have the user, and we would like to first get the post, right? I'll say const post await Prisma dot post find unique, where the post ID matches with the ID of the post. Now we need to check if the, and I have a typo here, we need to check if the user is the admin. So we could really get the admin, or else we could say if post dot user ID is equal to, or if it is not equal to user dot ID, we can just say unauthorized, or we can say only admin can delete this post, or let's say only admin can delete posts. Now with this, we have just protected this function. Then if we pass this if check, we could say prisma dot post dot delete, where this ID matches with the post ID, and then we could just return something like success of true. And now this is the function that we would like to use. I'll go under the post. We had a trash icon, right? I'll say on click to this. On click, I would like to call my mutate function, which I need to create first. I'll say use mutation, and this is gonna take an object, but first let's destructure the left hand side. I'll get the mutate function and call it as delete post, as well as we could get an is pending state if we really want to show a loading. But I think I'm not gonna do. Let's just keep it simple. I'll say first the mutation key. We could say delete post. Then I'll say mutation function, which is gonna be, let's say async. It would be calling the delete post action by passing the post.id. Then in the success case, I'll say on success. First, let's just show a toast, and I'll duplicate this to be able to get the on error. And I'll go ahead get a toast. Let's say use toast, call it, which is gonna give me the toast inside, right? Then on success case, I could show like toast dot not success, just call it. We would give the title. So let's say title, maybe success. Then you could say description, post deleted successfully. On the error case, we would get the error as the prop or the argument. Then we would say like error, and we don't really have a status. TypeScript is going to complain. So we had instead the variant. Let's say variant, which is going to be destructive to get that red color. Let's bind this function to that button. Where was it? I'll say just trash, and I'll just let me give a little bit space, maybe like this. So here I think it is complaining. If we pass it like this, it should be happy with us. Okay, there we go. When we click to it, it's going to delete it. And once we delete it, I would like to update the UI immediately. And we already done this multiple times, where we get the query client and first import the hook. On success, we would say query client invalidate the queries, where we have this object first. Let's say query key. We are fetching the posts, and that was our query key. So we're going to recall it once we delete it successfully. And I'll go ahead and just say delete this. So what happened? Nothing. I'll just maybe refresh and take a look at the database. So it is gone, right? So we had 4 different posts, but now we have 3. It didn't update the UI immediately. Maybe we are having a mistake. So posts, this is how we called our query key. I'll just try to do it again. So ABC, this is the first post. I'm going to delete this. Okay, so it says post deleted successfully, and now we don't really see that. It's immediately being updated. And I would like to show this trash icon if only the only admin can see it, and we are only checking for this, already checking for this as well. Okay, so with it, now we're able to see posts and delete them, and currently we just have only one post. I deleted the others, right? So we just only have one post that is not public, and so that we can see this logged image. Now what we can do is to like a post, and this is what we're gonna do next. I'll go ahead, maybe shrink this one as well, shrink this, and create my new action, async function like post, and call it as action. And we're gonna give the post ID so that we know which post that we are liking as well, and give a little bit space. And first let's get the user, this function, then get the user by awaiting that call. And we'll say if there is not user, we can really just say let's say unauthorized. And we can also check now if user is not subscribed, they cannot really do this operation. So I'll just say const give me the user profile. Let's first fetch that. So we'll say Prisma dot user find unique, where the ID of the user matches with the currently authenticated user. We will say if user profile is subscribed is false, right? So if user is not subscribed, then we can just return out of this function immediately. Then now we can find the post. I'll say const post, and here is something that we need to know about this function. So this function both can like the post and unlike it. So unlike post and like post. And we're going to handle both of these checks with an if else. So just know that this is that function. Okay, so I'll say Prisma dot post dot find unique. First, let's just get the post. I'll give a little bit space, and I'll say where the ID field is matching with the post ID that we are getting. And now, since I like to know that if we are liking this or not, to be able to determine this, I need to get the likes list. So I'll say select, and I'll just first get the number of likes. This is number, remember. So I'll just say true, get this field for me, and then the likes list. Now we can get the entire list where we have every user that liked this post, or else we could make it a little bit more efficient by optimizing it. So I'll say where the user ID is matching with the currently authenticated user. So if there is anything in this likes list, this is gonna be we already liked the post. So just imagine the likes list is equal to this array, and we have the user ID. Or if we don't have it, then this is gonna be empty. So either it's gonna have one field or 0. If it is 0, that means this user didn't like the post. But if we had the user ID, then that means already liked it. Okay, so we got the post. Now we can just check a quick check here. If there is not post, we could say post not found. Let's make it to be one-liner, just like this. Then now we can actually update it. So I'll just first say let new likes, which is gonna be number, and we're going to increment or decrement it. I'll say if post.likes_list.length is greater than 0. That means this user already liked this post and now they want to unlike it. We'll say first new likes is gonna be post likes -1, but at minimum this could be 0. So this is why I am going to wrap it with math.max, either this or 0. Okay, so at maximum or at minimum this could be 0. Number of likes cannot be -1. So this is something that you might want to just keep in mind and use it in your other projects as well. Then we will say await Prisma.like. This is our table. We'll say delete, and I'll just say delete many. And here I'll just go ahead and say where the post ID is equal to this post ID that we're getting as a prop, as well as the user ID is equal to user.id. So this is gonna find the like that we're currently deleting. Then in the else case, this means user wants to like this post. We can say new likes is gonna be equal to post.likes +1, and we're gonna say create a new post where this is the post ID and this is the user ID that it belongs to. Then after this if else check, we're gonna actually update the post because so far we have created or deleted the like itself. And I'll say await prisma.post.update where the ID is equal to post ID, and we'll say the new number of likes. Okay, with this function should be completed. We could just return success true. And now I know this is one of the most complicated actions that we have written so far. I'll just zoom out a little bit, maybe once again, so that we could see the entire file. Okay, so we have checked for the authorization or authentication. Then we checked again for the if user is subscribed or not. Then we find the post. If it is not found, throw an error. And depending on if user already liked it, we're gonna unlike it. And else we're gonna like it, incrementing the number of likes and creating a new like. Then just update the post itself. Okay, so this is the function that we have. Let's zoom in and go ahead, consume this action. So we had a heart icon. When we click to it, we would like to do something. Instead of updating this state, which was hard-coded, I will say I would like to call my mutation. But first, I'll say if user is not subscribed, which we can get by saying is subscribed is false, then we're just gonna return immediately out of this function. But else we could say like post and just call it, which is a mutation function that will create. Let's go above and create that. Maybe I can shrink this and create my mutation. So let's say use mutation, and I'll just get the, let's say, mutate. I'm gonna call it as like post. Then inside we can open up here, let's say mutation key. Let's say it's gonna be like post. Then inside this function, we're just gonna go ahead and say we're gonna have the mutation function where we just call our action. Let's import it, and we're gonna pass the post ID. On success case, we can, instead of showing a toast, we could really invalidate the queries so that it could update the UI. I'll say query client invalidate queries and just fetch us the post again so that you can increment the number of likes. Then on error case, I'll say on error, give us the error where we can show a toast that says the error.message. Maybe that could be unauthorized, or if it is empty, we'll just say something went wrong, please try again. So that would be the server error that is in our end. And variant, it says destructive. Let's put a comma here. Okay, hopefully this should work. Now we have is liked. This state is really not correct for now. It's always false. We somehow need to update it as well. How can we do this? Is basically using a use effect. Let's import the use effect and just initialize it like this for now. I will say if post.likes list existed, and user has an ID just to make the TypeScript happy. People say set is liked is going to be if post.likes_list dot length. If it is greater than 0, that means this user already liked the post. So this is going to be true, but else that would be false. Now let's make this happy. It says put these dependencies where I'll say post.likes list dot, I think that's enough for this, and we're gonna get the user ID. And now we can save and just test it out how this is going to end up. Currently I am not subscribed, so I cannot really like a post. So I'm clicking to it, nothing happens. Even if I refresh and try to like, okay, nothing happens. Let's go ahead and make this user to be subscribed. Now if I go here, refresh it, it says subscribed and we can see the post. I'm going to click to it. Now it is liked even though number of likes is not correct. If I click to it again, it's going to unlike. Let's fix the number of likes. So we have 55 for the likes. What we can see, what we can tell here is post.likes, right? Just show the number of likes it has. Currently it has 0, and let's update the number of comments. I'll say post.comments.length because it's an array. If it is greater than 0, we can show it, but else that would be 0. Let's save and just test it out. Okay, it's 0 as well. Now if I try to like, hopefully it should update, but there is like some delay if you are able to see. After I like or unlike, there is just 1 second of delay until it refetch that data. So this is fine, but if you really want to optimize it or just make it super fast, we can go into this mutation function. Just cut this for a second. So while it's updating on the background, we could say, let's first change the number of likes. So we could say post.likes is going to be plus. If we already liked it, we can decrement it by 1, or else we can increment it by 1. And we could say set is liked is like negated. If it is true, it would be false, and vice versa. So this is not really the best solution. There is a hook that you could use called use optimistic update. So this would be a little bit more involved. Maybe after this tutorial you would like to try this and implement it. But I think 99% of the time for this like functionality, this is also fine because most of the time this is not gonna fail. So just know that there is a better option, and this would also work as well. So I'm gonna go ahead, refresh first. Let's get the posts. So we already liked it, and now it says you already liked it. And if I clicked it, it's going to immediately update. So immediately I click, it just increments and decrements until it just fetches behind the scenes. So now that we have likes out of the box, I think the other thing we would like to implement is going to be comment on a post. First, let's, as always, create the action for this. I'll go into the actions and just create my action. I'll say export async function. We could call it as comment on post action, which is going to take the post ID as always, which is going to be string, and it's also going to take the comment content, which I will call it as text. And this would be about, let's say, 20 lines of code to complete this function. So I'll say const get user. If user is not there, as always, you would throw this, right? And if user is not subscribed, we would also, let's say, first const user profile. Let's give a bit space. If it is not subscribed, we could immediately return out of this and just protect this function. Then what we can say now, just add comment to the post. I'll say const comment. First we need to create it. Await prisma.comment.create. Call the function where the data is gonna be, let's say, text that we're just getting as a prop, or the argument. Since they are the same, I'm going to delete this and shorten it like this. Then the post that we are commenting on, the post ID, as well as the user ID, which is the ID of the current user. Then, so we just created the comment. We can return success to be true. Okay, so with this, we can call this action to be able to comment on a post. But there is one thing that we are missing. If we click to this, we can't really see anything. So we should be able to create a dialog where we can display the comments. So next, we're going to build that UI for this comment section. So let's go ahead and see where we can add it. So we had the number of likes. Below this, we're going to add that. First, let's create a div. Here we have this class name of flex, a gap of 1, and items centered. So we're going to be using a component called dialog. I'll say dialog, and it is this component where you can click to it, get the content, and just really have different content into it. And we'll be also using another one called scroll area. So if the content overflows, instead of overflowing, it's going to give you the scroll bar where you can scroll through it, right? Super cool. And we're going to have all of our comments, and in case they overflow that, we're going to have the scroll bar so that we can really see all of them. Let's start with the dialog. We need to install it first. I'm going to copy it and paste it to my terminal. So let's create one and paste it. This is gonna install it behind the scenes for us, where we can actually focus on the code. So this is the comment dialog is gonna go. So I'll say dialog. So let's see if it's been installed. So it is installing the dialog and hopefully completed in a second. Okay, it's done. Now let's try to import. Okay, it's under the components folder. Now inside the dialog, we have dialog trigger. This is where this is what actually opens up the dialog, and this is going to be the message circle that we have. Actually, I'm going to cut it and put it into here. So when we click to it, we're going to see the dialog. And to be able to see it, first we need to be subscribed. I'll say if user is subscribed, then render the dialog content. We'll say dialog content and import it as well. Inside we will have the dialog header component, and I'll say dialog title. Again, we need to import this from the components, and I'll say comments. Below the dialog header, I believe we're gonna have that scroll area component. I'll go ahead and import it. So add scroll area. Is it how we call it? Are there any dashes in between? Scroll dash area. Okay, just as I imagined. We're gonna get this one. So installing, and it should be completed in a second. There we go. Just below the dialog header and above the content, I'll say scroll area and get this, which is gonna have some height and width. I'll say class name. Height is going to be 400 pixels. Feel free to update this. I'll go with 350 pixels for the width, and I'll say rounded of medium and padding of 4. So whenever the content overflow this height, we're actually gonna get that scroll bar. So I will first say post.comments.map, and we're gonna get each comment. So it should be looking like this, and we're gonna render a comment component, which we don't have for now. Let's say key comment dot id, and then we're gonna have the comment passed into it. So like this, for now, this is not correct. I think we can, okay, so this is correct right now, but I'm gonna comment this because we don't have the component. We're gonna create it in a second. And what we can show, if there are no any comments, we can just say something like no comments yet. If comments length is equal to 0, just show this p tag with this styles. And below the scroll area, we can show an input where user can actually submit, right? I'll say form first. We're not gonna have any actions. I'll say give me an input component coming from the components. That could be self-closed. Let's add a placeholder to this one. I'll say add a comment, and we're gonna create a state for this to be able to keep track of the value. I'll say dialog footer component, maybe give a bit space so that we can also put the button into this component. So I will say first the type for this is going to be submit, and let's say class name would be margin top of 4. Inside we could for now just say comment. Let's save. Hopefully it should work. When I click to this, I can get to see this model. Let me just refresh and try to do this again. So I'm gonna click to it. Here it works. Maybe this is too wide. Do I have any typo here? Let's say, I don't know, maybe 300 pixels. So it didn't update because it is the component in it. Okay, so this is the scroll area. And by the way, I'm using this extension called pesticide that just shows you the outline on each element. Okay, I'll just handle the styling for a second. For now, let's save. Maybe we can go under the dialog content and just say class name is gonna be, let's say, small, medium, and above. Maximum width would be 425 pixels. This should fix it now. I'll refresh. Let's see how this is gonna end up. And make sure we don't have a typo here. Just add a dash. Okay, so this is the width that I'd like to see. No comments yet, and let's keep track of the state. I will say just maybe below this const comment and set comment. Initially it's an empty string. When we type into this input, we could keep track of it like this, and we can do the two-way binding by passing this value. And let's create a comment component, which is going to be under the home screen, comment.tsx. Now this component is going to take the prop called comment, right? Let's make the TypeScript to know about this. We will say this is going to be a comment type, but this wouldn't be correct because if you remember, we have fetched the user under the comment. So let's take a look at the actions. When we fetch the posts, we say that under the comments, we would like to include the user as well. So we need to update this type a little bit. I'll say comment with user, and this is the type that we will create now. And this is going to be similar to what we have done so far. The Prisma dot, let's import the Prisma first. We will say comment get payload and pass this generic into it and give a bit space. So we will say we would like to include the user on this comment type, and let's say true. Now if you say comment dot user, you can get the full type safe, right? So this is what we are passing. We need to make sure TypeScript knows about this, and let's give the classes. I'll say class name of flex gap of 2, border dash b, padding y of 2. Then inside we need to show an avatar. Let's get that, which is gonna have the avatar image. So now we can go into the source. Let's say source. It's gonna take the comment user.image. If it is empty for some reason, we could say user placeholder.png, and let's give the class name of object cover. Then below the avatar, we could put a div, and why not, let's put a avatar fallback as well. So what we can do is just get the first letter of the user, right? This is how we can do, and then just show it inside. Then in this div, we could say something like class name, flex column, width of full. Then we're gonna have another div, class name, flex justify center, as well as the item being centered, where we're gonna have the comment username. So here I'll just put it actually into a span, and I'll say comment.user.name. So this is actually why we have included the user under the comment, right? So that we can just see the name, the image, and that kind of fields. Let's give the class name for this. I'll say font semi-bold, text would be small, and text muted foreground so that it's a little bit grayed out. Then one more div or span, class name of text small, and again text muted foreground. Then in this span, we're gonna show the date that is posted. So we can just say comment dot created at, but we can maybe format this a little bit. So I'm gonna cut this for a second, and I'll say new date, pass it into it, and then just say to locale date string, and call the function. So with this should be fine. And the very last thing we need is to just show the comment itself. So I'll say p tag maybe, let's say comment.text, and go here, just say class name, text small, and leading tight, which is for the line height. This is the comment component that we have just created. Let's open this up, send the import the comment, and now we can actually, I think, create a comment when we submit the form. So we need to call the function. I'll say first, let's say on submit, we would like to call a function called maybe handle comment submission, and we need to create this, which is gonna call our mutation that we'll create in a second. So first I'll just say const create this function. Let's say it's gonna take the event. We can prevent default it at first, and we can say if there is not comment, we can just return. So user cannot just come here without putting anything. If they clicked it, like nothing is going to happen. For now it like refreshes because I didn't save this file, but you get the point. Now I will create the action, which is to just create a comment. I'll say use mutation and get my function on the left hand side, mutate. I can call it as comment post, and maybe we can get the is pending state as well, and I would like to call it as is commenting so that it's a little bit more readable. Then in this object, we would have the mutation key as always. Then let's say mutation function, which is gonna call our server action. I'll say async await comment on post action, which is gonna take the post ID and then the comment text itself. If it is completed successfully, let's call this function, which is gonna say first invalidate this query so that you can get the latest posts. Then we can reset the state. Then we are gonna get the toast. Let's say toast, call it. It should be this lowercase one. I'll say the title. Maybe we could say something like success. Then comment added successfully. Then in the error case, we could do the same thing, just like we have done previously. We will say something went wrong, please try again later, or maybe just try again immediately. Let's save and test it out. I'll go ahead, click to this, and we have this spaced out. Let's see why this is the case. Maybe we can take this and put it into below the dialog. Would this fix it? Now it is working. Okay, I'm gonna click it, no comments yet, and I'll say hi, my first comment, and comment this. Is it gonna work? Maybe we need to refresh the page. So I'm gonna click this again, and did I save all the files? Yes, I did. So I'll say hi there, and so it's not gonna work because we didn't call the mutation. I just realized. So here we need to say comment post, which is our mutation that we're calling right now. And for the is commenting state, let's use it as well. How did I forget this? We had the button. Let's say this is gonna be disabled while we are commenting. And here we can just show a commenting text, or maybe you could say loading. Let's refresh and just have this clean state so that we can just test it out. I'll say hi, my first comment, and send it. So it says comment added successfully, and there we go, we just got the comment. So for some reason this is not really spaced out. Probably we have some typo in this one. So here on this line I could say justify between instead of centered. Okay, let's see, now it is working. We can get user avatar, the name, the comment itself, and create that date. So I can just put any comment that I really want. Comment this, there we go, comment added successfully, and we can just see this in real time as we add something in. And if we take a look at the database, they should be there as well under the comments. And we even see the like post it is related to, right? Then the user field, which user has commented, and this is the user, so to say, like profile. Then if I make this user to be false, right, it is not subscribed. So when they refresh, when they click to this, nothing happens. They cannot see the dialog. Is because we say only if user is subscribed, then show the dialog. And that's gonna be it for the actions that we have for the home screen, where we can get posts, delete them if we are the admin, we can like, unlike, and we can also, so to say, comment. Now this didn't like, I was thinking that is because user is not subscribed. Let's make this to be true. And now they can like or unlike if we refresh. Right now, okay, everything is working as expected. Now the next thing that we could add could be the pricing page, where users can subscribe to the platform with the Stripe subscriptions. And that's gonna be next. Okay, so now we are in one of the most exciting part of this tutorial, which is about subscriptions. And we're going to be handling it with Stripe. So if you don't already have an account, go ahead and create one. Then just make sure you select the test mode from this top navbar. Then like you're gonna see you're under the test mode. You're using test data. Then let's go into this search bar and just type for something like product catalog, where we need to create products. So these are the products that I have created previously. Probably you're not gonna have anything here, just ignore them. And let's say add a product. Here you can give any name. I'll say only horse YouTube. Then this is gonna be monthly plan, and I will say $59. Then I'll say add product. Then this is gonna create the product for us. Let's click to it. Then we're gonna click this three dots to create a payment link. Let's click to it. So here is the preview, how it's gonna look like. So this is fine. I'll just click the advanced options, and you might want to select this one if you would be working with European businesses, so that they could really put their tax ID to get the invoice. So this would be something that you would consider if you really take this application to live. but let's select this one, just a nice option that we could provide. Then after the payment, we could show a message to our users. That's why I'm gonna click to it and I'll say replace default with a custom message. So I'll say go back to your or let's say go back to only horse and refresh so that they could see the latest data. All right, and refresh to access to the exclusive let's say content. And let's make sure we don't have a typo, and I'll say thanks for trusting us. Okay, so this is gonna be our confirmation message. Then I think we can say create the link, and here you can see, by the way, this is the preview how it's gonna look like. I'll create the link for this one. So we just got the link and I will copy it. Let's put it into our .env file. I'll close all these and go to .env file, .env, and here maybe I could say, let's say next public, not Cloudinary, but we'll say stripe underscore, let's say dev, because this is the test mode, and I'll say monthly underscore URL, and then just paste it. Then I will duplicate this and just make sure I delete the link, and instead of test or dev, this is gonna be live this time. And you would like to change this once you get into the live mode, and I'll explain this once we deploy this application. But for now, let's go ahead and create another product. So we just got the, let's say the monthly, right? So I'll go into the product catalog, click this one. So this is where we create the monthly, and let's say, is it this one? Okay, we're gonna create another one. Let's say this would be $499, and this is gonna be yearly. And I'll say create price. It should add it here, and then we can get a payment link as well. I'll go first and copy this the confirmation page message that we have put in the monthly URL. How can I see this? So anyways, I'm gonna go ahead into the yearly plan first. So we say create the payment link, and again I will allow this option. After the payment, we can really put here, this is what I was going to copy, but I'll say go back. Okay, so this is my message. I just said go back to only horse and refresh to see the exclusive content, and thanks for trusting us. Then we can create the link, which we can copy again and paste it into our .env file. First, I will just duplicate this, okay, and put it here. Instead of monthly, this is gonna be yearly. Say yearly, and then delete the value. Just paste the one that we have just gotten. And again, we need to make sure that we add the live URL here when we go into the production. So I'll just say live, but for now it's gonna be empty. So now that we have this as well, I think we can just go ahead and test it out. First, I will copy the monthly URL link, right? Paste it into my, let's say, new tab. And here we can see this says test mode, and we can really put our email and then just try to test with a test data. So I just put my email here, and then I'll just put 42 bunch of times. This is the test data that Stripe gives you out of the box. Then we can just say 25, and then like, so today, I mean this month is April. Then let's say this is again, I can just say John Doe, and let's say subscribe. This is gonna process the payment. Obviously this is the test mode. And this is the message that we just put it, right? It says, thanks for trusting us, and go ahead and refresh the page. But obviously this is not going to make the user to be subscribed because we don't really change anything in the database. And we're going to do this in a second, but first let's click to the customers. So these are the other payments that I have tested out, but if we click to this one, this has just been done like 1 minute ago from John Doe. This is the email address, and we got a payment billing monthly and $59. So this is working now. And to be able to update the database, we need to use something called webhooks. So let's go under the developers, just click to it. So there are API keys and webhooks. So we need to use this one to be able to update our database. But first, let's just understand what is even a webhook. So basically, webhooks are automated messages sent from apps when something happens. And that something is when user pays successfully, right? Once the payment completed, Stripe is going to send us a webhook, which is an automated message. So I have a diagram here. Let's just try to go over it pretty quickly. So everything starts from the user clicking to that payment button, from the Stripe, the webhooks, until the database. Okay, so let's just go through this step by step. User is going to initiate the payment and Stripe is going to process it. So this could be either monthly or yearly. Let's say we go with monthly subscription. Okay, so once this is completed successfully, then Stripe is gonna send us a webhook to this endpoint. So /API/webhooks/Stripe. Then we're gonna take this webhook and we'll just say, okay, that means user just subscribed. So we could update is subscribed field to be true in our database, right? So this is the exact the workflow that we'll be doing. Getting a webhook from Stripe after it's been completed successfully and just handling this field to be true. And then let's say 1 month passed, okay? So at the end of that 1 month, Stripe is also going to send us another webhook that is going to say, it has just been 1 month that user subscribed, now you can cancel it. So we are going to take this as subscribed field and make it to be false rather than being true. So I hope that it is clear at this point. Now, to be able to test the webhooks, you need to deploy your application, or there is another option, you can test it out locally. And first, we're going to be doing testing locally in our machine. Then when we deploy, we can create a webhook for this. So if you say add an endpoint, then test in local environment. Now to be able to test, you need to download the Stripe CLI, which is pretty basic. Even if you can't do, just take a look at some YouTube videos. There must be something like 5 minutes that walks you through, which is really easy. Then you would say Stripe login, that is gonna log you in with your Stripe account. Then we're gonna write something like Stripe listen. So let's go ahead and do so. I will open up my terminal. I already have Stripe CLI installed, so I'll just clear up my console first and I'll say Stripe listen, and it is, I think, --forward--2, then your endpoint. So --forward--2, let's say HTTP localhost 3000. This is where we are running our application. Then /API/webhooks/Stripe. So now this is gonna listen to it on our machine and it's gonna give us a key. So it says your webhook signing secret is this one. I'm gonna copy this and I'll create a environment variable for this. Maybe I would go up here and I can say Stripe underscore webhook secret key. Now, since there is going to be again the test mode and live mode, I'm going to actually say webhook secret dev and then key. Then I'm going to paste it. So this is for local, and I'm going to delete this value and I'll also say live. And when we deploy this application, we would be putting that value that we got from Stripe. So this is what we have, and we need to go into the, again, Stripe. Let's see the API keys, and we are going to get the secret key. So let's copy this, and don't try to use mine because I will delete it before I publish this video. And here I'll just say Stripe secret key. And maybe we could also say secret development and key, then paste it. So this is the environment variables that we needed. So this will be used to be able to check if the webhook is actually coming from the Stripe and not anyone else trying to cheat us. I think these are the keys that we needed to copy and paste into our environment variables. Now what we need to do else is to install Stripe package. I will just open up a new terminal and I'll say npm install Stripe. So this is going to install it for us. While it's been installing, we can go under the lib. Let's create stripe.ts file. So we are going to create it from in this file and then export it so that we could use it in any other places that we want. So let's say import Stripe from Stripe, and we can say export const Stripe. We can instantiate it. Let's say Stripe, and we need to put our environment variable. So process.env Stripe secret key, but this is not how we called it. It was Stripe secret dev key. So let's put this. So I just changed my mind. So I think I'll just leave it as Stripe secret key and delete this part as well. Okay, Stripe secret key. When we deploy the application, we would be putting the live environment variable into the deployment platform, which is going to be Vercel. So for now, just know that this is the test key that we have added. We called it as Stripe secret key, and this is what we have done here. And we'll just typecast this. We could say as string. This would work, or we could really put the exclamation point just to let TypeScript that value will always be there. Then we can say API version, and we can get this from the typesafe field, and I'll just say TypeScript is true. Now we can save this file and we can create that webhook endpoint, which is going to be under the source, under the app, right? Then we have API, we would say webhooks, and inside we will have first a folder called Stripe. Then inside we are going to have the route.ts. This is that special file. So now this is exactly what we have done. We said, listen to this endpoint. Let me just make it a bit bigger. Okay, /API webhooks and Stripe. So API webhooks and Stripe. And in this file, we're going to listen for events. Now this file is going to be a little bit involved, so I'll just kill the sidebar and the terminal as well. Now we can just create our first, let's say the handler. I'll say async function, and this is going to be post, where we take the request, which is type of request. Then here we're going to actually listen for the incoming event types, and this is what we have actually talked about it, right? So they are gonna send us some automated messages which are gonna have different types of events. Let's say one of them is checkout completed successfully. Then the other one is, let's say, subscription deleted, or maybe checkout expired, or really anything. There are millions of different event types, and we'll be using let's say the most popular and used ones in Stripe. So here I'll just go ahead and let's start building this. First thing that we have created was the webhook secret. So I'll say first const webhook secret, and we're going to get this from the process.env. So we have called it as webhook secret dev key, right? I'm going to copy it. This is the first one that we have created, and the other one is the live key. So let me just put that to here as well. So these are both of the values that we'll be using. For now, I'll just comment this out, and I will say, let's say process.env.nodenv. If you are in the development, then you should use the development one, which is this one, right? I'm gonna cut this, paste it. Then in the else case, which means we are in the production, and make sure you put dot here, I will say process dot env dot, and let's give a bit space to this, which is going to be this one coming from our environment variables. I'll cut it and paste it. Now let's save to get this formatting. Okay, since we are in the development, we'll be using this key. And here I'll just go ahead and get the body first. I'll say await request dot text. Then we need to just make sure if this is coming from the stripe. I'll say const signature, and we are gonna say headers. Let's get that from next headers and call it. Then we're gonna say get where they have this stripe signature header. Then we'll say if there is not signature, we can just return a response with 400. I'll say return new response. Let's say invalid signature or signature not found. I'll just say status of 400. Then now we need to keep track of the event. For now, I'll just say let event because we would be changing it. I'll say try and let's say catch. Here in the catch, we can take the error. Let's say it's going to be type of any. And for now, leave it like that. In the try, we will say event is going to be equal to stripe, which we have created in our file, if you remember, right? This is the stripe, let's say instance. So stripe dot webhooks dot construct event. So this is gonna take the body, the signature, and then the webhook secret. And if in the, so here what it says, so it says it might be undefined. Let's put this just to make it happy. And in the catch, so if it failed, we are gonna say like webhook signature verification failed. So I could say return new response. Let's say this could be maybe something like this. And even for debugging purposes, we could put a console dot error. Okay, I'll just actually say webhook signature, let's say verification failed, and we can show the error message. Then we're gonna go below this try catch if we successfully verify the event. So here I'll just put a comment for your convenience. I'll say verify the event by using the secret. Then below this, we're gonna get actually something called data from the event.data. I have a typo here, event.data. Okay, then we can get the event type. I'll say const event type, which is gonna be event.type. And we'll be using them to be able to write our, let's say, switch case. First, I'll just open up another try catch. In the try, I'll say switch. And as I said, there are millions of different event types, and this is how we're gonna check for them. I'll say case where checkout session completed. So this would be called by Stripe when the payment successfully completed. Okay, so this is what we're listening for when the user pays for the subscription or one-time payment. Okay, so if we got this event, we can first just take the session that user just created. I'll say await stripe dot checkout, let's say dot session, and types, I mean GitHub Copilot helps me here. So we're gonna say retrieve, and we need to typecast this. First, I'll just open up another one. I mean the parentheses, right? It should look like this at first. You will say data dot object, and I will say as, let's say, stripe. Let's make sure we import it from the stripe package. Then let's say dot checkout dot session, and from here we're gonna get the ID, and we can pass another object where we say expand the line items, which are the products that we sell. Then we can also put the, let's say, the customer details, customer underscore details. So I'll just put it like this so that it can give me the details of the customer, and we can get the things like shipping address or maybe email and things like that. So here below this, I'm gonna say const customer ID, and now I know that this might be looking a little bit complicated, but this is really the payments, and I think it is actually easier than you might think. So we just need to type a little bit of code. Let's say session.customer. This is gonna give us the customer ID, and we can typecast this to be as string so that later we don't get TypeScript errors. And we can get the customer details as well. I'll say customer details, which we can grab it from the session.customer_details. And let's typecast this as stripe.checkout.session.customer details. Okay, so this is what we have. And lastly, let's get the const line items. We can say session.line items, and let's say data. Like for some reason, if this is empty, we could just return and like empty array as the fallback. I will go below this and I'll say if customer details dot email, if we got the email of the user, then we can first find it from our database. So I'll say user await Prisma dot user model find unique, where we're gonna pass the email. Let's say where email of this user is equal to customer details dot email, right? So we just got the user from our database. Then I can say first, let's just check if user is not found. We could say throw new error, if I can type, user not found. But else, now we need to create a customer ID. And this is something that I have mentioned when we built this schema.prisma file. Let's go up here. So I said that we're gonna add this customer ID for Stripe. So this is exactly that point where we need to handle that. It's because we're gonna keep track of the customer ID so that when the subscription expired, we can find that user and update the field. So this is gonna make a lot of sense once we delete the subscription. For now, let's say if user.customer ID is null, right? This is what it says. Then we need to actually update that field. We are gonna say await Prisma.update, user.update, and we're going to update that field. But first we need to find the user. We'll say this is the user that we are looking for, and the data that we're gonna update is the customer ID. We're just gonna pass the customer ID that we got, so that we just got from the session, which is coming from Stripe. Then after this if check, so we have added that field as well. It is time to actually go through the line items. So I'll say for const of item of line items, and here, so this is gonna be, let's say const price ID. First we're gonna get that. Let's say item.price.id. So when you create the monthly product, Stripe gives you a price ID for that. And when you create the yearly product, it also gives you a different price ID. So this is what we are getting. And we'll say, is this a subscription or is it like, let's say, one-time payment? So I'll say is subscription, and we're gonna say if item.price.type is equal to recurring or one time. So if it is recurring, then it means this is a subscription. For now, I'll say if it is subscription, handle it in this if check, but else it means it is one-time payment, handle it here. I'll just put a to do here because this is something that we'll handle later, which is gonna be for one-time payment and specifically for buying, let's say, t-shirts. This is what we're gonna do next, but for now we need to handle the subscriptions. So first let's handle the end date of this subscription. I'll say new date. We're just gonna create at this current moment, and now we need to take care of this price ID. which is something that Stripe gives you when you create a product. Let's go here and select our products. So we have two different products. First, I'll just select the monthly, and I would like to get the product ID or price ID, which is this one. And I would like to create a environment variable for this as well. Maybe below everything I could put it. I'll just say Stripe, I'll say yearly price ID and paste it. So again, you could put dev and live, right? For now, I'll just leave it like this. I'll say Stripe yearly price ID, and I think I just copied the monthly, so that's why I'll say monthly. And then we're gonna put the yearly just in a second. So Stripe yearly price ID, let's go ahead and copy it. So that was the monthly, and I would like to get the yearly. I will copy it and then paste it down here. And we can delete these underscores, we don't really need it. Okay, Stripe monthly price ID and then yearly price ID as well. I will save this file, and then below this end date, we will say if the price ID we just got is equal to process.env dot, let's say, Stripe. Let's first check for the yearly. I'll say yearly plan. So how did we call it? Yearly, I'll just say plan underscore price ID and plan price ID. Okay, I'm gonna copy this name, then paste it to here so that I don't really have any typos. We will say if this is the case, then we can just increment the subscription date to 1 year. I'll say end date dot set full year, and I'm gonna say end date dot get full year plus 1. So this basically says 1 year from now. And in the else if case, we could say if price ID is equal to the monthly plan price ID. And I'll just make sure I copy the monthly and paste it here so that I don't really have any typos. Then here I'll just go ahead and actually get this one. So 1 month from now. And in the else case, we could just say throw new error invalid price ID. So now that we have set our end date, it is time to create a subscription. So I'll just say await Prisma dot subscription, and instead of create, we'll be using upsert. And let me just put a comment here for your convenience. So the upsert operation in Prisma is a combination of update and insert. So it allows you to update an existing record if it exists, or create a new one if it doesn't exist. So this is basically what we are doing. If there's an already a subscription for this user, we could really just update it. Here I'll go ahead, open this up, and I'll say where first find the user ID is equal to this user ID. We got the subscription of that user, and we would like to go into the update case. We will say plan. So plan ID is equal to this price ID. Then the start date is just, let's say, new date. It is just now. And the end date, this is what we have created. Let's say end date. And we can say the price, maybe let's say item dot amount total. And just as a fallback, we could put 0. Then we can go here, put a comma, and then add the create case. Just like this. Let me give a little bit spacing. So if it doesn't exist, then first we are going to create it. So user.id, let's say plan is going to be, the plan ID is going to be price ID. Then we can say price. So here it says this might be empty, but let's just say it's always going to be there. And for the price, we're going to do the same thing. Let's say start date and end date. Okay, so with this now we have created the subscription or updated, whichever one is needed. Then below this, we're going to update the user field. So this is really the final thing that we need to do for this subscription. We're going to say await prisma.user.update. So this is exactly where I have shown you in the diagram. We're gonna say update the is subscribed field to be true. Okay, so I'll go ahead, open up my object, and I'll say where the ID is equal to user.id and data that you'd like to update is subscribed to be true. Hopefully now everything should work. We're gonna go ahead and test it out. But before that, let's quickly just walk through this file. So first we have our webhook secret that is depending on the development or production environment. Currently we're using the development key. Then we have our function to handle the webhook. First we check if signature is even provided. If so, is it valid? Is it legit or not? So is it sent from Stripe? If we pass all those, then we can just check for the the event type. If it is completed successfully, we're gonna run this case, which is about 60 lines of code. We're gonna get the session first, which has the customer details and line items. We're gonna get the customer ID, customer details, and line items from the session. Then we're gonna check, first find the user, if not, handle that case. And we need to bind the customer ID to that user, which is coming from Stripe. We have just done this, and this is gonna be important later when we want to delete the user's subscription. So this is why we're actually using it. This is going to be important later when we want to delete the user subscription. Then we're going to loop through the line items, even though currently we have just one. But I'm just writing this in the for loop because maybe after completing this tutorial, you would sell multiple products, and in one session, you would be looping through them, right? Then we have extracting the price ID and checking for if it is subscription or not. For now, we are only handling the subscription, and later we're gonna do this for the one-time payments. So we just created the end date, calculated, and create a subscription for user or update it if there is already. And this would be in the case, let's say the let's say user John subscribed to our platform, and then 3 months later he came back and now he wants to subscribe for 1 year again. And in that case, we would hit this update field because we already have a subscription for John, which is expired. We're just only going to update it. So I hope it's clear now. Then we're going to update the user field, which is subscribed. Okay, so enough talk. Let's go ahead and test this out. I'm going to get the monthly URL test key or the link, paste it to a new tab. Then let's see, I'll just put my email, so which is this one. Currently this is the user that I am logged in, and you should put your name, the account that you are logged into our localhost, because it's gonna go ahead and update that field in the database. Okay, just make sure you put the email that you have in the DB. Let's put the test data, which is a bunch of 42s. Let's go here, put it like this, and I can put John Doe and let's say subscribe. So this is gonna send us events. Let's see. So there we go. We are listening for them. These are the webhooks. Okay, even though it failed, that's fine. So we're gonna check for this. Let's see what is going on. Here we can scroll to the very bottom and ensure you return a response. Okay, this is what we have forgotten to do. Below this try, we could just say return new response, and we can just really just send this, or maybe just don't return anything for now. Okay, maybe okay, I'll just say received true with this status. And I think we cannot really send it like this because we are in the Next.js environment, right? I'll just say next response.json and then just return an empty object for now. And if we go above, just make sure you import the next response coming from next server, and let's test it out again. and we don't really need to return a response because we already handle it. But maybe you would like to just send something like success true or something similar. So I will go ahead and first, what am I doing? I'm gonna get this .env variable. Let's say copy this, the monthly URL, and then just test it out again. I'll just put one and just get these. Let's say it's gonna be like this. Put John Doe and say subscribe. So I'm just gonna wait until this process. Then I will take a look at the terminal just to see if it has been handled. Okay, it says thanks for trusting us. Let's go here, open up our terminal, take a look at the Stripe. We got a bunch of events and looks like all have been handled correctly. Let's go ahead and take a look at the database if we got a subscription or not. Where is it? Here we go. Subscription just has been created. This says this is the price, which is for monthly price in cents. The end date is going to be 1 month later. So currently we are in June and this is July. So plan ID, user ID, and if we go to the user, so previously there wasn't a field called customer ID, but now there is, and this is the customer from Stripe. And now this is subscribed field was already true. Let's just make it false and test it out again, but I believe it is gonna work in anyways. So maybe just to make you happy, I'll just test it out again. Let me just put the email. So I'll just put all these values and let's see, currently it is false. Once this is completed, which is completed, and it should update the database. Right now here we can see all these events, and at your case you should be also seeing those. Let's say refresh, and there we go. Now it is true. Now let's handle the case where user deletes their subscription or it expires after 1 month. For this we're gonna go ahead under the route. So I'll just scroll at the very top first, shrink this, and make sure under this case. Okay, so this is what we have at the very, so is it this one? Was it this one? Okay, here I'll just say break so that it doesn't go to the other case. Here I'll say now case we have customer subscription deleted, and in this case we're gonna make the subscribed field to be false. I'll just get the subscription first from, let's say, await stripe.subscriptions.retrieve, and we can again typecast it just like this. Then I'll say const user and await Prisma user.find unique, and this is where the customer ID comes in, right? I'll say where the customer ID is coming from this subscription from Stripe. So this is how we can find the user in our database. This is why it's important to add the customer ID. Then I'll say if we have this user, then we can just say await Prisma dot user dot update, and we can just say where find the user and update the is subscribed field to be false. And in the else case we could say first, let's say console.error, let's say user not found for the subscription deleted event. Then below this we could throw an error with the exact same message. So hopefully this should also work. Let's test it out. For now the user is subscribed. I'll go into my Stripe dashboard. This is how we can delete a subscription. Under the customers, let's click to this one. This is the latest one that have been created almost 3 minutes ago. I'm gonna click to this and let's say cancel subscription. This is just for testing purposes. Normally you wouldn't just go ahead and say cancel subscription for my user, right? So I'll just say cancel this one. hopefully it should send us the event. There we go, but I think it's failed. We're gonna check for it. Here it says, so again, some next response problem in this case. So why this is the case, we already added to here, but it should be maybe even below the catch. Okay, so at this point, it should work out. Let's first take a look at the database. So it still didn't work out because we got an error, but I'll go ahead. So first I need to again create a subscription, right? I'll just go and subscribe all over again. So this is getting a bit cumbersome, but unfortunately this is how it works in development mode. So I'll just put all these test data, put this name, subscribe. It's going to process, update the database. Then we're gonna go ahead and delete it. So hopefully it should update the database. So it was already true, but it should still work out. Let's just double check from our console logs. Okay, it says like 200 for all the events, and it is time to delete that. I'll go under the customers, create this one, or he already have, but I'll just say cancel the subscription. Let's see. So it says customer subscription deleted in 200 success. Hopefully now user field should be false. Let's refresh. It didn't. Let's refresh again. So because it might take a bit time, but looks like it is not working. You might be missing something. So is subscribed is just, okay, so it obviously didn't work out. Let's try to debug this. What are we missing in this code? So here, if we open up our terminal, then we can see it hit this else check where it says user not found for the subscription deleted event. Let me just quickly debug this and then come back to video and explain. Okay, so I just logged it out this subscription, and there is this field called customer, which is actually the customer ID. And this is what we are doing. We say where the customer ID matches with this subscription.customer, which is the ID that we have. But since I have tested out a bunch of times, I think the ID that we got is not matching with the one in the database. If they matched, it would work out. So as I said, just because of this ID mismatch, it doesn't work out. And the reason is I have tested out multiple times. But in like production, that should work out because a user only going to able to get this customer ID for once. So let's just try to prove that. I am going to first delete this ID. Okay, I'll just say null and I'll save the change. And I'll go ahead and just try to subscribe again to this, let's say Stripe. Okay, I'll go into my .env file and say, open up this. Maybe I'll just copy it, paste it, and I'll try to put my email. Let's subscribe. So once this process successfully, we should be able to get that customer ID here. Okay, so this is our customer ID, and let's try to now unsubscribe. I'll go ahead under the customers. This is the newest one that has just been created. And I will say invoke or cancel the subscription. Hopefully we should be able to get that in this Stripe. Subscription deleted successfully. And is it going to update the database? So it was true. Let's refresh. Now it is false. Just because the IDs are matching. Now it works. Okay, I just proved that. I'm really happy with it. Okay, there we go. We have the is subscription check where we handle the subscription, right? We either create the subscription and make it to be subscribed, or we delete it if it expired. Now we can delete this console.log, and Yeah, really, this is the entire file. Let me just zoom out so that you could see it at this point in time if yours doesn't really work. So just take a look at it, pause the video. We have everything in place. Later, we're going to handle the else check, which is for one-time payments. Yep, other than this is the entire file. Maybe below here, we could say break as well. Okay, also we could add a default case under the switch. So here I would say default unhandled event type, and we could break out of it as well. So I'm gonna save this file, and now it is time to create a pricing page. So instead of users, so users cannot really copy and paste this URLs, right? We need to make it to be dynamic. So I'll just zoom in first, go to the pricing page, which we don't really have for now. Under the app, I will say pricing and create that. So I'll say page.tsx, and I'll just make sure I make them to be capitalized like this. Then I'll say base layout. Let's get it, close that off, and let's say render right panel to be false. On this page, we don't really need to suggested products. And then inside, I'll just say the pricing component that we had. Let's render it. And now when we go to our application, I'll refresh. This current user is not subscribed. When I click to this button, it should take me to the pricing page. Let's see. Hopefully it's gonna load. There we go. We have monthly or annually prices or buttons. Now when we click to this, it should take us to the Stripe checkout page. And we had the exact same monthly or annually buttons in the homepage or in the auth screen. So let's scroll to the very bottom. Now when we click to this is gonna first take us to the authentication page, right? But once the user authenticates, it should take them to the Stripe page. And how are we going to handle this? Let me just quickly draw a diagram and try to explain, then we're going to just implement it. So here is basically what's going to happen. User is going to click to that join us button in the homepage. So that could be either monthly or annually. What we are going to do is first save this Stripe link into the local storage. So that would be either monthly, right, or yearly. This is going to be in the local storage. So join us button will take user to the login page, which is going to be handled by Kinde. And we said that once a user logs in, we would take them to the auth callback page. And here on this page, now we are going to check if there is anything in the local storage. So we'll say, is there a Stripe link, right? If we have that link, then we can take the user to the Stripe payment page. But if we don't, we are going to take them to the home page where they can just proceed with the application. But since they are coming from the join us button, there is always going to be some value in the local storage, which would take them to the Stripe page. Hopefully this makes sense, and this is what we're going to implement. Clicking to the button will save the value to the local storage, that would be monthly or yearly, which would take us to the Kinde login page, and Kinde will take us to the auth callback, which we're going to take the user to the Stripe. Okay, looks intimidating, but it's actually pretty easy to do. First thing we need to start with is this button. Let's go ahead and find it under the pricing page. And I believe there were a to-do that I said I will explain this, and here is the part, which is the Stripe subscriptions. So we just say that the monthly URL, if you are in the development, then use this environment variable. Let's just double check if this is the actual one. Next public Stripe dev monthly URL. Next public Stripe dev monthly URL. Okay, so this is matching. It should match with the live one. This is what we're going to do in the production. And same for the yearly URL. one for testing purposes in development, and the other one is the actual one. Now, the other thing we do is this save Stripe link to local storage. Again, this was the function that I said I will explain. So let's see, where do we use it? I'll just say Control D. Okay, so when we say, when we click that join us button, this is what that is basically. It is a link that takes us to the login page. But before that, we save the link to the local storage. If we are in the first tab, that would be the monthly URL, but else that would be the yearly URL. So here, if I click to it, it's gonna save the monthly URL, but if I'm here, it's going to save the yearly URL. And where is these values are coming from is up here. We just destructure that or extracting them from this tier object. Okay, I hope that this makes sense. Now let's even test it out. When I click to this, first I will open up my, so where is it? Application, the local storage. So currently this Stripe redirect URL is undefined. I'll just delete it. And if I click to this now, which is the monthly link, it should create one. Here we can see now we have Stripe redirect URL and it was equal to that link. So first we need to go into the Auth callback page before we log in. Where is it? Okay, it is this page. So here in this page, we're gonna say if there is something in the local storage, then you should take the user to that page. So for now, I am going to cut this or maybe comment this out. Here in the use effect, I'll just say const Stripe URL, where I can get it from the local storage. And this is how we called it, Stripe redirect URL, and make sure this is matching with this one, right? I'll just paste it just to make sure I don't have a typo. Then I'll say if there is a Stripe URL and let's say user dot, or maybe what we can do here at this point is get the user email. So here I'm going to use this hook that we have used previously, use kind browser client. And let's make sure this is a client component. Okay, so it already is. I am going to get this part where let's say user and is loading, which is going to, I'll just rename it to be checking auth. Okay, so this is going to give us the user and you're going to see why. Why do we need it in the first place? I'll first say user.email and oops, and if we are not checking for auth, so if it is in the not loading state, then we are going to run this if check. So I'll say local storage. First, let's remove this item because we are going to navigate this user. I'll say window.location.href is going to be Stripe URL plus we need to pre-fill the email field. So I'll just say question mark pre-filled email equal to user email. And before we even navigate the user, we just remove the value from the local storage. But in the else if case, that means this user is not coming from the join us button. Maybe they are logging in from the, let's say, maybe they are logging in from here, right? In this case, we don't want to take them to the Stripe page. We only want to take them if they are coming from this button. So this is the else case. We will say else if there is not user so far, and if we are not checking for auth, we can just really say router.push to the homepage. And here I'll just put checking auth state as well. So what it wants us to put maybe is the user. Okay, I think we can delete the data. We're not using it. Okay, so that was the first version, right? I'll say first version before the Stripe link or Stripe integration. Now that we have added, we need to just change the use effect logic a little bit. I am going to go ahead and log in, and I already have the value in the local storage. Remember, it should take me to the Stripe page after redirecting. So it says redirecting, it's checking the local storage value, and there we go. Now we have the pre-filled email, which is the user email, and it already filled this field. Okay, really awesome. So we got the monthly URL, and I'm going to log out and just try to going from the yearly URL. I'll say logout. Now I'm gonna go ahead, go with the annually. It should show this in the Stripe page. Again, we have some value in the local storage at this time. Now it is checking for this, and boom, it took us to the monthly URL. There we go. So what we can do else? So we just need to test everything out so that it is working. So here this is $5,099, but in Stripe we said that it is $499, right? So this is what we have for the annual. Maybe we could update this in the UI. So let's say $599. Where is it? Okay, I'll just say $499 like this so that they are just consistent. And I have explained this, so I think I can delete this, right? We use the monthly and yearly URL depending on the environment that we are, either development or live, right? The production. And if we go now from, if we log in from this link, it shouldn't take us to any Stripe payment page. It should take us to the home page because we don't really have anything in the local storage. And let's see, it is taking a bit time to load. So maybe it is not gonna work. Let's wait. Yep, clearly we have some issue on this file, on the callback. So maybe below the use effect, we could say if there is not like checking for the auth, right? If you are not checking for the auth, and if there is data.success, then could you please route us to the homepage? Okay, so if we don't really have any Stripe logic, then you can take us to homepage as well, and which works. I'll log out and just try to test it once again. So here I am maybe testing out too much, but we need to make sure everything is working so that you have a working application at the end of the day. There we go, it works. So when we click to this, it's gonna take us to the pricing page. And again, if we click to this now, this should take us first the auth page, but then just immediately take us to the Stripe page. Here we have the payment. Currently user is not subscribed, right? I'll go ahead and just put the information. And let's say subscribe. Once I got the success message, I'll go into the home page just to see if I can see the posts or not. Okay, I'll go to the localhost. Here it says subscribed and we can see the posts. Okay, awesome. Okay, so explaining all these Stripe subscriptions took a long time, but this was something that I really wanted to explain in super detail so that you could use in any of your next projects. So we started with creating products for monthly and yearly, then we got the payment links, which we used as in environment variables, right? So we had the, where is it? The monthly URL, which is currently we are in the test mode, and we used same thing for the yearly plan. Then each product had a price ID. This is what we are using to be able to determine the end date for a subscription. So if it is monthly price ID, we add plus 1 month, but if it is yearly plan ID, we add plus 1 year to the end date. Then we would handle the webhook, which we have currently 2 different event types, which is checkout session completed. we would really check for it if it is a subscription or one-time payment. This is something that we'll handle later, but for now, we create a subscription as well as setting the user field is subscribed to be true so that they could have the access. Then when it comes to the subscription deleted, this would be called by Stripe after subscription expired, and we would really delete that is subscribed field or make it to be false. So this is what we have done so far. The next thing that we would like to do is just send an email. So it is gonna be just below this. Once we update the field, we would like to just say send an email to user for subscription. This is what Copilot suggests. And for this, we will be using, let's say, React email as well as resend. So let's go ahead and set them up. So before I explain what these are, let's go ahead and just open up a new terminal and install our packages. So first I'll say npm install resend, and we'll say react-email as well as add react-email/components. So while they are being installed, let me explain what these are. So first of all, we will be using Resend, which is the company behind the React email. So let me actually explain this one first. So writing emails were actually such a pain in the ass back in the old days. But now with this React email, we can write emails super quickly and fun just by writing React code. So there are a bunch of components and like all of them are supported by all so let's say email clients, Gmail, Apple email, and all these that you see on the screen. And we'll be using things like let's say heading, image, link, HR, and a bunch of these components. And there are a bunch of different examples that we could take a look. So they have already explained, prepared for our convenience. So here what we can do, we can just send a welcome email once they subscribe, right? We can say something like, welcome to our platform, or this is how Stripe does, how Netlify does, how Koala does. Then we are also going to be using this receipts. This is what we're going to be using. Really not the exact one, but pretty similar to this one. So these are the examples. Then we have resend, which is actually give us the API key that we could really send the email to our users. Let's go ahead and first get an email, an API key, and these are all the emails that I have sent it just to test things out like 6 days ago and even this morning. I'll say API keys, and let's create a new one. I could say only horse-YouTube and give full access, and let's say all domains and add it. So we got this. You can see this only once. Let's copy it and let's say done. I will go into my environment variables and maybe I could say resend API key and paste it. So save this file and let's go here. Okay, this is what we have. You can edit it or remove that, which I'll be doing after this video. So let's take a look if our packages has been installed. So here we go. Everything looks to be working fine. I will save all this, maybe close them. And under the source, we could put a folder called emails. So I'll just say emails. And the first email that I'll create is welcome email.tsx. The other one that we're going to create later is going to be receipt email. So this email is something that I have just taken from really the documentation and then just updated a little bit. So here you can see the example and the code if you really want to. So this looks like insane, but it is just CSS style most of the time, right? It's just CSS in objects. So this is what I have done for the welcome. I think I took the Netlify one, which is this one. Then I just updated a little bit to make it so just to make it a little bit different. Now I'm going to provide it to you. I'm not going to type it from scratch because this is what I have done. So I just copied it and now I'm going to paste it, which is about 150 lines of code, which mostly is just styles, right? We have paddings, paragraphs, global, and I'll explain the code. But first, let me provide it as a starter code. So here you go. I will go ahead and comment this just in case if you want to get this. Okay, so what is happening on this file? First of all, we have 70 lines of code of just styles. So these are the things that I am not going to explain because I didn't even take a look at it. It's pretty like paddings, text align, maybe some border radiuses, colors here and there. So yeah, really this is these styles. Then everything starts with an HTML component, which is coming from our React email package that we have installed. And we have a bunch of different props and we give the TypeScript types for it. So let's say we have username, user email, subscription start, and end date, because we're going to show these in the email template. Then we have the base URL. If we are in the development, that's going to be localhost. And when we deploy the application, we're going to put the live link here. So I'll just put a to-do here so that I don't forget that. I'll say add the prod URL. Okay. Then we have like the welcome to OnlyHorse, which is going to be our email preview. Then we have styles for almost every component. Then we have an image. So this is, if you put it like this in localhost, this is not gonna work because in localhost, Gmail doesn't know which localhost is it. So this is something that I have tested out. It doesn't work out in development. You might want to keep it like this in production. Okay, so when you deploy the application, this should be your code. But for testing purposes, just for now, I'm going to keep it like this. And when we deploy, I'm going to update this part as well. So I'll just say to do delete this one below, which is going to be this one. We're going to delete this because this is an image that I have uploaded to internet. Okay, but we'd be using this one, which displays the horse1.png, which is this image. Okay, so I hope that it makes sense. We're gonna say welcome to our platform. We are really happy to see you. And here are the user details where we show the props. Then we show, we show the subscription starts and ends date. And we would say thanks for subscribing with a link that takes them to our application, which is our base URL. And at the very bottom, we would show something like copyright and then the year, which is 2024 for now, and this would be dynamic, and all rights are reserved. So really this is the component that we have. Now we would like to call this to be able to send an email, which is going to be under the route. So I'll go ahead, maybe search for my route that I have under app, API, webhooks, Stripe, and route. So here is, we are going to send the email. Now there are two ways to send email. You can use the email address that Resend gives you. Okay, Resend gives you this one called onboarding@resend.dev. So you can use it in development and not in production. If you use it in production, then your, I think, Resend account will be suspended. Now I'm going to use it in production. I'm going to use it in development. So let's just test it out. Then I'll explain. Let's say await resend. Resend. Let's first import it, obviously, at the very top. I'll say first I'll just get import this resend from, let's say, resend. This is the package that you have installed and we need to instantiate it. I'll say const resend, not await, but that should be new resend, and we're gonna put our resend API key. I'll say process.env.resend API key. just like this, and it should work out. Let's go ahead and use this recent variable or the object. Now here I'll just say recent dot emails dot sent, which we're gonna call it and put the object into it. So from this message will be sent, let's say only horse, which is our platform name, and then the email address, which we're gonna be using onboarding dot at recent.dev. And make sure again you only use this in development and not in production. In production you should use your own email, and to be able to use your own email you need to go under the recent. So here you need to add your domain. Okay, currently I don't have a domain, that's why I'll be using this one, onboarding, but yeah, as I said, you should be using your own. So we'll say send this to customer details.email, so whoever subscribed to. We'll say subject, we could say subscription confirmation. Then we're going to say React. So this is where we are going to use this actual welcome email. So if you remember, a React functional component is just a function, right? So if you shrink this part, this is just an arrow function. So what we can do is just call it, right? I'll say welcome email. We can call it as a function and then pass the props. Here I'll go ahead and say user email, it accepts. So I'll say customer details.email, and user name, we can send the user.name. So all these fields are coming above, we have fetched all of them. Then it also wants us to pass subscription start date, which we can say subscription, where is it, let's say not subscribe, okay, I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and just say subscription. And I think we don't have this subscription variable. Let's see where that is. We might say const subscription, right? This is gonna return the subscription that it just updated or created. Now I can go ahead and say subscription dot start date, and same for the end date. Let's say subscription end date. So this is really all it takes to send an email. Okay, so just by doing this, now we should be able to send an email to any of our customers. Let's go ahead and test it out, and let's see if it is gonna work or not. So I'll just say join us monthly. And there is one thing to keep that in mind: when you're using recent in the development mode, you cannot send email to anyone. You can only send email to the user that you are logged into your recent account, which is this email that I have. But as I said, this is only valid for the development mode. In production, you can send email to anyone, but in development, only to account that you are logged into your recent account. So in our database, we don't have this customer, right? So currently I just have one user, let's see, which is this one. So I will go ahead and sign up with this account as well. So here in a different tab, I just signed up. This is a different Google account, and I'll say continue with my Google account. And I have just selected that account, which is my name at gmail.com. So, okay, we got this user. Let's test it out in the database. Hopefully it should be added, which is this email. Okay, so I'll go ahead and sign up with this user. I'll just take this test data and then put it. Once we log in, once we subscribe, it should send us an email. So it's been processed, and let me check my email box, and there we go. So this is the email that I got, which has this image that we put in the welcome email.tsx, right? Then we have like my name, like the happy message, user details. These are the props that we have sent it. Then the subscription details. Since it is monthly, so it's gonna end 1 month later. We are in June, and in July it's going to expire. And if you click to this, it's gonna take you to the base URL. So awesome, this is working. This is the image that we have put. Let's take a look at it. So here in this component, we said that this is the image, and in localhost this would not work, but in the production it would. Then this is the exact same, so to say, markup that we just see in the email. So we have an image that is rounded. Let's just check that at least. Here we say border radius of 10 for the image, margin of auto so that it is centered, etc. Okay, with this, I think we have just concluded the subscription phase where we can subscribe monthly or yearly. One more other thing that we could add would be this billing portal, and we could add that maybe at the end of the tutorial. So now it is time to add one-time payments, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so welcome back. Now in this section, we would like to implement one-time payments where we can just buy a product, and specifically a t-shirt. So before we get into the implementation details, let's quickly just design this purchase success page where we have a base layout with sidebar and recommended products, right? Then we have the image that we just bought, or the image of the product that we just bought, with purchase successful text, with a description, the order ID so that user can keep track of the order that they just purchased, the quantity, the price, name, size, and then the shipping address details. So really this is the page that we're gonna build, and let's go ahead and just design it first. Then when we implement the logic, it's gonna be a lot easier for us to just populate the data in that page. So under the app, make sure you create this page called purchase-success. Okay, I'll go inside and I'll just say page.tsx. Let's say RAFCE and make it this to be capitalized. Then here I'll just wrap it with base layout component. So just like this, and we're gonna have inside, let me just give a bit space. I'll say maybe purchase summary, which is going to be a client component. So I'm going to copy the name and then paste it, then say .tsx. Let's import it pretty quickly, save, and get this from here. Just import it, and now let's try to build it pretty quickly. So I'll go above it first. I'll say this is my div where I have minimum height of screen, flex column, where I have items centered, then justify centered as well with a padding of 6. Then inside this div, we're gonna have another one with, let's say, class name, flex column, as well as items centered. Now here we're gonna have the product image, but it's going to be a, let's say, zoomed image so that we can really zoom in into it. For now, let's say source, or was it image source? Let's see. Yep, it's image source, and I'll just put the hard-coded one of the images. Let's say t-shirts. I think that was the folder name. Let's just double check under the public t-shirts, and we can get one.png. Okay, this is our image that we have. Let's give lb classes. I'll say height 96, width 96, rounded md, and we'll just say margin y of 4. And let's make sure we give this spacing, and let's kill this left hand side. Then below this, we're gonna have this h1 where it says like purchase successful, and here we have underlined text, right? So this is a component that we have used at this point millions of times. That's why I'm gonna copy and paste it. Pretty simple. And then below this, we're gonna have a p tag that says the description. Your order is being processed and you will receive a confirmation email and that kind of thing. Then below it, we're gonna get, and let's say, order ID. Here I'll just paste another p tag, and let me give this value of from 1 to, let's say, okay, just a random value. So we have built up until here now, and it's time to create this card. So I'm just speed running this at this point because like we're already 10 hours in, right? I'll just say card, import it, which is gonna have the class name, width of full, margin y of 5, and I'll say card header, and inside that we're gonna have a title that says order summary, which is this part. So this is exactly what we are building. Let's import it, get the title, And inside, below the card header, we'll have the card content. Let's import it. And inside this, we're gonna have, let's say, the product name as well as the product price. So here I'll just say, let's say, only horse t-shirt. And let's make sure we don't have a typo here. Just like this. Let's import the cents to dollars, or maybe we could really, for now, let's say $11. That's fine. Or let's even put 99 next to it. Then we're gonna have one div that just says the number of, the size as well as the quantity. So I'll go ahead and paste it. For now, let's say size is gonna be small like this, and quantity is 1. So we have just built this left and right hand side up here, right? And we should have something like justify between. That's why it actually pushed them, right? Okay, so we got the quantity, the size, and please feel free to just type them down or take it from the GitHub repo. As I said, like, let's not waste time by just this super basic markup, right? Now here for the address, I'll just say test1. For the city, I'll just say test2, right? For the state. Okay, so this is how I actually updated. Some address, some city, Florida, this is postal code, and country is US. Let's save below the card content and then the card. We're gonna go ahead and just put a p tag that says, thanks for trusting us. So this is what we are building. I think we cannot see it, but trust me, it's gonna be below just a p tag. And then below that, we can show a link that says continue shopping, right? So that they can go to the merge page. Below the p tag, make sure you paste this where you get a link. Now, even though we have a link, we would like it to look like a button. That's why we are using button variants from ShadCN. And again, this is something that we have used previously, right? We can delete this JavaScript space and let's save. Hopefully this should work out. I'm gonna go ahead and visit slash purchase success. Let's see what we're gonna see on this page. So there we go, purchase successful. We just see this zoomed image, which is the t-shirt one, and every other hard-coded data. This is our p tag. If I collected this, it should take me to the merge page. There we go, it is working. So perfect, we will be using this page once user paid successfully, and we're gonna see this and then just send an email to user next. So this is what we have. Let's go ahead. So when we click to the button, take the user to this page. So they're gonna say maybe small, and once they buy, we're gonna take them to the Stripe page. Let's go into the first, open up the sidebar. We have the merge page. So in this page, we had the product checkout component, which is this one actually, right? And it is a client component. So let's go into it. Here we have, let's see, this button that is gonna call our server action. So I'm gonna go here under the ID and I will create a file called actions, which is gonna keep the action to be able to create a checkout session from Stripe. So here on this file, we're gonna write about 60 lines of code, which shouldn't be really too much complicated. We'll just explain as we go. So I'll say async function, let's say create checkout session, and I'll just say action just to make sure this is a server action when I read my code. Then here we're gonna take the product ID so that we know for which product we are creating a session, as well as the size. Then here let's make TypeScript happy. I'll say product ID, it is string, size is also string. Then we can go inside. Let's first get the user with this get user function, get kind server session. Then let's say const user, give us the user. Let's find the product, or maybe we could say if user is not there, then just say user not authenticated. But so far we have used always this message, which was not authorized, or maybe I think we always used unauthorized. So let's just keep it like this. and I can make this to be one-liner just like this. Const product, let's find it. So say await Prisma, import it, go under the product table, find unique, and pass the where clause. The ID is matching with the product ID that we are getting as an argument. If this product doesn't exist, we could say product not found. And so here, let's say unauthorized, maybe you must be logged in to purchase products. Okay, this is just a better message. Then now let's create an order. So I'll say const order await prisma.order.create, and this is our first time creating an order, right? Currently in our database, we don't really have any orders. There we go. Even though we have some subscriptions, we don't really have any orders. So it's time to create it. We're going to say data is going to be first the user ID for this order is going to be current user. Then the product ID, we are just getting it. So that could be either from product or really the argument. I'll be using this one, and I'll say price. Let's say product.price, and then the size for this order. There we go. Now we need to create a customer so that we really know the customer is the actual current authenticated user. So this is how we can do. I'll say const customer await stripe. Let's import it from this. Let me just type in from this lib folder that we have created. Let's say customers.create, and if you hover over this, it should tell you this creates a new customer object. And we can use the customer ID in a couple of seconds. We'll say email user.email. So this is gonna pre-fill the Stripe checkout page that you're gonna see. Okay, maybe I'll just put a comma here or comment. It's gonna pre-fill the email for the user. Okay, and I'll just show that once we get to there. Then here is the most important thing in this file is going to be creating a session. We'll say await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. So when we created the subscription, we didn't type this code at all because we did it with payment links. But now since we don't have payment links for products or for this t-shirts, that's why we're creating it with our code. And I think this is a better option for one-time payments, because imagine if you had, let's say, 1000 products in your e-commerce store, then you can't really go into the Stripe dashboard and create 1000 different products and get their payment links. So that wouldn't be really maintainable or even possible at all. That's why we're going to just create it programmatically. I'll first say payment method types. So here you could put really anything that Stripe offers. So there is PayPal, PayNow, and a bunch of other things that I didn't even heard of. I'll go with just card, but you could add any other options maybe after completing this tutorial. For now, just go with me so that we have the exact same code base. And when it comes to the line items, this is where the logic will go in. So I will open up an object. We will say first the price data. We can give the currency. I'll go with USD, and let's say product data. This is going to show the name of the product. Let's say name, product.name, and then an image in the checkout page. So let's say product.image, that would be the image of the t-shirt. Then let's put a comma, and let's say unit amount, and we can put the product.price, which is in cents. Then we're gonna go here and let's just make sure the quantity is 1. You can really implement where user can actually increment the number of quantity here, but I'll just assume user is just trying to buy 1. Okay, hope that makes sense, so that we don't really have a lot more complicated stuff. This is what I'd like to keep for now. Then here there is super important field called metadata, and we're going to be using this. Once we use it, I'll again just mention this. Let's put the order ID, and then we're going to say the size. So basically we are sending this order ID so that we can update it once we got the webhook. And below this metadata, I'll say mode So what is it? Is it payment? Is it subscription? Or is it setup? Obviously it is payment. Let's go with it. And now we're gonna have the success URL as well as the cancel URL. So the success URL obviously is going to be purchase success page. So first let's get our base URL. I'll say process.env next public base URL. Before we do anything else, I don't want to forget this. So I'll go into my .env file, and do we have anything like this? Nope, we don't. So let's copy it and create it maybe below. So here, since we are in development, this is going to be our localhost and then the port number, right? I'm going to save and let's go here. Once user successfully purchase it, we're going to say localhost 3000 slash purchase dash success. And we're going to put in parameter called order ID. And since we have the order ID in the URL, we can actually fetch the order in this page. And this is actually how we fetch this product in this page, because we get the order ID from the URL and then fetch the post or the order and then show the information about this order. I hope that makes sense. So let's go and just continue coding, and we'll say the order ID is this order.id, which order is coming from this that we have just created. Then below this, we can put a cancel URL. Let's say cancel URL. This is where user doesn't proceed with the payment. We can take them to the merge page and specifically to the current product page. And then user will want to put some shipping address details. So let's say shipping address collection. Then we can say allowed countries. Here I will just only allow the US, but you can put anything here. Let's keep it simple. So yeah, I'll go here and then say this is the customer that we can get from the webhook, which we have created. Let's pass the ID. So the customer field will just hold the customer ID. If you really want to, you could call this also customer ID, but I think I'll just go with customer for now. Then there is going to be another field, let's say expires, and let's make sure we put a comma here. So let's say expires underscore at, and I'll just make this to be like 30 minutes, which is the minimum value. Now here, this is how we can do so. Just like this is going to be 30 minutes, and let me put a comment here. So expires at 30 minutes, and this is the minimum value is 30 minutes. That's why we put. Now what is this expires at? Is basically when user visit the Stripe checkout page, then they just decided to not buy it. They're gonna close that page or maybe get rid of from our application. Then 30 minutes later, that page is going to expire, or that product is going to expire, and Stripe will send us an event that is going to say session expired, so that we can go into our database and delete this order that we have created. I hope that makes sense. So basically we are adding this field just to say to Stripe, you should expire this in 30 minutes if user didn't buy that product, so that we can really delete the order from the database. Okay, with this, I think that's going to be all for this function. And at the very bottom, we could just say return a URL, which is going to be session.url. And depending on this, we're going to actually push the user to the session URL, which is the Stripe checkout page. Okay, so this URL is super important. We're going to push the user to this page. And this is where it's going to happen once the user clicks to this on-click button. So I'm sorry, once the user clicks to this buy now button, we're going to call this on-click function. This is what I want to say. I will say once the user clicks to this, I'll just say handle by product. This is the function that I will create and call it, let's say const create this. It could be async, or maybe, yeah, let's just leave it like this. First, I'll just say if user didn't have a size, if selected size is empty, we could, instead of returning, let's just show a meaningful toast. I'll say const give me the toast from use toast. Let's get it. At this point, I could just say copy this, paste it. I am too lazy to type this down, but basically error, destructive of variant, and please select the size. Then we can return out of this function, but if there is a selected size, then we can call our mutation, which is going to be our server action. So let's go ahead and maybe create it up here. I'll say const, I'll get my mutate function, which I will call it as create checkout session, and I will have use mutation coming from 10 stack, put my object and say mutation key. Then here, let's say create checkout session, and this should be inside create checkout session. Okay, we could leave it like this. Then I'll say mutation function, which I am going to basically call my server action. Let's say create checkout. Do we exporting it? Yep, export async our action. Let's call it and import it from the actions. And then we're gonna have the on success case where we can take the URL, right? This is what we are returning. And I believe this should be type safe. If I delete it, here we can see I can get the URL. Then inside we're gonna go and just say if there is a URL, then you can really just say router.push to this URL. And let's go ahead and get the router, right? Const router, get this one from next navigation. Then if this is not the case, we could just have an else. Let's say else throw new error that says maybe error creating checkout session. Let's say please try again later. Then what we can do on the on error case, we can take the error and also show a toast with the error.message. If there isn't anything, let's say something went wrong, please try again later, and put a comma. Hopefully this should kind of be working. I will get my mutation and call it here, right? Where we would like to pass the product ID, and we are not taking it as an object, I believe. Let's see. Yep, we're actually getting this as an object. Let's say product. Maybe we don't really need it. Why do we get it as an object? So if we okay, I'm not gonna make it any complicated at all. I'll just leave it like this and then pass it as an object. Okay, so product, if I can type correctly, we're gonna pass the product ID as well as the size. Now, do we take care of this selected size? Let's see, when do we call this? Yep, once we select it, this is gonna run and give the related size. This is gonna be either SM, MD, or LG, depending on the size that we select. So I hope this is gonna work, and let me put the is pending field, right? I'm gonna copy it, go into my button, and I can say if it is pending, say something like processing, or else that would be by now. Then let's give all these spaces just to format this a little bit, and I'll say this is gonna be disabled if we are in the pending state. Okay, I'm gonna save and let's just test it out live. Here we have an issue. It's because we need to wrap this with use client. Again, we have, where is it coming from? So we are basically trying to use like a server function in a client component. So we have purchase summary. Let's see, this is completely, let's say, client code or just hard-coded data. Really, I'm not sure. I'll just put use client here. Probably this is not gonna fix, but it might be related to this product checkout page. Okay, yeah, it's related to that page and not this one, so I'll delete it. Here, what do we have? Like product checkout, where do we even render it? Under this page, which is the base layout component. So why is this happening? It says this method, it's related to kind. let me just quickly debug this and then come back to video and just try to explain. So just in 2 seconds, I just realized we are not using use server at the very top of this file. How could I forget about this, right? This is always something that we should put in our actions. Hopefully this should work. Let's see. It's going to load. Okay, there we go. We just have it. Let's take a look at our database. Currently, we don't really have any orders. As soon as I say buy now, first it's gonna say please select the size. Let me just zoom in. Let's say we select the small. Once I say buy now, processing, it should take us to the Stripe checkout page where we see the price as well as the image. And so this is what I was mentioning. It's gonna pre-fill the email when we create the user, right? Let me just show this. Okay, it says it's gonna pre-fill the email for the user because we are creating a Stripe customer. And let's take a look at the database. Even though we didn't pay, it should be creating this order is because this is what we said. Even before we create the session, we created the order. Let's see. There we go. Every detail is here. It is size of small and is paid field is false. Once we pay, we should be updating this to be true, which is gonna be happening. With the help of webhooks. So let me just again show you a quick diagram. So if you remember a couple of sections ago, I have explained this diagram where everything starts with the user payment, then Stripe process it. Even though that was for subscriptions, it is going to be the exact same thing for one-time payments. Once it has been processed successfully, Stripe is going to send us a webhook so that we can really update the is paid field, right, under the product. We're going to make it to be true. So this is again the exact same process, starting from the user all the way up to updating the field in the database. So we need a webhook, which is gonna Stripe is gonna give us. So I will go ahead under the route. So maybe I can shrink here first. Let's say close this, and just go to the, let's say, Stripe. Here under the route.ts file, we had this else case, which is a to-do for now, and we're going to implement it. So I'll just delete this to-do, and we're going to handle one-time payment here. So the very first thing we'd like to do is just get the metadata, which is something that we are sending, right? As I said, this is something important that we will be using. So it's the exact same time right now. I'll just get the order ID as well as the size coming from session.metadata. Now TypeScript doesn't know what the type of this, right? It could be anything. You could return really anything from the metadata. So we're gonna say typecast this as this object where the order ID and size is strings. And let's say const shipping details, and here I'll just say session.shipping underscore details dot address. So this shipping details are going to be coming from this shipping address field. This is what we have supported in our action. We said we are really supporting the United States. And for the payment, we are supporting the card and not PayPal or any other things, but you can really add it and it would be showing in this section. All right, so we got the shipping details. Now let's try to update this order, because remember, this else would be run once user pays, right? It's processed successfully, right? It is a success. Then Stripe just send us this webhook, which is, if you remember, we are still under this event that says checkout session completed successfully. So I just wanted to mention, if you forget that, okay? So everything is successfully completed right now, and we need to just update our database. So I'll just say const updated order, and we will just do the operation. So prisma.order.update. Which order are we updating? So we're going to say where the ID is equal to this order ID. So this is really why we even return the order ID from the metadata so that we can find it in our database. Then we're going to say data that we'd like to update. First of all, it's going to be is paid to be true. User just paid. Then we can put the size, which is coming from the metadata, and it is time to add the shipping address. We need to create one, so I'll just say create and give this fields. We are going to have the address. We can say shipping details line 1, but if it is empty for some reason, we could just leave it as an empty string. Then we're going to say city and just do the same thing for the state, postal code, as well as the country. So we created all these, and we can go now here. From this order, we can select a couple of different things. Maybe I could leave it for now, okay? Because I'll just, once we use it, I'll explain. So we just updated our order and we can get it. Even though we are not going to be using it for now, I will just put it here. I'll say send a success email to the user. So this is when we send the email, we will be using this updated order. That's why we even create this object. Otherwise, we would be leaving it like this. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Now we can, I think, just test it out. I'll go here and just make sure you have the Stripe terminal is up and running. So we have written this and I just still have this up and running. Let's see, I'm gonna put some just fake data. I'll say address, I'll say test, and for the here I'll just say address line 2, city, let's say Bay. I don't know even what that is. Let's put Florida for the state and 42 a bunch of times. Let's give this, and I'll just say pay. It's going to process it. Currently our product or our order is unpaid. Okay, it's been completed. It's gonna take us to the product page, even though this is a fake data. That's fine. Let's take a look at the Stripe CLI. It says like we got all these 200 successes, right? It's 8 in the morning. This is the correct time that we can see. Then I'll go here, update, just please work. This should be true. And there we go. So everything is working just as expected. And we just handled this pretty easily, right? We just had a webhook listening here in the else case, which means this is a one-time payment for, let's say, our t-shirts. And we just updated that field once we got the webhook. And to be able to get this, we just created a session with this customer, which is the currently authenticated user. And even before that, we have created order. And I don't really know why I started from the end and go to the top. It should be going from here to the bottom. But anyways, we created the order, customer, the session, all the related data. And once it is completed successfully, we even take the user to the purchase success page. Okay, so this is what I'd like to update next. This is completely fake data. We should be getting it from this order ID that we have. So this is, let's say, starts with CLX and ends with TJ, which is exactly this ID. CLX and ends with TJ, which is our order ID. Okay, now it is time to actually make it in a way that we fetch this actual data on the purchase success page. For this, I'll go ahead, open up my left hand side, kill everything, maybe shrink this. Again, go under the source, app, purchase success. Here I'll create my actions. Actions.ts, this should be pretty, so to say, easier than the other actions. So first, let's say use server, just make sure we add that. We can get the Prisma imported, then we can get kind server session imported as well. And let's say export async function, let's say check product paid status. And this function is obviously going to take the order ID so that we can check for this specific order. We'll say order, and let's say type is going to be string for this. Okay, inside I'll just say const get user function from get kind server session. Okay, if there is not user, let's say throw, and make sure we don't have a space here. Let's say throw new error, let's say unauthorized, you must be logged in. Okay, I think this is just enough for now. You can always update this. Let's find the order. I'll say const order and say await prisma dot order dot find unique. Here I'm just going pretty quickly, if you just realized, because we are 10 hours in and we have done this millions of times at this point. I'll say where id is matching with the order id, and we would like to select a couple of different things. So if you remember, in an order we had fields like product, right? Let me just show this. Under the schema.prisma, we are taking a look at the order model, if I can find it. Okay, under the order we have things like these relations, product, shipping address, and we would like to fetch those, join those tables, so that here really we can show those details, such as shipping address or the product info itself. That's why we are using select. I'll say select the product, let's say true, let's say is paid, get this, and we're gonna say size field, get this one as well, and lastly the shipping address. Okay, below this we'll say if there is not an order, we could say order not found, or instead I'll just say return false, and you're gonna see why. And lastly, return order. So this function just feels like an entire English sentence, as if this is not a code at all, right? I'll go ahead and make sure we're gonna call this function under the purchase summary page. And this is gonna be first a use client component, right? Or I'm sorry, it's gonna be client component where we just put the use client directive. Here we're gonna go and just say something like use query, get it from 10 stack. Let's say you're gonna give us the data, which I'd like to rename it to be order. Then we could get an is loading field as well as maybe an error, or for now let's just skip that. We got the use query, which is gonna take the query key. Let's say this is gonna be check product paid status. Then here I'll say query function. I'll say async await, if I can type, await call our function, which is gonna take the order ID, right? I'll say order dot ID, but we can't really do this. We didn't even fetch the order. So what we can do, go into the URL and somehow grab this order ID. I will go here, and for this we can use a hook called use search prems. Get it from the next navigation. It's going to give us, let's say, search prems, and we can extract the order ID. I'll say const order ID search prems.get the order ID. In case this is empty, let's just fallback this with an empty string. Then here we can go ahead and just say order ID, pass it into our action. Hopefully this should be happy with us, but it says you didn't even import this. How could I be happy? So there we go. We got the order, and in case in the loading state, we could show some kind of loading indicator. So I'll say is loading. Let's give a bit space, and I'll open up here. Let's say return this JSX, which I will obviously copy and paste. 4 lines of code with this classes. It says verifying your payment, please wait. And the reason is because once Stripe takes us to the success page, which is purchase page, it might still not update the database, right? Because this webhook event might be coming a little bit late, or maybe we had some issues in the database. It might take a couple of seconds. That's why we might have some loading states, and this is how we're going to handle it. And what if this order doesn't exist? So if user puts something random here, or really that order isn't there, for this we had if order is equal to false, return not found. So that's why I have said that we are going to return false if there is not an order, so that we can explicitly check for this. But other than this, we can really just take the order data and just display anything here. So this is what I am going to do. Instead of image source being this fake data, I'll say order dot product dot image. So let's go ahead, do the same thing a couple of times. Here it says, what if this is undefined? What's going to happen? So what I can say, I'll say if order is not here, we can just return null. So this will make the TypeScript to be happy all the time. So I'll just update this order ID as well, which is coming from the URL. Let's say order ID, and what do we have else, which is going to be the product name. Let's delete this. This would be product, not products. Let's do Control Z. I didn't mean to do this. It's going to be order.product.name. Then we have the price. I am going to delete all this up until the money sign. And first I'll say cents to dollars, where we are going to pass the order.product.price. So this is going to format this L bit for us. And for the size, now here is one thing about the size. We are storing them in our database as SM, MD, or LG. So we are going to take it and somehow convert it to be something like small or medium or large. Here is an elegant solution and an elegant solution. We'll just say const size map, and this is going to be an object. So we are going to map it to be like this. If the value is SM, then if the key is SM, the value will be small. And if the key is MD, then it's going to be medium. LG is going to be large. Let's give the type for this. So here I'll just say this is an object where the key is string as well as the value being string. So depending on this, so if you say something like size map of small, this is going to give you small as an output. Or if you say size map .sm, this is still going to give you small, right? So this is what we're going to do, and this is how we can check for it elegantly. So I'll just scroll down here where we have the size, and I will first delete this, the hard-coded data, and I'll say size map, and I'm going to say order.size. And let's say I think this should work. I thought we were going to get an TypeScript error, but we didn't. Quantity is always going to be 1. This is how we are handling it. And for the address, city, state, postal code, and country, we're going to grab all of them from the order, right? So order.shippingaddress.address. So I don't really want to do the same thing for all of them. That's why I am going to copy and paste. But basically it's the exact same thing. So order.shippingaddress.city, state, postal code, and country. Okay, this is the entire file we need. Let's save and just test it out. I will refresh this page. Hopefully it should say like verifying your payment, please wait. And here we go. Now this is the actual data. Let's see, this is what we have bought for $14. And the size was small. Let's check it in the database. Price is $14.99. Size is small, and really the name of the product is, do we have it? Let's go here. Name was Only Horse Special, and this is what we have. Okay, so we have the success page with the zoomed in image, and the very last thing we need once we buy the product is to send an email. And I'll just show you the documentation again. So here I am in the React email examples. Let's say receipts, Nike receipt. So this is what we have. We're gonna put our own logo and it's on its way, some blah blah text, shipping to the user with the address and then the product image itself. Then we could put these as well. And as I have explained previously, they give you the code where you can just copy it and paste it. Then on this code, you can update it to make it on your own. This is exactly what I have done. I copied their code, deleted this top picks for you, deleted this get help kind of footer, deleted this part, and just left this place and then updated with our own platform name. So again, I copied it, so that's why I'm gonna do again, copy it and paste it from my GitHub repo. This is exactly what you can do as well. I don't want to really waste time by writing this like CSS classes that I didn't even read about. Under the emails, I am gonna create this, let's say, receipt email.tsx. And now I could give you one hint, which is about when we, like before we send the email, we can actually preview it in our localhost. For this, I will go into the package.json. Under our scripts, I will create another one called email. Here, if I say email dev, this should run at another localhost, let's say at this port 3001. We can see our emails, the templates before we send them to the clients. So, and just to let this know where is our emails are located, we're going to say dash dash there. It is under the source, under the emails folder, right? This is where we locate our emails. Now, if we run npm run email, let's see what's going to happen. npm run email. So this is gonna spin up a localhost in a different port so that we could really see the emails that we have so that we could test them out. I will get to this port. So this is gonna take a bit time to load. But basically they're gonna show us this one and then this. Even though we don't really have anything inside, we should be able to see the other email. Let's see, this is gonna take a bit time to load. Okay, while it loads, I think we can grab the received email and then just paste it. So here it still doesn't load. Okay, it's gonna compile. While it compiles, I'm going to paste this code. Again, 200 lines of code, but majority of it is just pure CSS styles. Here we can see I didn't even read really any of them, and probably you shouldn't as well, unless you want to customize this like 100%. Everything starts with the HTML component coming from our package. So everything is coming from here, as well as the shipping address detail from the Prisma client. So these are the values that we're going to take when we call this functional component. And these are the types. By using them, we just render something on the email. And lastly, instead of putting it like this, the logo, this is not going to work in the localhost that I have explained previously. That's why for testing purposes, we are leaving like this. Once we deploy, we are going to actually be using this one. Other than this, you can really read this email. I am not going to update this file at all, so you can just grab it under the GitHub from this file. Then here we have a base URL. It says use the base URL from our env variables or the localhost. Let's see what this, do we have this? I think we just created base URL. Okay, it is here. Now let's save and hopefully we should be able to see our emails. Let's see the welcome email. This is something that we have created, I think just one section ago. And here we go. You can now just preview this before you send this to your clients. And this is what we got when we subscribed. This is our code, how it's gonna look like on mobile, even though it has scroll bar, but it doesn't really look like this. It is actually responsive. And I even tested out on my phone. Then let's see how this would look like. Here it says we cannot read the city, like because we don't really have these values. So let's go ahead and make this work. Under the, I'll just delete all these or close them. I'll go to the route in my Stripe, and here I'll just send a success email, which is gonna be, let's say, await resend dot emails dot send. Let's call it with this object, say from, as we have done previously, only horse, and we're going to be using the resend onboarding at resend.dev email. And you shouldn't be using this in production, only in development, otherwise your account will be suspended. Okay, so please don't use it in production. Let's say to this customer, this is their email. Let's say subject order confirmation. Then we can put the React component, which is not welcome email but receipt email, which takes a couple of different props, such as order date. Let's just put right now, or we can say updated order.created at. So this is the variable that we are setting up here. Then what we're gonna send is, let's say, order number, and I'll say updated order.id. Then we're gonna put the product image, let's say updated order.product, but we cannot get it. That's why we need to add a select on top of this. So here we have the data, and below the data we're gonna just say select these fields, which are, let's say, first ID true, then product true, size as well as the shipping address. So these are gonna be the tables that have been joined, such as product and shipping address, and these are the fields that we really get from the order. So I'll say updated order dot product dot image. Then we can get the, let's say, product name, let's say dot product dot name, and this should give us type safe fields. Then let's say product size, updated order dot size, and shipping address, which is going to be this one. And finally we'll just get the user name, let's say user dot name. So here it says this might be empty, let's say it's always going to be there, and put this one as well, maybe this one. Here it says you didn't select this one, maybe we could just say new date, which is right now really. And since I said that you shouldn't be using this in production, here is how we can just make sure this. I will wrap this with an if check. I'll say if process.env.notenv, if it is not equal to production, only then send this. So I'm gonna cut this, this line, and wrap it like this, and I'll be doing the exact same thing for this other email that we had. Okay, I'll just paste it and wrap it. Maybe it should be ending here, right? So I'm gonna, just close this if check down here, and I can delete this to do. Here this is complaining, but that was just a temporary error. Now we got rid of that. Let's delete this. Okay, so we have everything, and I'll just buy another product, and then we're just gonna check if we will get the email or not. So here let's buy this one, which is about $20. I'll say it's going to be medium. Process this. Let's go to the Stripe checkout page. I'll put my name and let's say my address line 2. Let's go with Virginia this time and put this 42 bunch of times. Okay, let's pay. This is gonna process. Currently we should have another order in the database, which is false for now. Okay, it's already been paid. Let's see, we got this page. It redirected us to this page, and I should be getting my email. So let me just check it and show it to you as well. But I just forgot that we cannot really send emails to anyone, right? Let me just show this. So previously I have explained we cannot really send email to everyone when we are in the development mode. We can only send emails to the users or to the user account that we are logged into our recent, right? I can only send email to this specific email when I am in the development. So for this one, I cannot really send the email. That's why I am going to log in with this email that you see up here and then just try to buy a product. So here you can see this is my profile that I am logged in. Let's see the update profile page. So this is the email that I am logged in. I will say buy this product, select the size. Let's select large this time. I'll process this and then now I'll just give my info here. Okay, so I just filled in this form and I'll say pay. Hopefully this should create the order and then process it, make it paid to be true, take us to this page. Here it says purchase successfully completed. These are the data that you just put in. This is the quantity, the price, the size, which was large, and we should be able to get the email. Let me just check and show it to you as well. So here we go, order confirmation coming from OnlyHorse and onboarding recent.dev just now, and this is our template. The order number, logo, it's on its way, shipping to this user, the address, and really everything that we would need, or the everything that we have put in the template, right? We got the size, name, the image itself, which we can download if we really wanted to. So really cool. So now that we have handled this one as well, we can just go into our platform and do a couple of different, let's say, optimizations or things that we are missing. So here in the user profile, we still have this hard-coded data. Shame on us. Let's go ahead and fix it. User profile, we should have under the cover image, it says John Doe. Okay, it's here. In this component, I can take the admin and pass it as a prop, or maybe we could just send the admin name. I'll say admin name and I can say admin dot name. This is the only field I believe we need. Let's get this under the cover image as a prop. So these are our aggregations. Admin name, which is just a string. We're gonna get this value and change it like this. Hopefully this should be happy. Let's see. Okay, so we just say name is always going to be there, and there you go. It's just updated with the actual admin name. And now I think we can add the dashboard analytics. Currently we have hard-coded data. We said that we will be coming back to this page once we handle the subscriptions, the sales, and we can really just aggregate all this data. And this is going to be next. Okay, so let's go ahead and aggregate all this data that we need for this page. First, as always, I'll just kill everything so that it is not confusing at all. Under the source, we have our pages, specifically the dashboard page and analytics. So we have actions. These are all the actions that we are using in our admin dashboard, such as create post action, get all products, add a new one, toggle the archive state, and it is time to add another one, which is going to be get dashboard data. So this function is about, I think, 70 lines of code, and let's go through it one by one. I'll say export async function get dashboard data, and maybe I can put this at the very bottom because this is our utility function and this is our actual action. So this is not going to take any, so to say, arguments, but it's just going to return a couple of different things. So the first thing we would like to aggregate is the total revenue. And this is going to be coming from total subscriptions and total sales that we have made. And here we're going to be using a lot of promises. So let's say const total revenue promise. And I'll say promise dot all, and we're gonna pass this array. So the first promise that we would like to handle is Prisma dot order dot aggregate. We're gonna aggregate the orders, where we'll say sum the price field to be true. Then we can go below here and then just say Prisma dot subscription dot aggregate, and we're gonna do the same thing. I'll just say underscore sum, let's get this, and we'll say price to be true. So this is our total revenue, and I have a typo, let's say revenue like this. Then the next thing we would like to do is just total number of sales, right? And then the total number of subscriptions, which is gonna be simpler than this one. I'll say const total sales promise await, not await, because we're gonna just first collect all these promises and then run them in parallel. If you don't really understand why do we call them as promises and not using await in front of them, you're going to understand in a couple of minutes. Just please bear with me. So I'll say Prisma dot order and just count them. Then we'll do the same thing for subscriptions. I'll say Prisma subscription dot count, and I can say total, let's say subscriptions, if I can type. Okay, there we go. We got the total sales, total subscriptions. It is time to get the recent sales, right? Recent sales and then the recent subscriptions. This is what we're gonna do. Let's say const recent sales promise, then we'll say Prisma dot order find many. So from the orders, we're gonna get the sales. Let's say just get the take 4. Okay, at most we're gonna show 4 different, or at most we're gonna show 4 different sales. It might be different or might be coming from the same user. We don't really care about this. You say order by order date is going to be descending order. So we'll say select the user field, and from the user we can select their, let's say, name, true, and I'll just make sure I give a little bit space and scroll. Let's say we're going to get the email and the image. So name, email, and image, because this is exactly what we need. The name of the user, image, as well as the email. This is why we are getting all those. Then after this select, or maybe after this user, we're gonna say we also want to get the price and the order date so that we can really show them here. So price, even though we are not showing the order date, if you want to use it, you can get this, or otherwise delete it. But anyways, so we got the recent sales promise. Then we're gonna get lastly the, let's say, const recent subscriptions promise, and we'll say Prisma subscription find many. It's gonna be pretty similar to the other one that we have just done above. I'll say take 4, and let's say order by their start date, in descending order this is gonna go. Then let's say we would like to select these fields from the user, select the, let's say, name and email as well as the image. Then below this user, we would like to get the plan. We have the plan ID. Let's say we also have the price as well as the start date. So these are the things that you might want to use. I think we're not going to use the plan ID, but let's just actually delete it. If we are not using it, there is no point on returning it. We have the price and maybe this start date. Maybe you could show it really at some point. I'm going to leave it like this. Then, so we have all these promises, right? One for this, one for this, these two, and then we have 2 different promises for the total revenue promise. Now we would like to run all of them in parallel so that we have like super fast promises instead of just waiting one, so they don't really wait for each other, right? I'll say await promise dot all, and we're gonna run this array. So maybe I can just zoom out once so that you could see the entire line. So we have the total revenue promise, total sales promise, subscription, right? Then we have recent sales as well as the recent subscriptions promises. So these are all the promises that we have attached, right? Now we're gonna get values from them, right? This is going to return us an array, so we can really destructure it. From the first one, it's going to be the total revenue result. So here, this is our promise. It's going to give us a result. Then let's say we're going to get the total sales, and we're going to get the total subscriptions. Then we're going to get the recent sales as well as recent subscriptions. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Even though this looks complicated, it isn't really. Super basic JavaScript where we created all the promises, then here we just run them in parallel. So let's put a comma, run all promises in parallel so that they don't wait or they don't block each other. So exactly this is the reason why we are doing it. From the total revenue result, remember we have two different promises, one for the orders and one for the subscriptions. And that's why I'll go here and then just sum them up. I'll say total revenue. Here I'll say, let's say total revenue result. From the first one, give us the price. If it is not there, if it is null, then just give us 0. And do the same thing for the next one. So one of them is gonna be for the orders and the subscriptions. Okay, so finally we can just really return an object with all these fields. Let's say total revenue, we can convert it to be dollars, just like this, then all the other fields. So total sales, total subscriptions, recent sales, and then finally recent subscriptions. Okay, so this has been completed. It took a bit time to really write all these, but it just code, nothing really complicated or not too much logic. We just call count and aggregate, create the promises, run all of them in parallel so that they don't block each other. It is fast and as expected. Then we return this object so that we could really consume it. For this, we're gonna just kill that file and then go to the analytics tab. Here, this is the place where we'd like to actually grab the actual data. I'll zoom in first and then go into this page, which is a server page, I believe, right? It is a server component. We can mark it as async and get our dashboard data. So let's say get dashboard data. Let's call this action. It doesn't give us anything because we have this part. Okay, let's get this and we're gonna destructure the total revenue. Then let's say total subscriptions as well as the total sales. And let's so to say just update them. Here we'll say the number of dollars we have for total revenue. If it is not there, let's just fallback it with 0. Then we're gonna have the number of sales. So I'll just say total sales, and we can do the same thing for this one, which is for the subscriptions. Okay, let's save, and hopefully we should be able to see some actual data. We have 4 sales, 2 subscriptions, and our total revenue. Let's double check it. 4 sales and 2 subscriptions. So under the orders, we have 4 different sales, and we have, let's see where that is, subscriptions. We have 2 different, right? And in total, this is how much we can make. And then we're gonna go below where we can actually render the recent subscriptions, then the recent sales. Here we have the recent subscriptions. Let's kill this fake data. I'm going to leave it like this so that maybe you would like to use it from the GitHub repo, right? But here I'll say const recent subscriptions and get it from the dashboard data function. We cannot use await. Let's make it to be async. And hopefully now this should work. Let's save. So there we go, it just been updated. Let's make this to be object cover of fit. Say class name object cover and not fit really. So once you do this, it says object fit of cover, and there we go. So this user doesn't have an image. Subscription user.image. So for some reason it didn't still put something. Let's see. Okay, instead of CN we could put the user initials. So I will say we would like to just have subscription.user.name the first value, but else this could be empty string. Now it should show something like B. Okay, then let's get the recent sales. Hopefully we should have 4 different sales. I will comment this out. So this is async, and let's say get the recent sales, where we just map through them with the actual data, show this avatar with like username, email, and price. There we go. I will update this field as well. Say class name to be object cover, just like that. So everything that we see on this page is correct. We just double checked it from the database. We have 2 subscriptions, 4 sales, and this number of revenue. And these are our recent sales and subscriptions with user details. Okay, now next we can add this billing, so to say, dashboard, right? When I click to this, it should take me to my billing portal that is coming from Stripe. This is how we can do this. We're gonna go into our product catalog that we had. So first, just make sure you click to it again, then select your product that we have created that had 2 pricing, right? 2 different prices. Select the monthly one. Then you would like to upsell it to the yearly. Okay, so with this now, this should be working. Not really. We're gonna go and say customer portal, right? Make sure you select this one, and you might want to activate it. I think there must be a button, so I already activated. And then go under the subscriptions. So here you would like to add your products. Probably you're not gonna have them, so just click to it and select the prices that you have added. So only horse YouTube, this is what I have created in this video, and I will select monthly and yearly plans that user could subscribe. And I will get my, let's first say save changes, and I will get this portal link. I will copy it, go into my .env file, and I will say Stripe, let's say billing portal link, and I can put dev at the end because this is the test mode. In production that should change. Okay, I'm gonna copy this name, and we're gonna go into the sidebar component. When we click to that billing item, okay, it is this one where we have a link. As for the href, we are going to put that, let's say process.env dot our Stripe billing portal link, and we're gonna now add the, let's say, pre-fill email. So I'll say question mark pre-filled underscore email is equal to the user's email. Here I'll say user.email, and this is the user that we are fetching, I believe, right? This is the actual user that we have from the kind. Okay, hopefully this should take us to the portal once we click to it. Let's see. Maybe I'll just refresh for a second. Then I will click to this, and on the bottom right, you can see on the bottom left, you can see the link. Okay, so I'm gonna click to it. it should take me to my portal and it's gonna pre-fill my email. Now, since we are in the development mode, again, this says you can only send this billing portal to the user email that you are logged into your Stripe. So this is not the email that I am logged into my Stripe account. It is this one. So that's why I will go here and just say billing. Only from this account I can actually see the portal. But this is for only testing purposes, right? Once you go into live, obviously Stripe is going to allow you to just let all of your users to see this billing portal. And additionally, you need to activate your account. My account is unactivated. That's why it is only going to be sent to this email. Okay, I'll just say send. But in production, you would be activating your account, so it would be fine. So I just got an email. Let me go ahead and check that out. So here it says this is your login link to be able to see the customer portal. I just clicked it and there we go. Now I can cancel my plan, update it, add different payment methods. This is my invoice history. And yeah, really everything that I have promised. We have a billing portal that is worked. Let's say update plan. We are currently in the monthly plan. Let's say yearly and continue. This is going to actually update it. Okay, if you really want, you could confirm it or you can go back. And now with this billing portal in place, it looks like we have completed the entire application. It is time to deploy, but before that, we could do some small optimizations. And starting with this mode toggle, if we go into the light mode, up here, we can't really see icons. So let's go ahead and update it first. I will say mode toggle, and here I'll just give a couple of classes for them. Starting with the sun icon, here we'll just update the height and width a bit so that they are a bit large. And I'll do the same thing for moon icon. Okay, currently they are so small that we can't really see it properly. So first of all, now they have just been scaled a bit. Here we can see. And when we go to light mode, we cannot still see the icons. What we can do is just say text color is going to be muted foreground. I'm gonna copy it and paste it to this one as well. Now it should be looking better, right? Okay, so we have the mode toggler as well. Maybe it is time to change the metadata, which could be like favicon, the so to say title, and then the description. I will kill all these and go to the layout. Here we have metadata. I'll just say for the title, we can really make it look like the demo application. Okay, this is what I am going to do. I'll say only horse e-commerce store, just like this. Then for the description, I could just copy and paste one line. You can really change this and make it anything that you would like to. Then we can delete this favicon, which is a Vercel icon. I'm going to delete it first, and I will provide it one in the GitHub repo. So you can go ahead and grab it, then drag and drop it into your app folder. So this is what I am going to do. Just take it, put it under the app, which is this logo. It is 256 to 256, right? These are the dimensions. And here we go. Now it's just been updated. We can close the demo so that it is not really confusing. Okay, let's refresh. We got the favicon, the title. We have even the description added. Now you can update the footer to have your name with your maybe link and your GitHub repo for this project. And speaking of which, let's go ahead and push this code to our GitHub account. And before that, let's see if we have any to-dos left. I'll just say search for a to-do in our code. Not $2, but let's say to-dos. We don't have, let's say just for to-do, and go through the list one by one. So here we say add the production URL. This is something once we deploy, we can update this. Then we say delete this one below. Yep, we can comment this and uncomment this one. It's going to be using the base URL in the production. Then other than this, I think we don't really have any to-dos. And this is how I generally do. I just add a to-do and later I just check if I have anything left. So this is really super pro tip that I could highly recommend. Now I think we can also do the same thing for the receipt email. Here we are using this one, but it should be this in the production. We're going to use the base URL and get the email logo from the public folder. Let's see if we have it. Public email logo. So this is what we're going to see in our email, as well as the horse image that we are using in our welcome email. Okay. So let's save all these files and hopefully we should be able to just deploy this. First, I will add all my changes and let's kill the Stripe terminal, right? This one, and also let's kill this one. Oops. And before we just add our changes, let's say npm run build so that we can see if we have any build errors or not. If we have, we would update it, then maybe commit the changes. This is going to create an optimized production build and compile our code. So let's wait for this. So far, it looks like we don't really have any errors. So let's see, it's going to collect everything. And there we go. We don't really have any issues in our code, not even coming from ESLint. So super cool. Yeah, this is really working. So I'll go ahead and add all my changes. First, let's go up here and just make sure you have added .env to your gitignore file, right? So you always want to add this so that you don't really expose those to your GitHub account. And this is my admin email, etc. So let's go source control, stage all changes. Let's see, click to this again. Okay, everything is being staged, right? Then we can commit this. For the message, I'll just say project completed, so that this would be the commit message you guys would see, and I will say commit. There we go, everything is being committed, and let me go ahead and create a GitHub repo. Okay, so here I am in my GitHub account. I am creating a new repo. For the name, you could really put anything. It could be OnlyHorse or really just anything. I'll go with OnlyFans and I'll just say private. And once I publish this video, I'll make it public so that you guys can see it. But for now, it's going to be private until I publish this video. And I'll just say create the repo. Then this is going to give me a couple of commands. I'm going to copy it. In your case, this could be main. Really don't worry about it. GitHub is going to handle it for you. Probably it would be main, but in my case, it's master. I'll copy it and push my existing repo from the command line. Let's go here, open up my command line or terminal, paste it. It should push everything to my GitHub account, right? Okay, it is writing all these changes. Okay, so it looks like it's been completed. Let's go ahead and just refresh. This is the code that we would like to get. So this is our entire code base. And I just realized we are missing something, is that we are going to be deploying this application to Vercel and we're using Prisma. So to be able to make that work, we need to go into the package.json. Under the scripts, we need to put this comma and then let's say post install. We would like to say Prisma generate, otherwise it's not going to be able to work. I'll save and maybe just add another change. I'll say stage all changes. Let's say post install script added for Vercel, or let's say for Vercel. I will commit this and sync this up. This would push my change again to my branch. Let's see, The latest change was just now, right? This is our commit message. And now we'd like to go to Vercel and deploy this GitHub repo. So here I am on my Vercel account. This is the repo that I have just created, and like the commit is just now. I'll say import, and obviously first we need to get our environment variables. Let's go to .env file. Let's kill everything, copy this entire file, and then just paste it to here, right? So we have all these, and we're gonna update the localhost with the actual URL. Once we deploy it, we're gonna get one, and we're going to update those. And now what about these live URLs? So I said that once we get into the deployment, I would be explaining them. So here it is the time. Let's start with the first one, which is webhook secret live key. When you go into the live mode, you can go, let's just see it. So currently I'm in the test mode and I can create a webhook. So to be able to create that, I said that we need to have an endpoint. Since we didn't have, we tested it in locally. But now we're going to create this endpoint, and it is going to give us a secret, which is this one. And we're going to update it with this, okay? We would put that value because we are in the test mode. But if you take this application to production, right, you would say just toggle this first, then you would add an endpoint. Then it's going to give you this secret and you would put it here, okay? Since I am not going to go into the live mode because my Stripe account is not activated. So you would get that and paste it, and everything should work for you because these are the things that we have done so far in the code base. This would be the environment variable that we would be using in the production. Same for this one. In the live mode, the monthly URL might change, so you would copy it and paste it. This is going to be used in, let's say, localhost, and this would be used in production. If it doesn't give you a new monthly URL, then we could still use this one. But I think it would give because here it says this is a test. Then same for this one, for the yearly URL, and other than this, maybe it would give you a different billing portal link, because here we can see like there are tests in these URLs. But other than this, really you wouldn't change too much. Here, since I'm not gonna have a live URL, I'm gonna put the like test mode and copy it, put it here. Do the same thing for the monthly URL. This is what I am using for test, and this is still gonna be test in the live mode. But for the Stripe webhook secret, we're going to update this one. So for now, again, I'm gonna copy it, paste it, and let's just say deploy. So hopefully this is not really too much confusing. We just have all of our environment variables, and if you take this application to production, you would get the actual live URLs, which is pretty simple. Once you toggle this off, you would do the exact same step to be able to get the links. So I just leave that part for you because I don't have my account activated. Hopefully you guys don't mind it, and I'll say deploy. And let's just wait if we're gonna get any errors or it's gonna just build successfully. So it's almost been 1.5 minutes and it's still building it. So currently it is linting and checking validity of types. Let's wait for this to complete. Okay, so after exactly 2 minutes, it says congratulations. Let's continue our dashboard, which is gonna give us a URL. Let's see, we have OnlyFans 9 Vercel.app. Let's see. Okay, so obviously this is not gonna work at first when we try to log in. For this, we need to visit our Kind account. Okay, so head over to your Kind dashboard, select the business for this project, and select your application. Now we need to get the URL for this application, which is this one, right? I'm gonna copy it and then paste it to my Kind dashboard, allowed callback URLs. I'm gonna paste it, then make sure we add, I believe all this, right, next to it. Hopefully this should work, and let's do the same thing for this part. we need to get the entire URL for our live application so that we can really test this out both in the development and in the production. Okay, I'll just add those and let's say save. This is the first thing that we have done. The other thing we would like to do is go into our environment variables. Here, we're going to copy this again. Let's say settings, environment variables, and we would like to update everything that we have. So let's just see for the localhost, we're going to just update them. Okay, so I'll just zoom in a little bit. Everything that has localhost, we need to just update it with the actual current value, which is our application. Okay, let's save this one and let's get this one updated as well. Then we have this. We only want to update this actual domain. There we go. We have 1/auth callback. This is going to be that redirect URL. Let's see if we have anything else that is related to localhost. We don't really have. Maybe below we should have. Or do we? Let's see. And we have this next public base URL, which is going to be our environment, the production URL. This is what we need to update. Now we are going to go into the Stripe and create a webhook. So far we have been testing that out from our terminal. We said something like Stripe listen forward to, but in production you're not gonna probably run a Stripe terminal, right? This is where we are gonna create a webhook. I'll say add an endpoint and put our endpoint like this, and it was, remember, under /API/webhooks/Stripe. So this is exactly what it matches with this one. So under the API webhooks Stripe, and now we are using a couple of different event types. Let's see. It is checkout session completed, subscription deleted. These are the things that we're using, and we're going to add these to, let's say, the Stripe dashboard. By default, no events are selected. Let's say checkout session completed. Then we're gonna get the other one, which is subscription deleted, right? Customer subscription deleted. Just make sure they are matching. And now while we're here, I just realized I think we are missing another event, which is gonna be pretty simple. So let's go ahead and type this out as well. So I am sorry that I forgot, but I just realized, so why not? It's still not too late. Let's go ahead and update it. So below this subscription deleted, we have a break. Just make sure we have it. Then below this, we're gonna go ahead and add another case. So let's say case checkout, let's say checkout session dot expired. So this would be in the case where user go into the Stripe dashboard where they want to buy a product, but then they just give up and didn't buy. So after 30 minutes, we are going to get this event from Stripe, and we can really delete that order from our database. So this is something that I have explained but forgot to implement. So let's say const give us the session, and let's say await stripe.checkout.sessions.retrieve, and I'll say just typecast this and just add .id so that we can get the session. Then we're going to say await prisma.order.delete. Let's say where the id is session.metadata.order id. Now it doesn't know if metadata is there or undefined. Let's force this to be there, and okay, this should be working, and we'll just say break at the end, right? Just like this. So again, sorry I forgot about this, but now we just remembered it should be working out. I'm gonna save this and I'm gonna push this just in a second, but let's go ahead and add this session expired event. Let's say session, it should give us expired. Okay, we're gonna handle for this or listen for this as well. Let's say add events. Now that we have our webhook, let's say add the endpoint. It is gonna give us something called sign in secret. Let's reveal it. We're gonna copy it, and this is the value that we would like to use. So it was called as webhook secret dev. Let's see, this was that we got from the Stripe CLI in our terminal, but I'm going to update this with the one that we have just gotten, right? And again, this is still in the test mode. That's why we put it under the dev. Okay, at this point, it's getting a lot more complicated, but really this is the production environment. So we have everything placed. Let's add our latest change and just test it out in production, right? I'll say add my change. Let's say check. Maybe I'll copy this entire name and say checkout session expired event handled. And let's say commit this one. Then we can sync the changes, which is going to push the code to our GitHub account, and Vercel is going to take it and redeploy this application. So once it is done, I'll just be right back. So under the deployments, you can see it is just building, and yeah, so let's wait for it. Okay, so it's just been completed. Let's go ahead and maybe test this out. I'll refresh and let's try to log in. Here it says redirecting, and we should be able to get into the platform. There we go. This is live. We can see it. Let's create an order. I'll just buy this one, which is $20. And first I'll say medium size. If I say buy now, this should create one in the database. For now, we have, let's say, 4 different orders. Once I click to this, it should create another one. Now we have 5, and this is not paid. Let's go ahead and just pay for this. So I just fill up these values, and let's put this fake data, and let's say pay. It is going to process it, then send us a webhook, which we are listening on this, right? We have created this under this endpoint. Let's see, it's gonna process it. It should take us to this page. There we go. But looks like something went wrong because we cannot really see the shipping address. So it failed because we forgot to update another environment variable, which is this live key. We should put the one that we got from this signing secret. So sorry about this. Let's go ahead and update it as well. So, but these are the things that will actually happen to you in the production. This is why it's happening to me as well. Let's paste it and we will say save. Okay, so now that we have updated this, we need to deploy this manually. I'll go under the deployments and I'll just say redeploy the latest one, but with the new environment variables. Let's just wait for this to complete it, and we're gonna test this out again. Currently this is, even though it says successful, but we don't really see if it is paid, right? It is still not paid, and this is really not what we would like to see. I'll just wait for this to complete and then just test it out again. Okay, so after exactly 2 minutes later, it's been redeployed. Let's visit this and, oops, not this one, but let's visit this and just test it out all over again. Hopefully it should work now. I'll just say maybe give me this one for $9. I'll get large, buy now. It should create one in the database. So currently we have 5, but if I refresh, we have 6, which is this one that we have just created, and it is not paid. Let's see. I will put my info here just for a second. So I just filled in everything with the test data, and let's say pay. Hopefully this time it should work. It's going to process it, take us to the success page. Just please work. Come on. Okay, so there we go. We have everything is placed up, right? We are getting the shipping address from that form, which is like, this is the address that I have given, the city, state, and the most important thing is that it actually updated the database. So let's refresh. There we go. The latest one is just being updated and it says is paid. And for the email, we are not gonna get one because we are in the production. But if you configure the recent, as I have explained to you previously, if you have added your domain, then it should definitely work out and give you the email as well. Okay, so now one-time payments are working. Let's test out the subscriptions. This is the user that I would like to just unsubscribe. I'll go here. I think it is this one. Yep. I'll say this user is now, let's actually update it here. So I'll say this is not subscribed. Let's refresh this page. Okay, it says you should subscribe. Let's click to it, take us to the pricing page, and let's go with, I don't know, maybe monthly or annually, doesn't really matter. I'll just put some data, right? Let's put it pretty quickly. And okay, we can subscribe and we can also have this beautiful suggestion coming from Stripe. We upsell the monthly plan to yearly, that's why we see this. And if I just say subscribe, it should hopefully first process this, then update the database, and this user should be subscribed. So here it says go back to our platform and refresh the page. Let's say localhost. I'm sorry, it is not localhost, we are in live mode. Let's go ahead, and there we go. This user is subscribed. If we even take a look at the database, now this should be true. Okay, everything is working as expected. We can go under the merge. We are not the admin. We cannot see the secret dashboard, right? But if we were to admin, and let's test it out. I'm gonna copy it. This is the profile that we would be admin. This is that Google account. I'll just say login. And here we can see the dashboard. Let's click to it. We can now create a post. I'll say test post from production. And let me just grab an image and upload it. So here I just grabbed a horse image, added. It's been uploaded to Cloudinary. We got the preview, and let's say create this post. Post created, and let's see in the homepage. So it's being cached. Let's refresh so that we can really see it. Okay, there we go. Post from production, and we can see the dashboard where we can, let's say, archive a product. We can also create a different product. It's also gonna work. Let's say we archive this. It's been archived. Other users cannot really see it. So here I'll go into this account, refresh. Now we cannot really see the other product. It's been archived. Let's unarchive this, and we can see the analytics. Let's refresh. We have 2 subscriptions, 6 different sales, and this is our total revenue. Let's go here and try to see our billing portal, which is gonna first send us an email. I'll just say send, and from that email I'll just see the portal. So here I just got the email from Stripe 0 minutes ago, right? I'll just click to it. It should take me to my billing portal where we can really update the plan or cancel it, change my payment method, and see all my invoice history. Okay, seems to be everything working fine so far. Under the store, let's just test it out and upload in another product. Here I'll just say only horse from prod, right? For the price, let's just put $11, and I'll just say upload an image. So we could really put anything. For now I'll just again put the same horse image. Let's say add a product. it's been added, and there we go. Now we can see it. Now with this is going to be the entire application that we have just built. We deployed it. Everything is working. We got videos. Let's try to delete maybe this post. Since we are the admin, we can delete it. It's going to update the UI. Let's like and add a comment. Let's say from prod my best comment. Let's comment it. Okay, success, and now we have 4 comments. This has just been added. So we have the recommended products, light mode, dark mode, everything is responsive. Okay, so this is gonna be the end of the day. I hope you guys enjoyed this build, where this is an entire SaaS. Really, you have one-time payments, subscriptions, billing portals, like really products, beautiful landing page. Let's even visit that. So yeah, now you could really make this to be your own application. Let's say you are a fitness coach. Instead of horse content, you would sell your fitness, let's say programs, right? You would be, let's say, doing some recipes. You can sell those with this monthly subscriptions, yearly. You would have this beautiful landing page where you can change the content, show some testimonials, update the yearly plan, and maybe put your own image here. So that's gonna be it for me. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.